Nigeria will
reasons. Today we were just looking
production.
at that. We'll take a short break and
And in
return
the long
with
term,
our second hot topic, which
Nigeria
is
becomes
Tinubu
a
has been
net
urged to
exporter of
reverse
food.
policy on food
That means
importation.
we're
Stay with us.
producing enough to feed Nigeria and to feed Africa and feed the world. So it's a pragmatic thing. Given, as you have said, that food inflation is at 40%, and the food is not there. This inflation, this food inflation, is resultant majorly from supply issues. You don't have enough food in the market. And that supply side is what the government is trying to deal with as a short-term stopgap measure. So I can understand that. And I know that this is needed to keep Nigerians alive. But in the medium and long term, government needs to do things differently.
Whatever name you want to call it.
For the medium and long term, especially if we're talking about sustainability, because even if we're fighting food inflation right now that it is at 40.8%, how do we start to bring it down? I know that there's been reports that, oh, don't worry, food inflation will come up to about 20-something%, but we keep seeing it rise. So what are those medium and long term goals that the government needs to start to look at?
Mr. Justin said he thought that I meant
So for the medium term,
You just go for it.
the factors militating against food production in Nigeria are majorly two.
in a month. But
Number one, insecurity.
Okay.
A large portion of farmers
Just receive query now.
who hitherto were producing food for Nigeria have been driven
morning, sir.
away
Thank you for
from their
joining us.
farms and are now in internally displaced people's camps, IDP camps,
Mr. Agule, good morning.
and are
Good
now
morning,
being
sir.
fed
Good morning.
with food.
Good morning.
So those who were producing food
Fine.
Good morning.
have now been
everyone. Long
turned
time.
into
I know.
consumers
Good
of
morning,
food.
sir. Thank you for
So
joining
it's double
us.
jeopardy. The
Yes.
food they were producing is no longer there,
On short
and now they have
notice.
become
Yes.
to feed.
Thank you for coming through. We
So
appreciate
You
it.
are our Mr. Reliable.
thing of food production in Nigeria as
Yeah,
the
I'm
first
always
major
here for you
factor.
guys.
Yes, sir.
We're going live now.
Factor number two, even in areas where a friend of mine
Thank you for staying
We
with us.
tell
Tinubu has
there are
been urged rather to reverse policy
meaning
on
there
food
are no
importation. Jerry
security
Toby,
issues,
CEO of Jet
and
Farms
farmers
NG, urged
are
President
assessing
Bola
their
Tinubu
farms
to reverse the
and they are
150
carrying out
basis
their
points
own
on
farming
duties,
activities.
tariffs, and taxes on
They
essential
are
food
doing
items
this
are
thing with
targeted
manual
at local
labor.
farmers who have heavily invested in
Manual
farming
labor
inputs.
cannot
Toby
produce
criticized
food
policies,
enough
execution, and
to feed
criticizing the
200 million
for
mouths.
thorough analysis of food
Manual
inflation
labor
trends
is
and
like
better support
you
for
ask a
local
man
farmers, infrastructure and
to
consistent
travel
agricultural
from
practices.
Lagos
He expressed concerns
to
that the
Ibadan
policy
on
could
foot.
lead to an influx of cheaper imported
If he
food
started
items,
off in the morning,
negatively
he will
impacting
still be
local farmers
on
and
the road.
suggested
He's not going to get to Ibadan
reducing
until
the
maybe in the night or the
duty-free
next day and all of that. But if you give him a machine,
Toby recommended
he can make it to Ibadan in a couple of hours, either by train, by a motorbike, or by a car. You make him to go faster. This is what is needed in the farms. A farmer who is now laboring in the farm with his physical
Thank you for
energy,
joining us.
trying to produce rice for us.
Good morning and good
We'll
morning to
probably
our
only be
viewers
able to
globally.
produce a few bags
Good
of
morning.
rice. 3-4
All right, so we're
bags of
talking
rice
about
at the end of his
the
level.
food
If you
importation
empower him with a
policy that the
machine,
president had put out for about
that
150
farmer
days.
will be
However,
able to
someone else
deliver
is
to
coming
us
out and saying that might just harm
1,000
local farmers.
bags
Now,
of
also
rice.
the
So if you
president
look
of
at
the
the
African
quantum
Development Bank also
of
said
production
that
that
same
will come
thing,
from
the same statement,
mechanization.
saying for
And
the
to
local
say that
production, it
Nigeria
might
has mechanized
just not
everything,
work for them
we used
because
to
they were
walk
having
from
to
one
import
village to
this
the
food.
other. Now we have the
Then how are
best
we, how are we
SUVs
helping
on our
them?
road.
But what do
We
you
have,
think about all of
telephones.
this? So food inflation
have,
right now is about
televisions. We have all sorts of
40.8%.
gadgets
Every
that are
single
helping
day
us.
it's
But
rising.
farming,
As of
we
last
have refused
month,
to
we
put
were seeing
machines on the farms.
40.6. Now it's
And that is what is
40.8.
resulting
Knowing that
into
there
this
is
kind of low
such an
food
influx
production.
of food
So
insecurity
the
in our
government in the
nation,
medium
do you
term
think
need to
this
focus on
really
those
would
two
just
areas.
not be the best
Deal with security
policy
situation
right now,
to
especially
create
when
more safe
farmers are
hectares,
involved?
more safe hectares for
Thank you
cultivation.
very much for that
Put
question.
machines on the
I
farms.
also read
Once you do
statements
that,
from the president of the African
Nigeria is ready
Development Bank
for
on the
food
same
production.
issue.
In the long
And I
term,
will say, let us look at this
agriculture
issue
should become
in
the
three ways:
mainstay of Nigeria's economy.
short term, medium
Because you know
term,
what?
long term.
As we speak today,
In the
as I'm
short
speaking today
term,
now, as I'm speaking to you right now,
those who
I'm in
say
Vancouver, in
that
Canada.
the
In
policy
this place,
to
when I
facilitate
go
the
out now,
importation of
all
food
the buses
will
are
harm
running on
local
electricity.
farmers have a point. There's
On
no,
TV,
no doubt
you will
about
see
that. That is going
all
to
the
harm local
vehicles that are being
farmers.
advertised for sale by
But
the electric models.
there is something
People
you
are
do
moving
in a
away
short
from crude
term.
oil.
For instance,
Nigeria is
if
still
a
believing that
patient
crude
is
oil
brought into
is
a
the mainstay
hospital,
of our economy. Time
he
has
is at
come
the
to
point
change.
of death,
Because you know what?
except one of
Whereas
his
people
limbs
in
is
Canada
amputated.
are rejecting crude oil
The
and
doctors
going
take
for
the
electric
decision
options in their machines.
to
They
amputate
can
the
never
limb
reject food.
to save the
There is no
patient.
country in the world that
In the
will
same
reject
way,
food.
you can
They
bring
must
a
eat.
mother,
So Nigeria
a
needs to
pregnant
turn our
woman
attention to
into a
agriculture.
hospital.
If we
The
cultivate
doctors know
every
that
available
if they
land in
don't
Nigeria
abort
with machines,
the child,
Nigeria can
the
make
mother
the
will
world.
also die.
And once we
So
get to
instead
that
of losing
point,
two souls,
the problems that
the
we are
doctors
grappling
take
with
the
now will all
hard
disappear.
decision
Food inflation
to
will go,
abort the child so that they
unemployment
can
will
save
go,
the mother.
foreign
And you know, if they save the mother
wahala
will live to
will
have
go.
another
You know
child
why?
tomorrow.
Because
This is what is
we will
happening
now
to
be
this
making
food
a
crisis.
lot of dollars from
Yes,
food export.
if you open the borders
So
for
foreign
food
exchange
to
problem
come in,
will go.
it's going to cause pains.
Insecurity will go.
But these
Majority of the
pains
security
must be
problems we have now is
endured
because
so
we
that the
have
whole nation is
youth
saved.
who are doing nothing. They are
If
not
people
engaged.
don't have food to eat,
But if you do this kind
and
of
the local
industrial
farmers
agriculture we're
cannot
talking
produce
about,
enough
they will be
for people
engaged.
to eat,
They will be on the farm
something has
riding
to
the
give.
machines in the
And
processing
this is
plants,
why,
in the
for
offices,
me, I
running this
understand
thing.
the
They will not
policy
be
of
available
government to say, in the
to
short
perpetrate,
term, let us
insecurity.
bring in
So,
food, let people eat
majority of Nigeria's
first
problem
and be
remains.
alive.
Even government revenue
And
will
then
increase
I
from that
expect
kind of
government
economy.
in the
And
medium
when government
term
has enough money,
to
then they can
put
provide
those
more healthcare,
measures
more
that
education,
are being
secure
propounded
us and everything.
in place so
Agriculture
that Nigeria
is
will
where we should go.
increase food production. And in the long term, Nigeria becomes a net exporter of food. That means we're producing enough to feed Nigeria and to feed Africa and feed the world. So it's a pragmatic thing. Given, as you have said, that food inflation is at 40%, and the food is not there. This inflation, this food inflation, is resultant majorly from supply issues. You don't have enough food in the market. And that supply side is what the government is trying to deal with as a short-term stopgap measure. So I can understand that. And I know that
if you ask me,
this is needed to keep Nigerians alive. But in the medium and long term, government needs to do things different.
The process is very
For the
difficult
medium
to
and
be
long
trusted.
term. Especially if we're talking about sustainability.
Just 4
because
years
even
ago,
if we're
when we were
fighting
in COVID,
food inflation right now
the
that
private
it is
sector
at 40.8%,
came together
how do we start to
under
bring it down?
COVID,
I know that
and
there's
they
been
put together
reports that,
food
oh, don't worry,
palliatives,
food inflation will come up
which
to
they
about
handed over
20
to
something
governments,
percent.
state governments
But we keep
particularly.
seeing it rise. So what are those medium and
the
long term
palliatives were either
goals
locked
that the
away
government
in
needs to start to
warehouses,
look at?
or they were sold to in the open market.
So for the medium
without
term,
giving them to the people.
the factors militating against food production in Nigeria are majorly two.
And then
Number one,
the
insecurity.
government on its own,
A
realize
large portion of farmers
we have sent
who
Nigeria
hitherto were producing food for
multidimensional
Nigeria
poverty.
have
So
been
the government
driven
now
away from
created
their
a
farms
ministry for poverty
and are
alleviation.
now in
Humanitarian affairs
internally
and poverty
displaced
alleviation.
people's camps,
That is a ministry
IDP camps,
that they have been
and are
rooting
now
to the
being
ground.
fed
So
with food.
where do we
So
even go?
those who were producing
through their own
food
policy, they have
have now been
Nigerians.
turned
They
into
themselves
consumers of
realized
food.
that,
So
okay,
it's double
Nigerians are now
jeopardy.
so poor. Let us
The
create
food
a
they were
specific
producing is
ministry
no longer
to try and
there,
alleviate the poverty.
and now they
That
have
is the
become
ministry that the
mouths
locals have been
to
eating
feed.
the money from there.
So that
it's
is
so difficult
impacting
to
on
trust
food production in Nigeria
So for me,
as the first
I
major
think
factor.
we cannot keep doing the same thing
Factor
and
number
expecting
two
different results. Even in areas where a friend of mine
to distribute this
term
palliative,
there are
hand
safe
it over
hectares,
to government,
meaning there are no
it's going to
security
be the
issues,
same result
and
as we saw in
farmers
COVID.
are assessing
So,
their farms
Can we
and they are
consider
carrying out their own
sending
farming
food
activities.
to faith-based organizations?
They are
I
doing
believe
this
that more
thing
than
with
90%
manual
of
labor.
Nigerians either go to church or go to
Manual
mosque.
labor
Can we
cannot
use
produce
these
food
faith-based
enough
organizations
to
as a
feed
basis
200
to
million
distribute the
mouths.
food? Can we use like
Manual
cooperatives?
labor is like
Can we use
you ask a man to
based
travel
leadership,
from Lagos
like traditional rulers
to
and all of those
Ibadan
kind of
on
people,
foot.
just to try and avoid this
If
thing
he started
entering
off in the morning, he will still
bureaucracy.
be on the
Where
road. He's
we
not going
can't
to get
trust
to
him.
Ibadan
It's not
until
as
maybe
if
in
these
the night or the
organizations
next
are
day and all
naming,
of that. But if you give him a
food in
machine,
Nigeria, it's very difficult.
he
to
can
cross
make it
anything
in
Nigeria
to
now,
Ibadan
but at least let us
in a
try
couple of
something
hours,
different.
either by train,
Using
by
the
motorbike,
government
or
channels,
by
which
car.
are proven in the
If
past
you make
to be
him
so
to go
corrupt
faster,
that they are ready to
this is
even
what is
use
needed in the
food
farms.
palliatives.
A farmer who is now laboring in the
hopefully-
farm with his physical energy,
I don't
trying
think
to
palliatives
produce
are
rice
exactly
for us,
I know that
will
we
probably
spoke
only be
about
able
this
to
this morning
produce
when
a
we
few
said
bags of rice,
it's
3,
important
4,
that we're
5 bags
looking
of rice
at
at the end of
sustainability
his
and
labor.
looking at something that would impact
If you
everybody,
empower
not just
him with a
for
machine,
select few. So in
that
tackling
farmer
food
will be able to
security, I hope
deliver
that
to us
the government, they're trying to
500,
look for this short-term approaches,
1,000
which are the
bags of
governments, as
rice.
you mentioned, and
So if
something
you look
that
at
is
the
long-term
quantum
and medium-term
of
as well.
production
And
that
it's
will
important
come
that,
from
especially
mechanization,
knowing agriculture,
and to say
nobody's
that
going to reject
Nigeria has
food. It's
mechanized
important that we
everything,
start to look
we
on
used
how
to
we can
walk from
export,
one
because
village
we
to
have
the other.
fertile
Now
lands.
we have
We
the
are
best
blessed with this thing.
SUVs
So
on
let's
our
start looking
roads.
at it and,
We
move
have
away from food. Food is
telephones,
good. It
we
pays
have
the bills.
televisions,
Even though
we
we're
have all
borrowing a
sorts
lot
of
of money right
gadgets
now,
that are
but-
helping us. But farming, we have
Crude is
refused to
becoming
put
crude.
machines on the
Word.
farms.
So, but hopefully
And that
the
is what
government,
is
they're
resulting
listening and they start
into
to,
this kind of low
look for
food production.
sustainable means
So
for us
the
to ensure that we
government in
have
the
some
medium
level
term
of food
need to
security
focus on
here in
those two
Nigeria.
areas.
Well, Nick, we want to say
Deal
thank
with
you for
security
coming.
situation
It's always a pleasure
to create
having a
more
conversation
safe
with you.
hectares,
Thank you so much.
more safe hectares for
Thank you,
cultivation,
but I also want
put
to add
machines on the farms.
that, just like the example
Once
that
you
was
do
set by
that,
the First Lady, when I was growing
Nigeria
up
is
as a
ready
child,
for food production.
my
In the long
parents,
term,
they used to do a subsistence
agriculture
farming. They
should
used to go to
become the
farm.
mainstay of
On the
Nigeria's
weekend, we
economy.
go to farm, we cultivate,
Because you know what?
cultivated cassava, yam.
As we speak today, as I'm speaking today now, as I'm speaking to you right now, I'm in Vancouver in Canada.
Nigerians need to start going
In
back
this
to
place,
those days.
when I
So
go
that
out
every
now,
family will have to start
all the
looking for some
buses
sort of
are
food
running on
that they are
electricity.
producing for themselves. If all
On TV,
households are doing
you will
that,
see
that will
all
also
the
help
vehicles that are being
I
advertised
think
for sale
sensitization
are the
will also
electric
help, because
models.
I'm not sure the
People are
younger
moving
ones will
away
definitely
from
want
crude
to go to
oil.
farms right now. They're not
Nigeria
necessarily know what
is
that
still
is.
believing
If
that
it's
crude
content
oil
creation, if it's
is the
social
mainstay
media,
of our economy.
they will do
Time
that,
has
but
come to
some
change.
level of sensitization
Because you know
would
what?
really help. Anyway, thank
Whereas
you so
people
much.
in Canada are rejecting crude oil
All right,
and going
all
for
right.
electric options in their
All
machines.
right, we have
They
to
can
go
never
now.
reject
All
food.
right, thank you so much.
There is
Always
no
a
country
pleasure.
in the world that will
We're speaking
reject
with Nick
food.
Agule. He's a
They
public
must
affairs
eat.
analyst, and we've just
So
been talking
Nigeria
about
needs to
how
turn
President
our
Bola
attention
Tinubu
to
has been
agriculture.
urged on the to stop
If
the
we
policy on food
cultivate
importation.
every
This is where
available
we have to
land
wrap it
in
up on
Nigeria
this show today. Thank
with
you
machines,
so much for having the breakfast with us.
Nigeria
My
can then
name
feed
is
the world.
Rune Paulson. I'll see
And
you
once we
tomorrow.
get to that point, the problems that we are grappling with now will all disappear. Food inflation will go, unemployment will go, foreign exchange wahala will go. You know why? Because we will now be making a lot of dollars from food export. So foreign exchange problem.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs, and that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. and I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true essay as an Abor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also, it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job if the pay is not okay to me. Then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for a job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just black. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people, like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't go again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle right for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out.
The goal for me is
to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, "What do you do?" I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, "Oh, dancer." I would say, "No, I'm a contortionist." And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So me, I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, "Oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing?" But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, Art Strength. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He has a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. When I say it's profitable, okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful. And whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go out training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that too. I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can further more there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Right, it was in November 2020 that my guest today announced by live broadcast his intention to revive a political party originally formed in 1979. At that time, in 1979, his father had formed the political party, he says, to, and I'm quoting him now, clean up society like a mop. End of quote. Now, 41 years or so later, the son's idea is to liberate the Nigerian people. But the question is, do the Nigerian people accept and or agree that they are indeed in bondage? And if they do they accept also that they are in need of liberation? Well, he calls himself a revolutionary politician. He is the pro tem national chairman of the Movement of the People and a Grammy-nominated Nigerian musician. Oluseun Anikulapo Kuti joins me on the program today. Back to November 2020, your live broadcast. At that time, you announced your intention to revive the party that your late father formed in 1979, Movement of the People. Yeah. And I want to quote you now. You say, the idea is that we liberate the Nigerian people. This movement will be the movement to cultivate those minds, those ideas, the Pan-Africanist and Socialist Foundation, end of quote. My question is, do you really think that Nigerians want to be liberated? That is, if they accept and agree that they are in bondage.
Yeah, I think they want to be free. But what they don't understand is what they want to be free from. Because there's a lot of misconceptions, miseducation, misinformation about what the issues are. Yes. Because those people that are causing the issues want to keep it like some kind of mystery, like some kind of mystic thing that cannot be solved by human beings, like it is ordained by some spiritual force, and God come and because that's why they don't let us realize the greatness that is already innate to our existence as African people. Yes. They don't remind us of the Nkrumahs, the Mumbas, the Sankaras, and all these great people of African origin and descent that has done great things for our liberation. And one of the most important things they also do is to make sure that African people forget who we are. Not even exactly. Good question. Not in the historical sense, not even in the genealogical sense. Yes. But in the political sense that we are a children of sacrifice. that anything that we as African people are able to do today is because certain Africans died for that to happen. No matter what it is that you want to do as an African person today,
yes.
You want to go to school, somebody has to die for that. And we are the only group in this system, this capitalist, Eurocentric system,
yes.
imperialist system that we live under, that were not invited to the table. The Chinese were oppressed, then after a while they were invited. The Indians or the Asians, Indians were oppressed, after a while they were invited to the table. You know, even among Europeans themselves, Eastern Europeans, Italians, the Spanish, everybody went through that, but they were later invited to the table. But in our own case, we forget that we couldn't even vote until 1960. Black people forget that no black person in this world could vote, even in our own land, until 1960. I mean, this is just 50 years. What happened that was possible?
Yes.
You know, entering the bus. People forget that even in Nigeria during colonial times, you couldn't walk on the same pavement as a white man. When Europeans were walking, you have to step off and take off your hat and bow for him to pass. This is how we lived till certain Africans broke that. And we are the inheritors of that sacrifice.
Yes.
But for some reason, you know, due to television, the influences of the leading blacks who have always been sellouts, you know, they...
And I'm happy you use that word sellout. Because when you talk about, you know, like history, slavery, and all those sort of things, do you also admit that our people are culpable? If our people did not help to sell us?
Yeah, there were certain Africans that were definitely, what I don't do is dwell on that. Nobody dwells on their traitors. Africans have not handled their traitors.
Yes.
You know, for whatever reasons. But don't dwell on your traitors, dwell on your heroes. You know, if you look at the Holocaust, do you think there were no Jews fighting?
Who were betraying?
No, not betraying.
Yes.
Fighting against their own people. Actively, the Jewish police of the Nazis, they had the Nazis speak Jew, even in the concentration camps.
Yes.
It was Jews that were leading other Jews to the gas chamber. It was Jews that were separating the Jews that could work from the Jews that couldn't work and sending them to their death on behalf of Nazis. Do you hear the Jews today talking about where other Jews put Jews in the gas chamber?
Yes.
You don't even know it exists because that is not what they are about. It is the self-hate of the leading Africans, you know, not leading blacks, they are not Africans. You know, it's the self-hate of the leading blacks of this world that allows this narrative to continue to perpetuate where other blacks, you know, as if that means anything. Yes, we are humans. And if we as Africans accept that we are humans, we must accept that there's treachery in human nature. Some human beings are traitors. So if you are humans, you must have traitors among you.
Yes, and we must learn to move on from that.
Expel them, expose them, and move on. You know, not keep dwelling as if that is the issue. Africans were involved. We know Africans were involved.
Yes.
You know, but what the issue is, it is not an African crime. You know, slavery, colonialism, imperialism is a European crime against the world. You know, stop talking about the few little Africans that are traitors. Who's talking about traitors? We want to handle traitors. You know, as part of the issue, not dwell on their matter. You know.
You go further to say that we have to do the work now to begin to engage those of us in society that have been completely left behind and that have been overlooked. So, this journey you are on, I call it your Pan-Africanism, your socialism journey. Is it just about being relevant? Is it just because you think some people are being overlooked to participate in the political process? Is that it?
The main thing I believe is that I know that the African story is ongoing. We cannot, how do I put it? We cannot allow for Africa to stall the way it is stalling and regress the way it is regressing. We as African people must find the solutions, must find the strategies that we can use to start to pull our nation forward, our continent forward. But there's no pulling the continent forward if we abandon the people.
Right.
You know, so whatever we must do means that we must be bringing African people along.
Yeah.
You know, so that for me is the journey. How are we, as the professionals of Africa,
yes,
you know, that have been able to secure some comforts within this oppressive system, how are we able to translate or articulate our issues or our realities to the majority of us who do not have that opportunity? one of the issues we have in this country is that we are not trained to understand that our skills are for national development, right? So if you go to school to be a doctor, for example, you are trained that this your degree is to help you get a job, to take care of your family and make money. You are not taught that this your degree is to heal the people. So nobody is a doctor to heal anybody as Africans. Nobody is an engineer to build anything. Everybody is anything that they are to make money.
And even if the doctor decides that he wants to do that for the community, don't you think he's looked at like a mugu?
And that's what I'm saying, because he's looked at as a mugu by the other professionals, because the professionals of Africa have aligned themselves with the oppressors. You understand? Just the way their ancestors aligned themselves with the slave traders. They have also aligned with the oppressor. And this is dangerous. Because if you look at NSAS, when the poor people of Nigeria decided to also voice their pain, you find out that the professional NSAS people ran away because they said, oh, they are looting, they are hoodlums. Oh, the main issue here wasn't the people rising up and burning down all these symbols of imperialism and capitalism. The problem here was that the professional organizers of NSAS did not see it fit to organize with the grassroots, to build a bridge to the people. And that's the problem we still have, in our society.
Still a division.
There's a division between those of us that have been accepted as employees of the oppressor and those of us that have not been. The pets. Because to the leaders of this country, we are all animals. Everybody, they don't care. That some animals are pets.
Some are
wild.
More equal than others.
Exactly. Some are wild, and they brought in some as pets. They domesticated some. So these pets think that they are better than the wild animals outside, and that's the problem we have. And until we as professionals of Nigeria, begin to wield our power and our influence on behalf of the people, they will also see us as the enemy. Our businesses will be targets. Our homes will be targets. Our children will be targets.
So in other words, if you are elitist and you're aligning yourself with the people that you call the oppressors, even you are not safe.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, look at my colleague Dibanj. I'm afraid to use the word my friend right now until he says his name. Or until he cares. I've been trying to call him since yesterday, not answering me. But anyway, what happens is...
Let's just give a little background to that so that those watching can understand.
Oh yeah, that he has been
he was arrested and accused
of diversion of national funds.
Yes.
But the big picture of this is, he's not the one that controls Empower money, is it?
No.
Somebody that is powerful took that money and gave it to him. But today he's the fall guy, right?
Yes.
But that is how it's going to be.
That's the story of corruption.
When the people rise up, the real criminals run away with their billions, get on their boats, get on their planes, and we will be the fall guy. We'll be the ones that these poor people run into our homes, burn it down, maim, kill.
People will be the targets.
Because when we had the opportunity, I mean, how many children are dying in hospitals today because of 2,000? The Nigerian professional will never go on strike. I don't understand the inhumanity that exists in the training and the condition that they've given to us in this country. That we can sit down in our offices, they'll tell us that thousands of children, I mean, university graduates did not go to school for 9 months. The professionals of Nigeria did not stand up in solidarity. They kept going to work every day, kept the system going, kept making money for the people, as if nothing happened. People are dying in the hospital. They don't care. They are working for their Oga. Yes, sir, yes, sir. They are in banks. Money is missing in the country. Laundry money. Everybody's qualified. Everybody's quiet. Everybody is complicit. And this is what must change. We cannot be paying lip service to how the nation is being destroyed. While we are the ones actively helping them to destroy it.
Okay, so
we have to pick a side.
That brings me to the question of the political party movement of the people.
Yeah.
Where is that now? You tried in 2021 to register that.
Yeah, we're still at it.
It's not yet registered.
No, because I realized that party formation in Nigeria is very, very elitist, meaning that every party has to be national.
Yes.
And I don't think that is democratic.
You have to have a presence in all 36 states.
Yeah, no, 26.
Okay.
You have to have 26, 2/3, I think. But for me, as I was saying, I think it is really, really elitist. Because poor people cannot organize in the community to represent themselves if they don't like what they are saying.
Yes.
If those poor people don't like what they are saying, it's either they they join with their oppressors, you know, or they just give up, you know. And I think that this is not fair. But anyway, we are in the process of finishing the Abuja office, which is one of the big requirements. We have our 26 states. Maybe 11 is not as active as I want it to be, but we have our 26 states. Now, that being said, this has been a labor of love of maybe just 1,000 individuals that have been all over Nigeria that are in MOP that are active. We have maybe 14,000 membership, but maybe like 1,000 people that are active in building the party, you know. And that for me is what matters, that you have a few people that are willing to go above and beyond, understanding that this is what we must do for our country to move forward. I wish that the movement was bigger, you know,
and more active.
And more active. I mean, people are participating more, but you know, we are using our resources, our money, our time, but we understand that it is for the people, and also that change is not carried out by millions of people. You know, I always use Che Guevara as an example, and Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro crossed from Mexico into Cuba to start his revolution with only 58 people, you know, and the revolution was successful and they controlled the country till today, regardless of whatever sanctions that they face, you know, for representing their people honestly, you know. So yeah, I mean, that's why I still have hope, and I understand that what matters is us being able to breed the right politicians to take power in this country. There's nothing more important than that.
Nothing more important than that. So, in the nearest future, we will see MOP field candidates.
Yes, definitely.
Do you have intentions?
No, I don't have intentions to contest in public office. Right. I'm a party man, so my intentions is to continue to be the chairman of the MOP, and with that we're able to, you know, because another problem we have in this country is that we don't have strong political parties. Every political party is only as strong as their strongest politician. You know, there's no real party machinery. Yes. You know.
And once that strongest politician goes down, the
party dies. You know, or goes down. You are at the level of your strongest politician in Nigeria. You know, so we want to reverse that. We want the party to be ultimate. We want the party to be supreme. Yeah. Our members paid. Everything we've done is through the. We don't have any godfather. We don't have any international organization backing us in secret. We don't know. Everything is direct from the grassroots up to the professionals that are in the organization, funding it with their bills nights. We are online every time begging for money. We are not ashamed.
Join us again after the break. I'm shocked though that you are not a fan of young people in power. Why?
Because youth is not an ideology. Youth is a demographic. Some of the most heinous crimes in Nigeria are committed by young people. So young people have been given the opportunity, you know, to serve, and they turned out just like their masters. You know, what we are looking for is the right ideology, you know, and the right candidate. You know, it doesn't matter about age. I'm not an ageist.
Yes.
You know, this ageism business, you know, youth put you in.
What about gender? It doesn't matter.
Gender for me also doesn't. I mean, I don't believe in gender roles. So gender definitely doesn't matter to me, male or female. I mean, look at Desani, for example. Desani is a woman. Look at what she did. So I mean, all these things. Gender is an ideology. Age is not an ideology. You know, we need people with strong ideological grounding. Yes. You know, and that's what matters. That also have track record that we can trust.
Are you not worried though that, you know, in seeking this the perfect people?
Not perfect.
Because it sounds sometimes it sounds idealistic. I always say that the people we elect will come from among us. Mm-hmm. We're not really great at obeying rules and following due process.
Because the leaders of Nigeria don't follow due process. You know, I spoke about this guy because I want people to understand that even the worst human beings deserve human rights. This is the base. You are only as good as the worst of society is treated. You know, so even though this guy is a bigot, you know, when Deborah Samuel was killed, he was online hailing the killers and trying to kill more people. This guy Aisha Buhari locked up for calling her fat.
Yes.
You know, but at the same time, who is next? I mean, when people do those kind of things, I'm really worried because my mouth is big.
Yes.
You
No,
know?
but okay.
So
does it not matter to you if he called her fat, but the reason she's fat is because she's battling lupus? Does that change your opinion?
It doesn't change my opinion at all because his point was simple. He made a statement. It's not a crime. People that say freedom after speech is not guaranteed.
Yes.
Anything that you do to anybody after they exercise their freedom of speech is a crime. Even though this crime is not prosecuted because we live in a lawless society.
Yes. But you know the freedom of speech is not absolute.
It is absolute, except it is untrue. And then you have the right to go to court.
Yes.
And what's what I'm looking for? Sue for libel. It is not whatever I say from my mouth.
Yes.
It's not criminal.
But it's
I can't go to police station for saying anything.
What if what you said is not true?
Libel. You take me to court and you sue me for libel. I have no business in a police station for words of my mouth. I mean, what's next? You start arresting people for what they are thinking. What if I'm thinking that she's fat in my head 24 hours? What's the next step?
You haven't actually said it.
Yeah, but what's the next step? You thought police, you know, after what police, where are we going next? It's thought police. They start arresting people for their thoughts.
Yes.
You know, so we need to clamp down on these things. Immediately we see them or immediately
Call them out.
Yeah, call them out.
As far as 2023 is concerned now, let's talk about that. What are your projections? First thing, do you think young people will turn up and make a difference the way everyone is talking about that?
Well, the thing about, as I say, young people again, I don't know. Nigerians, young people are Nigerians. You know, so whatever we decide, all Nigerians are going to experience it.
Yes.
You know, young people are already leaning towards Peter Obi of the Labour Party. You know, and
are you leaning towards it? Do you have a candidate in mind?
Well, I can't ask the pro-tem chairman of the MOP.
Your party is not fielding a candidate.
Yes, because we're not even registered, so
right.
we're not fielding any candidates yet.
Surely you have someone in mind.
Yes, I do, but I cannot publicly promote any candidate. It's against my party constitution, party rules and regulations. So I don't want, and there are many people that don't like me, then will be looking to unseat the chairman already. You know, so,
okay, so you're already experiencing all that political.
Yeah, but that's what it is. I mean, if you have read Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth,
yes.
Any movement that wants to represent the people must first be, you know, only a movement of the people can be a government of the people.
Yeah.
You understand? And within that movement would arise all the issues that you go through as a government. It will happen in that
a microcosm of the larger thing.
So, and it is in engaging those conflicts. You know, it is in experiencing those things that you gain the experience that you use
in the country,
in the larger picture of the country. So we are in MOP. We don't stifle anybody. We don't. Everything must play out.
Yes.
And nothing is too small. No grievance is too little. Everything must play out because that is the revolutionary way.
So the reason I ask that is that, you know, as you said, many young people are leaning towards Peter Obi, and in the run-up publicly.
Yes.
Aha.
Be careful.
Publicly.
Yes.
I always say that you never know who people will vote for on the day when they're standing in front of the ballot.
People are online because social media is the whole world judging you at once. You know? So nobody wants to be judged negatively.
Yes.
Everybody is trying to appease
put their best foot forward.
Exactly. Create a good first impression.
Yes.
You don't want to say you don't like Peter Obi on one post.
They will come
1,000 people will just insult your family. Some people can't take that, and nobody should take that really. I think social media should be very regulated, even because there's something about it that is dangerous, that is unnatural also. You know, I think the danger part everybody already knows. You know, the low self-esteem is creating, the suicides, the depression. People, I think that is being well documented. But what people don't really talk about is the fact that you are getting the information, or rather the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Unfiltered information.
No. When you do something, you're getting feedback from the whole world at once.
Yes.
Humanity did not evolve
That's
to know
right.
what 10,000 people think about you at once.
Yes.
At most, the 3 or 4 people around you. You know, but now we live in a world where instantly you can know how 20,000 feel about you, 50,000 people feel about you. And I don't think our brains and our neurological
makeup can handle it.
Our nervous system has evolved to handle this kind of, so it's creating another type of disease amongst people mentally as well.
Okay, so we know now that some people will publicly, therefore Peter Obi. The reason I ask that is, you know, in the run-up to INEC announcing the kickoff to campaigns, a lot of people rushed to register. There was a proliferation of young people really registering. You know, for the first time, we saw a demographic of people interested in getting their PVCs. Wouldn't that make a difference?
No. Voting in an election is the least. By the time you are voting in an election,
yes, all the work has been finished.
Exactly. You know, because I always say to people, you know, they say, vote, your vote is your power. No. Only knowledge is power. Vote is a tool to exercise that power. So without knowledge, you have no power. Without knowledge, you will vote for the wrong person. You will vote for your own demise.
Yes.
You understand? So I always say to young people that Peter Obi, I say, you are all like this young, Nigerian young people. You know, look at them in the university. You know, they have 2 lecturers. Let's use it. One guy doesn't take bribe to pass anybody.
Yes.
One guy takes bribe to pass anybody. So that guy that takes bribe absolves you of doing your work as a student, of studying, of learning, that rigorous work of academia. You know, so that is the lecturer most Nigerian young people will lean to, because they want to party, they want to, the way they've also been programmed growing up. Looking at the elite of Nigeria, you don't see hard work. You don't think of any rich man in Nigeria and say, that guy's working hard. He doesn't know he made it. So we don't have that. So there's none of that example coming from the top down. You know, so young people are not interested in that hard work. They want to toe the line till they meet one person that will, you know, give them success. Because success here is giving. Everybody will blow. You know, so we don't want to work. Peter Obi gives young people in Nigeria the opportunity not to do their political diligence. You know, not to join a party or organize themselves or study politics or study history or understand the ideology that they need for their country. They like Peter Obi because he has claimed to them that he has done the work. They should just vote for him and he will fix it.
Are you going to vote on ethnic lines?
No.
No. You are not one of those who says it's Yoruba's turn.
No. I don't believe in ethnicity in terms of politics. There's no ethnicity, but there's only interest.
Okay.
I always say to people, when they are sharing Nigeria's money,
yes,
they don't discuss ethnicity there. It's interest.
Yes.
Have you seen them fight out of selling before? You Yoruba people pour money everywhere because they are not from it. No. Everywhere is quiet and it's moving nicely. Yes. You know, so I don't think personally that ethnicity has to. I mean, we as Nigerian people, as I said, we're also not class conscious. You know, class consciousness is not something that is bred into Nigeria. We don't understand that in every society there's an elite and there's the working class, and that the interests of these two groups are naturally antithetical to each other.
Yes.
That
at
the
cross purposes.
The working class people, your interest is different from the interest of the rich, because the rich wants to continually exploit your labor, you know, for their own personal selfish interests.
Yes.
You know, Nigerian people don't really see this. You know, for example, the way they talk about, Northerners are trying to overthrow Nigeria.
Yes.
We don't like Northerners. The same people that say, I don't like Hausa people. Tomorrow we say, oh God, please, Dangote, make me like Dangote, make me. Is Dangote not from the north? So it is actually poor Northerners they don't like. You know? So Nigerians have been kind of molded to really look down on poor people.
Where do you stand on the question of the alleged marginalization of people of the Southeast? Do you think, for instance, that this election should have been left to people of Southeast extraction alone to contest for the presidential seat?
I feel like if Nigeria begins to toe that line, then we are not really interested in building a nation. You know, everybody that represents Southeast in the Senate and the House of Representatives, every governor, every state assemblyman is from the East, right?
Yes.
If they feel that they are marginalized, where is that voice in the Senate? Where is that voice in their government offices? Where is that voice? So there's still this disconnect between the political reality and the political rhetoric. Igbo people, if they feel like Nigeria is not representing them, my advice is that they work with politicians that want to fix that, not politicians that want to benefit from that.
That want to fix it,
Yes.
not benefit from it.
Yes, so fix
So
it.
it must be an altruistic person, a person with altruistic notions.
No, it must be their own purpose. Okay, we don't want this marginalization anymore. How do we fix it? So this is why I always talk about organizing.
Yes.
So people must organize and decide. Okay, we want to. It is our job. It is your life. No politician, nobody, no group. If it is affecting you, you must engage to change it. You know, but they keep churning out these politicians that are interested in national cake. And if you look at my political history, I was once somebody that was close to Asiwaju Bola Tinubu politically in this country. And from ACN in AD, I mean his first governorship and second term governorship campaign.
1999
and
2003.
I performed the whole shows with him, followed exactly because I believe that Yoruba people too were being marginalized. That's what they were selling to us too. Oh, we are being marginalized. We are looking for true federalism.
Yes.
Let's take power from our state and we'll make sure that Yoruba people leave this country.
Yes.
We all fought and got. As soon as they got there,
they forgot.
I've not heard true federalism once since 2015. That word, true federalism, I've not heard it once since 2015. So I have been in that game, you know, and I understand the futility of it all.
Yes.
You know that we as Nigerian people, whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Hausa, we are under the same oppressive elites.
And the elites don't see themselves in that ethnic
They
life.
see themselves as Europeans and Arabs. They don't even see themselves as African. They are not of us. They don't. All their children have the real country that they think they are from is the passport of their children. You know, so
The real country
that they think they are from. So when you see any politician asking where is your child from, let their children bring on their passport. Peter Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, bring all your children. Let's see their passports. How many of them are Nigerians like us? You know, we don't know. We are not sure. You know, so we as Nigerians must understand that it is our cross.
Yeah.
Whatever they are telling you is to divide, and the insecurity that we face is all poor people in Nigeria that are facing it. The inflation we are facing is all of us that are facing it. The lack of oil is all of us that are facing it. All these problems do not discern our ethnicity. We as Nigerians must actually organize ourselves, and that's the only thing missing, that we are not organized enough in the face of our own oppressive government.
Join us again after the break. Welcome back. So, you describe yourself as a revolutionary politician, and you made a distinction. When I researched you, you said you made a distinction between an activist and a revolutionary politician. You say your late paternal grandma wasn't an activist; she was a revolutionary. What's the difference?
I can put it this way: activism can exist within the status quo. So you can find many activists that are also government employees. You know, you can find many activists that are also taking money from government. You know, I know this whole NGO business, activists taking money from imperialists.
Yes.
You know, taking money from Ford Foundation, one of the biggest racists that ever exists in the world. He sent up a foundation to give you money to fix black people's problem. How is that true? How is that possible? People, road scholar in Africa, Cecil Rhodes, people that say that they are for Africa, going to collect money from Cecil Rhodes. One of the most evil things, not even human being, one of the most evil things to have happened to African people is Cecil Rhodes. So there's a disconnect between activism and any kind of real change. Revolutionaries are about real change, a real dismantling of the status quo. And I think that's the main difference between a revolutionary and an activist.
Right, okay. So, a lot of people question your motives, when they listen to you talking about all this Pan-Africanism and socialism and so on. You graduated from a university in Liverpool, yet you have advocated, for decolonization, you call it, of our educational curriculum. Don't you think that's ironic?
No, not in any way. Funny enough, the only place in the world where one can study Pan-Africanism is in Europe and America, African studies. You come to Nigeria, there's no single course for Pan-Africanism in any of our universities. There's no Pan-Africanism as a course in Africa. That's a shame. That means that our educational system is long broken. So I for one, I don't distinguish between how do I put it?
Because some people would say, you're saying decolonize education, but you schooled abroad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I schooled abroad because there's no proper educational system for me to engage with here. For me, it is important that we judge people by what they are doing. I don't want us to judge people by our imagination. What I'm doing, whatever the motive anybody thinks it is, you can't prove that. You can only judge me by what I am doing or what I say I'm going to do. Exactly. You cannot sit there in your house, not do anything, and then you are imagining things and expect me to take that
your imagination
seriously. Especially when I look at what our collective consciousness has resulted in. Nigeria is a manifestation of the collective consciousness of all Nigerian people. So except I meet people that are moving the way I'm moving, I don't pay anybody any mind. Except you are doing what I'm doing or you are doing it better than me. Why should I take your criticisms of what I'm doing serious?
On board.
I don't even pay them any mind.
One of the things that many people don't talk about, that I know about, is the rules when growing up in Calcutta with your late father. The lack of seniority, for instance. Fela didn't elevate his biological kids above anyone in the shrine. I mean, you all were flogged the same with the same.
Well, I wasn't flogged as a kid, but not because I couldn't be flogged, but because I just didn't get into trouble. I knew how to follow the rules. My sister, on the other hand, woo, she got some beatings. Oh my God! Not me. I was,
straight-laced,
straight in line.
Was that because you were fearful of Fela?
No. I think because I truly respected my dad. I had a very strong relationship with Fela. I mean, growing up, we were almost inseparable. So I kind of, even at a young age, understood where it was coming from. Because it took the time to really explain things to me in ways that I couldn't really understand then as a kid. But growing up now, I understand them even more. So for me, being able to be in Calcutta without rocking the boat was easy because Calcutta was a fair place. It was a fair place, it was a just place. And I think that's where my sense of fairness and justice comes from, and why I cannot stand any kind of unjust behavior around me. If somebody cheats me or tricks me or is unfair to me, the thing is eating at me for months. I'm looking for revenge, I swear. I can't wait until I get the person back. I really can't wait. My sense of justice is so high.
And was there any pressure when you took over the band, Egypt 80?
I didn't take over the band. That's another misconception. I'd been in the band since I was 8. So I just stayed in the band. Okay.
Take over management of the band. Was there pressure, and is there still pressure today to emulate Fela musically?
Of course, always. You know, I think even if I was an architect,
yes,
people would say your building is not as fine as your father's music was sweet.
Yes.
You know,
so you get that a lot.
Yeah,
when you go on tours, do the crowds request some of Fela's songs?
Well,
even if you're not planning to play one.
All my shows abroad, I play one of my father's songs. I always start my show with one of my father's songs. As a sign of respect. No, I change it. But this year, I was playing Kalakuta show at every concert.
Yes.
But my fans, you know, funny enough, they understand my heritage, they understand my lineage, but my fans are still my fans, especially internationally. You know, I've cultivated my own following, you know, not inherited my father's following.
Not Fela's following, not Femi's following,
but
everyone has their following.
Have my dad's following. So my show is so amazing because if you come to my show, you meet young people and older people that were watching my dad, you know, and people from everywhere in the world. My show is a real like mashup of humanity, you know, and that's why I'm happy that people understand my message because when I speak on stage, I'm not speaking to just young people or just old people, you know, or just poor or just rich or just Africans or just Europeans. I'm speaking to a global audience, really.
Yes.
I think, you know, like when you talk about crossover, as an artist, I'm truly crossover artist. Like, if I'm playing in Poland, for example, my audience is 90% Polish.
Yes.
You know, not 90% Africans and then 10% Polish. No. It's 90% Polish people will come to.
They understand what you say.
They feel what I say. You know, music is a universal language.
Yes.
You know, and even though they don't understand the lyrics per se, my real fans know my lyrics. You know, anywhere in the world they want to sing with you. You know, even though they don't understand the words, they're singing the melody. You know, but they understand my orientation. They know what I'm about. You know, and internationally also, class consciousness is higher. So my message, for example, when I was in Ireland playing, it was almost a riot at the end of the show because we connected not just on the musical level, we connected on the political level. With the Irish, we connected as people that were colonized, we connected as people that understand that we're still fighting for freedom, and we connected as working class people, you know. So even in Mexico, you know, in countries like that where imperialism, and you understand, not like we Africans that don't understand what our issues are, in countries where they see their enemies and understand it, my message is really, really welcome. And when I play in those places, it's almost like we're going from a show to a riot. You know, it's really amazing to see. Yeah. So.
Yeah. All right. So, talk me through your 2018 Grammy nomination.
2019, I think. It was announced in 2018, but the Grammy was for 2019. Just before COVID.
What does that do for you? You know, I mean, I know that it allegedly shoots up someone's career, but I'm just thinking, when you wake up in the morning, do you look at yourself in the mirror and say, oh, Grammy nominated?
Not at all. Nah, I'm 40, man. I'm too old for that. You know, and I'm too old to be chasing Western validation like that. What is interesting, though, is that the same year I got nominated for the Grammys, of the over 1,000 award ceremonies that were held in Africa, I wasn't nominated in one single category for one single award, even to lose, you know. So that for me took away any kind of, you know, excitement that the Grammy nomination could have given me, you know. And it also proved to me that I was deliberately being ignored by the influencers in African music because they side with the oppressor. Yes, Nigerian musical industry, Nigerian movie industry sides with the oppressor.
How?
In the message that they spread, in the way that they move, the people they perform for. You live in a country with 30,000 naira minimum wage, or you're selling tables at 10 million naira for your show. To whom? Who is going to buy those tables? You know, so definitely, even and in the movies, the story that they tell are not stories about liberation. They are not stories about let us understand our situation, how we can get out of it. You know, I mean, not that I'm a fan of Zelensky. But Zelensky's presidency was because of a film. He made a film about his country's corruption as a comedian fighting corruption, and then he stood for election, and based on the film, people voted for him. You understand?
Yes.
We don't have such movies here. Why? Because people that make film here are entrenched in the status quo. Their biggest sponsors are our biggest oppressors, you know. So they don't want to make movies that will liberate the Nigerian people. They want to tell Nigerian people that, in fact, I'll put it this way.
Yes.
The job of Nigerian movies is to make sure that Nigerian people have no solidarity.
Among themselves.
Yeah, so you watch a Nigerian film, you immediately begin to distrust your friends, your mother, your father, your colleagues, anybody around you is a potential enemy.
Yes.
If you are involved in, if you are into Nigerian films, and that is why the elites love it. That's why they promote it, they invest so much money in it. Nigeria is the only country in the world where the elites of Nigeria invest and donate more to entertainment than they do to education. The endowment fund of Harvard University is $62 billion, more than Nigeria's budget, yearly budget for Harvard. Unilag has been looking for 1 billion naira. Last time was 2021, they were still announcing, I don't know if they've seen it now. For 2 years, they were looking for 1 billion. Dangote is donating billions to party here. Otedola is donating billions to party here. I didn't know that he's donating money to all the celebrities, but our universities cannot even have good library. You understand? Because there's a message there. There's something there that is entrenching their power. You understand? Yeah. You know, so we have to understand that also. You know, let's not mistake this thing for just entertainment. It's not just entertainment.
So in the beginning, I was telling you about how I inadvertently listen to your podcast every day. My next door neighbor, and he plays it very loud. And I say,
I like him already. Keep it up, turn it even higher. You know, so people that don't want to hear will hear by force.
So I engaged him. I said, he always sounds angry when he's talking on the thing. I said, you know, I would like to spend an hour with you. What will take away that anger?
I'm not angry. I'm passionate. And the issue of Nigeria also deserves for people to be angry. I mean, how can you be seeing what is happening here and you're not angry? I mean, yes. There's something broken within you. I mean, anger is a human emotion, and we possess it for a reason.
Yes.
You know, I see people that are willing to be angry when somebody steps on their shoe, on their new Adidas, because for them, Adidas is more important than Nigeria. Yeah. They are willing to beat anybody up. You step on my shoe, oh my God, buy new shoes. You know, so people get angry for what they like. So anger is everywhere. I just choose to be angry because of Nigeria's matter.
Before we go, I'm going to ask you again. Were you supporting in 2020?
I can't really say. But if you ask me who the best candidate is,
yes,
I would say it's Ishore.
That's
the AAC presidential candidate.
Okay, so for this election, there are 18 candidates, 18 parties that will be vying for that election. Why do you say he's the best candidate?
Track record. As I say, track record is everything.
What track record? He's never been in public office.
You know about public office, the track record of his own personal engagement in fighting for the freedoms of African people.
You think he's been consistent?
He's been consistent enough.
So, but you're not saying if that's who you're voting?
No. I mean, you're not even sure I'll vote for. I mean, if I was going to vote for Showore, why do I have MOP and I'm not in AAC?
Yes.
I mean, it means that we have some fundamental disagreements also, right? Because he's a good friend of mine.
What would you like to see though in, you know, at the end of this election? This, you know, in 2015, 2019, I didn't think the election nearing could be more vicious. But this one, I think the entry of a new party, the Labour Party, as one of the top 3. Now we have top 4 with NNPP. It's like this has been, as far as I'm concerned, the most vicious of all the campaigns. What do you hope to see at the end of this process?
But for me, as vicious as it is, there are no clear, maybe except, if I want to be completely honest, the only person that has made any statement that makes any kind of change to the status quo is Showore in some of his interviews. Because so far he's the only candidate that has said he will not go abroad for medical treatment. You know?
That resonates with you?
That resonates with me. Because that means you want to be treated here. That means you have to give us good health care that we can access.
Yes, because he wants good health care here as well.
Exactly. So those are the things that I want to hear from candidates. I want to hear the fact that education will be, all public officers' children will be in public schools.
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria, and that's how we are sure that they are giving us the best education, not George Weah style, where your child is playing for America, not for the Liberian national team, but you are the president.
Yes, but the child carries an American passport.
You are the president. You are not the president of one company.
No, but the child is an adult. Can he force
the
his child?
Adult child of a president?
Yes.
He has put Liberia.
Yes. Yes.
He has put this as a national question. When he, as the president, went to watch the match, it becomes a national question. So who should play for Liberia?
Liberians. Anyone who carries a Liberian
passport. Who should
passport.
play for Liberia? That's what I'm saying. If George Weah, as president of Liberia's children, are not Liberians, who should be a Liberian? Who? These are the questions that, and when people make these kind of excuses, I wonder if we don't love ourselves, if we don't respect ourselves. It's like the king saying to everybody, there's an evil in that forest. Every firstborn son must go in that forest to fight the evil.
Except mine.
Except my own firstborn son. I mean, come on. If we accept this kind of presidency or this kind of ideas ruling us, then we are not ready for the kind of progress that we demand, that we say we demand. Because this is an all hands on deck kind of thing. It's an all hands on deck. Everybody must be giving everything. The fact that Peter Obi, they said his family had investments in Panama, money laundering, whose money should they be taxing in Anambra State? Who should be paying the highest tax in that state if it's not the family of the governor? Why should they have their money in any kind of tax haven? Because people don't understand, when that tax is taken out of Nigeria, it limits the ability of the government to produce and to provide services for the people.
So that also brings me to the question, if you're keeping your money in Panama, why do you want to rule a country where you're not paying taxes?
If you are keeping your child in America, why do you want to be president of Liberia? That means you have no real interest in the people or the progress of Liberia. Just the status that position gives you to enrich yourself or improve your life in the way that you see that position can help you do it. We need total commitment. People must prove total commitment to Africa, to Nigeria, to our society, to our community. This is the minimum we must demand. That whoever is representing us must have total commitment to us. And if that is too much to ask, then I'm sorry, you are not ready yet. If you feel that is too much to ask a candidate for total commitment, because this is the destiny of millions of people. Running a government is not the same as running a company. No one's talking about a profit investment. They talk about Nigeria as if it's a company. This is not a company. We're not talking of profit and loss here. We're talking of life and death. You see, as big as Apple is today, it's a $1 trillion company. If it closes down, people might commit suicide because of the money that they've lost. Don't get me wrong, but that closing down will not directly lead to the death of anybody. But when presidents fail, like they are failing right now in Nigeria, people are dying on the road. That's what when people tell me that Nigerians are afraid. I say to people now, Nigerians are actually the bravest people that I know.
Why do you say we're brave?
We are very brave because, it's just that we are not, what we want to die for is not beneficial to us. We die for daily bread. And daily bread cannot elevate you. It is not beneficial to your destiny, to your real existence. Daily bread is daily. Your life is long. You understand? So I'd rather die for that long struggle than for the daily bread that everybody is destroying themselves, their name, their reputation for. You go out of your house in Nigeria or in Lagos, for example, the chaos alone, container can fall on your head at any moment.
You're not sure of coming back.
Exactly, but people, does that mean that people will not go out? You can be driving on the road, following all the rules like a good, and tanker will explode next to you and kill you and everybody in your car.
Minding your business.
You've not even said one word against the government. You're just going. You will die. You can be going, kidnapper will kidnap you. Yes. You will die. Police will shoot. You will die. Danfo driver will drive motor because he's drunk. No regulation for drink driving in this country. They've not curbed drink driving in Lagos. Lagos government has put camera for speed cam to start finding people for speeding or cutting red lights. They want to collect fine. But drink driving, you know, we obviously, you know, because we don't African lives are not, you know, not something that is important to anybody. You know, 10 Europeans will die, everybody will put France flag,
yes,
EU flag on their profile.
I stand with France.
Stand here. And they'll tell you that 20 people died in Zamfara crickets.
Nobody.
One plane, Nigerian plane, mistakenly killed over 100 people at in the displaced camp, the internally displaced people's camp.
IDPs.
Everything is business as usual. You understand? Because we've been programmed not to respect our own lives. So when the atrocity will lead to the death, you know, the loss of life of African people, we don't see it as something to make us stop. But trust me, if we are told, oh, good example, I mean, is during the NSAS, you know, as soon as one building is on fire, people start making noise. Oh, they are burning building, we have to fight this hoodlums. But these people are quiet when people are being killed. Yeah. So what is the value of one African life? One building, 2 buildings, 1,000 buildings? We have to, as African people, decide what is the value of our life. You understand? Because to me, if one African is unjustly killed by the state and 10,000 buildings are burnt because of that, it's still not enough. Do you understand me?
Yes.
But to the powers that be in this country, it is 10,000 African lives for one block. One block. Just block. Not be building long. Build long. So we must understand that we are talking about life and death, not profit and loss. You know, life and death. Please, everybody, remember that when you make decisions about, when you are talking about presidents and things like that. President is not a CEO. It's a different ballgame.
Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure.
Kuti,
my
for
pleasure.
Spending an hour with me today. And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumombi.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
It's a nation forged from the ruins of a fallen empire. A once poor country that in the early 2000s rose to become an economic success story. And whose leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, inspired hope.
He came to power saying he respected democracy.
Yet during his nearly two-decade rule, Erdogan has repeatedly attacked one of democracy's bedrock principles, freedom of the press.
So we started to see a crackdown on media.
It's resulted in fines, arrests, trials, and imprisonment for journalists who question the government.
There's no space for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey.
Many of Turkey's citizens have seen their lives changed during Erdogan's years in power. Their views reveal a highly polarized nation, divided by belief, by politics, and ethnicity. A nation where the mainstream media is controlled by the government, where dissent is suppressed, and democracy is under siege. November 3rd, 2002, Ankara, Turkey. Outside the Justice and Development Party headquarters, a crowd celebrates a stunning landslide victory in Turkey's national election. The party, known as the AKP, is the first with Islamist roots to win full control of the government in the nation's history. Its leader, a charismatic 48-year-old former mayor of Istanbul, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His victory speech brims with confidence.
Demokrasinin daha sağlıklı çalışması için oy verdiniz. Sizler yönetemeyen bir demokrasiden yöneten bir demokrasiye geçiş için oy verdiniz.
Erdogan had formed the AKP only a year earlier. But Turkey's voters were ready for change.
Erdogan's election victory in 2002 followed a decade of immense political and economic instability in Turkey. The country suffered from triple-digit inflation in the 1990s, as well as cases of corruption that were aired out by the country's free press at the time. So the electorate was sick and tired of what looked like unending political crises, economic crises, and Erdogan's victory promised to bring in a breath of fresh air.
Erdogan's AKP platform proposed a series of democratic reforms, among them pledging to ease up on the news media, which had long been subject to government censorship. Turkey seemed poised for a new era.
There really was a lot of optimism in terms of issues that could be talked about, of what could be discussed on television, in the news, on the radio, even in the streets.
The AKP victory was especially welcomed in Kasimpasa, the working-class neighborhood in Istanbul where Erdogan grew up. It was then, and still is, an enclave where immigrants and conservative Turks from poor rural areas settle, hoping to find work and build a better life. For many here, that life centers around their Muslim faith. Among them, 90-year-old hotel owner Ismail Demircan, on his way to the local mosque where he worships, as he's done 5 times a day for over 30 years. Beneath the dome of the mosque, in the direction of Mecca, Ismail prays, steadfast in his commitment to his God, his country, and his president. Kasimpasa is also home to Ismail's daughter, Mehtap, who's 50 years old, married, with 3 grown daughters of her own. She handles the daily management of her father's hotel. Nearly 2 decades later, she remembers what election night 2002 meant for pious Muslims.
Bu bizim için Tayyip Erdoğan'ın zaferi oldu, bizim zaferimiz oldu. Çok şükür. Gerçekten hakiki demokrasi şimdi bugünümüz şartlarıyla demokrasi gerçekten var şimdi. Ama daha evvelden yoktu.
The Turkish Republic was born in 1923, following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its founder, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, created a European-style state that excluded Islam and all religion from government. Secularism became Turkey's modern faith. Devout Muslims felt left behind. For decades, they lived as second-class citizens, often viewed as backward or even fanatical by their secularist countrymen. During the 1980s, women wearing the hijab, a headscarf expressing their faith, were banned from schools, government buildings, and college campuses. 18-year-old Mehtap was one of them.
Ben gençliğimde okuyamadım. Adam mini etekle girerken ben başörtüyle zararsız bir şekilde giremiyordum. Ya böyle olmaz. Keşke diyorum mücahit olup savaşsaydım, başörtü hakkında okusaydım.
Without a college degree, Mehtap had few career options. She went to work at her father's hotel.
Mütasip mesela bir aileyiz. Çok güzel, alkolsüz, insanlara hizmet veren, dini yapıdan mütasip bir otel olarak gayet güzel, şimdiye kadar hiçbir sorun olmadı.
Kararlılıkla hayata geçireceğiz.
To Mehtap and her father, Erdogan is more than a boy from Kasimpasa who made good. He's an old family friend.
Tayyip abi babam küçüklüğünden beri tanır. O zaman da bir farklılık vardı diyor. Babamın işte sürekli Tayyip Bey'in gerçek bir lider. Adam dediğin duruşuyla, konuşmasıyla, hareketiyle belli olur. Adam dünyaya res çekti diyor mesela, çok hoşuna gidiyor. Onunla gurur duyuyor. Babam yani diyor ki Atatürk'ten sonra gelmiş geçmiş en büyük lider diyor.
In rising to the country's highest office, the unapologetically religious Erdogan placed Islam at the heart of public life, solidifying his stature among the faithful.
Tayyip Bey geldikten sonra zaten demokrasi geldi. Allah yer gök razı olsun. Gerçekten memnunuz. Her şeyinden memnunuz.
Erdogan's appeal wasn't based solely on religion. During his first term in power, he gave millions of Turks, including the poor and disadvantaged, a bigger slice of the country's economic pie.
He's lifted so many people out of poverty that I think he has therefore created a base of adoring worshippers who simply love him. Turks live much better when compared to the pre-Erdogan years.
And they expressed their gratitude at the ballot box. Voters rewarded Erdogan's AKP with national election victories in 2007 and then again in 2011. Western observers began to see Turkey as a democratic model for the Muslim world. But during this era of prosperity, Erdogan had begun chipping away at one of democracy's key pillars, freedom of the press. In 2004, a caricature set him off. Political cartoonist Musa Kart drew Erdogan as a cat entangled in a ball of wool. Erdogan sued Kart and the newspaper that printed the cartoon. The court ruled in Erdogan's favor and fined the cartoonist for publicly humiliating the prime minister. The decision was later reversed by Turkey's Supreme Court. But it would not be the last time a cartoonist and Erdogan clashed. Yet to some, it seemed at odds with the politician they thought they knew, since Erdogan himself had famously been persecuted for speaking out. In April 1998, as mayor of Istanbul, he was found guilty of reciting a poem deemed a threat to Turkey's secularist system. The day he began his sentence, hundreds of supporters accompanied him to the prison, where he spent 4 months behind bars, celebrated as a champion of free speech.
When Erdogan went to jail, it was not only that it solidified his base amongst his traditional supporters. I think that it made a lot of people in the population feel sympathetic to him, people who would have not normally been sympathetic to him, even leftists or secularists, because it was just seen as an injustice.
But once in control of the country, Erdogan's AKP went about suppressing dissent.
The government, as it got more entrenched in power, became increasingly intolerant of criticism. So we started to see a crackdown on media.
People from his party were calling editors and just saying, don't do this, don't write this, you know, I hope this isn't going to be your headline tomorrow. There had never been this situation where it was one political party that had so much power that they were able to determine what the press was doing the next day or what they were writing about.
Ece Temelkuran, then a columnist for the newspaper Haberturk, was a casualty of this political pressure. She was fired after criticizing a government ban against reporting the accidental killing by the Turkish Air Force of over 30 Kurdish villagers, many of them children.
So the entire media was silent about the incident for over 24 hours. That made me angry. So I wrote 2 columns about the silence and why the silence was there. And the columns were directed at Mr. Erdogan. And I was the first political columnist fired from her job in the mainstream media because of political reasons. And then on, it happened so fast. The entire media was silenced.
The media silence would later grow deafening. Away from Turkey's urban centers, in the country's rural areas, religious beliefs and conservative values hold sway. Mehmet Çelik lives in the village of Karubasha, 260 miles southwest of Istanbul. The region's known for its olive groves and the olive oil that's made Turkey one of the top 5 producers in the world. Mehmet sees farming as his life's work.
Ben çiftçi olmak için doğmuşum diyebilirim. Zor bir mücadele. Tecrübeyle öğrenilen bir mücadele. Bunun herhangi bir okulu veya kısa yolu yok.
For many in the region, farming is a family affair. Mehmet's father, Mustafa, is in his late 50s and often helps his son in the fields. Mehmet is 34, married with a 2-year-old daughter. He's been an AKP supporter since his teens. The party's agricultural policies provide loans and subsidies to help farmers like him boost production and increase their income.
Çiftçi tarımda desteklenmeli. Bu açıdan bizim için önemli. Tarlaların, zeytinliklerin sürüm sırasında bize mazot desteği veriliyor. Tarlaların ekim sırasında gübre desteği veriliyor.
According to Mehmet, government programs during the 1990s, prior to the AKP taking power, were not much help to farmers.
90'lı yılları çok iyi biliriz. Lakin yüzü astarını geçiyordu. Verilen paraya dosya yaptırması bir dert. Onun prosedürünü yerine getirmesi çok zordu. Çok fazla yerden onayla alman gerekiyordu. Ve verilen para bu uğraşmaya değer miydi?
Altogether, the Çelik family owns 98 acres of land, devoting about 24 acres to growing a variety of crops.
O tatil, pazar, cuma bilmez. Hastalık bilmez. Bayram ve izin günü bilmez. İzni olmayan tek meslek.
In late summer, Mehmet works with his father harvesting corn to produce silage or feed for his dairy cows. He bought his harvester with the help of an AKP government loan program.
Dışarıdan başka bir arkadaşım makinesini kiralayarak yaptırıyordum. Sonra gittim bankaya başvurdum ve bana banka bu makineyi alabileceğimi ve çok cüzi miktarlarda taksitlerle 5 sene içinde ödeyebileceğimi söyledi. Ve 5 yılın sonunda makine cebime kalıyor.
Though he's far from the center of power, Mehmet keeps a close watch on Turkish politics.
Ben genelde hep karşıt kanalları izlemeyi seviyorum. açıkçası. Çünkü karşındakinin ne düşündüğünü onun gözüyle bakman lazım. Yalnız bu karşıtlık derken bunun düzeyli ve seviyeli olması gerekir. Bu karşıtlık itibarsızlaştırma çabalarına girmemesi gerekir.
He says freedom of the press is fine in principle, but insists there are limits to what journalists can write or say.
Basın özgürlüğü deyip ülkenin liderini de itibarsızlaştırmamak gerekiyor. Herhangi bir terörist vesaire suçlu ülkenin milli güvenliğine tehdit unsuruysa bu çabalar, itibarsızlaştırma çabaları, algı yaratma vesaire tarzı şeyler de bence gayet suçtur. Türkiye'de işte basın deyip istediğini yapacağın anlamına gelmiyor.
Since its first term in power, the AKP government has aimed to stifle reporting it sees as negative or critical. But it doesn't just target individual journalists. When the opposition newspaper, Hurriyet, reported on an AKP corruption scandal, the government retaliated, fining the paper's owners, Doğan Media, $2.5 billion for supposed tax evasion. Nearly bankrupted, the company had to sell 2 papers to an Erdogan ally.
So the tax investigations against Doğan Group really sent a signal that you shouldn't cross us, really, and that there would be new red lines that they would enforce.
Erdogan had punished one disloyal media outlet. But that was just the beginning. Later, he would prove his domination of the entire mainstream press. Şevket Şahintaş has been driving a cab in the streets of Istanbul for more than 30 years, often working the night shift. But no matter the hour, he finds his passengers are eager to talk politics.
Genelde hangi partili ve ekonominin durumunu nasıl buluyorsun? Eğer AK Parti seçmeni ise ülkenin iyi olduğunu anlatmaya çalışıyor bana. CHP seçmeni ise aslında eskiden her şeyin daha iyi olduğunu, işte ülkenin iyiye gitmediğini anlatmaya çalışır.
Şevket has long had doubts about Erdogan and the AKP.
Erdoğan'ı hiçbir zaman desteklemedim. 2002'de geldiklerinde gerçekten üzülmüştüm. Çünkü din söylemiyle gelen bir partinin bir ülkeyi daha iyi hale getirebileceğine asla inanmadım. Hala da inanmıyorum.
His skepticism peaked in May 2013. That's when a government plan to build a shopping mall in Istanbul's popular Gezi Park drew a small group of protesters that grew and grew.
They were, people from opposite factions of politics. The most colorful, carnivalesque protest you could ever see. And they wanted to tell the political power that they are not going to be enemies to each other, saying that we want to keep our solidarity. We don't want to give in to the polarization that is forced upon us by this political power.
An amateur photographer, Şevket was drawn to what was unfolding at Gezi Park. He took a week off work to document it.
Sesinin çıkmadığını düşünen bir kitle, kendisini vatandaş gibi görmediğini düşündüğü bir insana ben de varım eylemiydi belki de.
A tense calm prevailed for 2 days at the park. And then came the government's response.
The police cracked down viciously on the peaceful protesters. So they torched their tents, they beat them, Images are taken on camera phones, they're spread through the internet very quickly, and within a few days, you have uprisings in 80 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. What Erdogan sees this as, rightly so, is the first real challenge against his power.
Fearing government reprisals, many television news outlets continued with their regular daily programming instead of covering the protests live.
It was a striking experience. In some cases, be able to look out your window and see people protesting, maybe in some cases to see police firing tear gas canisters down the street. And your biggest news channel was showing a nature documentary.
Gezi olayları gösterilmemesini isteyen haliyle hükümetti ve göstermeyen basında onların her dediğini yaptığını böyle ispat etmiş oldu bence. Biz de galiba o olaylardan sonra o ana akım medyayı görmemeye başladık.
During the unrest, protesters turned to social media to share news. Şevket kept his camera focused on the turmoil.
Gezi eylemleri ilk başladığında o kadar ciddi, büyüyecek bir eylem olduğunu ben düşünmemiştim. Ama bu çok ciddi bir halk hareketine dönüştü.
The Gezi Park protests marked the birth of a grassroots anti-AKP movement defending the right to free expression.
Gezi Parkı benim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Benim gibi düşünen bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek, hayata benim gibi bakan bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek beni çok mutlu etmişti. Artık daha fazla dinleneceğimizi, bundan sonra her şeyin eskisi gibi olmayacağını düşündüm ve çok da umut ettiğim kadar da iyi gitmedik.
Since the Gezi Park protest, there has been a very sharp polarization of society under the AKP. There's a sense that you're either with the AKP or you're not.
That polarization has heightened social and political tensions in the country. Since the mid-1980s, the Turkish army has fought the militant Kurdish group PKK, which seeks to establish an independent state in a region that includes southeast Turkey. The conflict has killed over 40,000 civilians and wounded untold numbers more. One opposition newspaper, Özgür Gündem, had for years reported on Kurdish issues, and because of it, was a target of the Erdogan government.
Terör propagandası, işte örgüt gazetesi, işte bölücü gazete, hain gazete, bu tarz argümanlarla çok taşlandı bu gazete. Ama aslında zaten yani yapması gereken şey yapmıştı gazete.
Zozan Butun is a 26-year-old Kurd who grew up reading Özgür Gündem in southeastern Turkey. She now works in an Istanbul bookstore.
Kürtlerin bir sesi yok aslında. Bizim de sesimiz vardı, bizim de acılarımız, bizim de çığlıklarımız vardı, bizim de realitelerimiz vardı ve bu realiteler diğer basınlarda yer almıyordu. Haliyle Özgür Gündem bunlara ses oldu. Kürt basın tarihinde çok önemli bir yere sahip.
Starting on May 3rd, 2016, International Press Freedom Day, Özgür Gündem launched a freedom of expression campaign. Its purpose, to protest the relentless government pressure and defend freedom of the press. More than 50 journalists and activists volunteered to serve as guest editors for a day in support of the newspaper. But soon, the Erdogan government cracked down, investigating and arresting volunteers, jailing some, and accusing them of spreading terrorist propaganda. Protesters denounced the censorship. Trials were set for the fall of 2016. But then came July 15th.
Tonight, we are monitoring that military coup underway in Turkey.
A faction in the military decided Erdogan had to go. The control of Turkey seemed up for grabs.
Burada ilk kez çoluk çocukla birlikte Bodrum'a gitmiştik. Bodrum dönüşünde işte bir anda geceleyin Bir anda bir uçak gürültüsüyle aynı Allah'ım dedim ne oluyor? Dünyanın sonu geldi herhalde.
With his hold on power threatened, Erdogan turned to social media, urging his supporters to take to the streets against the enemy. They did, with a fury. Amid the roar of F-16s overhead and bombs exploding, came haunting sounds issuing from the mosques. A prayer known as a Selah.
It's a certain prayer that we do after death, like, death of someone. That night, calling people to resist a coup through prayers was something completely unprecedented, and it was the clear sign that this country will be more Islamized from this day on.
Within 12 hours, the coup attempt was broken. More than 250 people died. Thousands were injured.
Bu Fethullahçı terör örgütünün attığı adım karşılığını bulmuştur.
Erdogan accused a former political ally of masterminding the attempted coup, and he declared a state of emergency that suspended rights and freedoms, giving him absolute power. The government purged some 130,000 civil servants, professors, lawyers, and police officials. 170 news outlets were shut down. Journalists were accused of terrorism, arrested and detained. Among them were reporters at Cumhuriyet, Turkey's leading opposition newspaper. Charged with aiding a terrorist organization, many spent months in jail awaiting trial. Sketch artists captured the drama in court.
The Cumhuriyet trial as a whole is an entirely bogus and outrageous trial where journalists for this liberal secularist newspaper were basically described as terrorists. And the sentences they got were all about aiding terrorist organizations, but no evidence to support this outrageous charge.
4 years later, the failed coup is history. Yet the Erdogan government continues to police what citizens see, hear, or read. In today's Turkey, online media have become more dominant and influential.
And that's why the last battlegrounds for the government is the internet. And that's why they're keen to control information flow on social media platforms and on the internet.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'den daha kötü olan demokrasi olarak ülkelerde internetin çok büyük bir kurtarıcı olduğunu inanıyorum. Gazeteler satın alındı, televizyonlar satın alındı ama internetin sayesinde halk gerçekleri ve kendi okumak istedikleri, takip etmek istedikleri insanları takip edebilme imkanına kavuştular.
The Turkish government has been brazen in restricting digital media, blocking access to sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and arresting users, including journalists, for posting comments it alleges are critical or in support of terrorism. No one has been beyond the government's reach, including some well-known figures like Attila Taş.
Every day I'm coming here, I'm giving my fingerprints, and now I'm free for one day. Yeah, that's the free Turkey, man. That's the free Turkey.
A former singer turned popular online personality, Taş has a history of tweeting criticism of the government. After the failed coup, he was arrested and faced over 3 years in prison, charged with aiding a terrorist organization. He spent nearly a year behind bars, awaiting trial.
Hücreye koydular beni tek başıma ve ben 10 gün boyunca o hücrede tek başıma vakit geçirmek zorunda kaldım. Bir ara çıldıracağımı hissettim. Kendi kendimle konuşmaya başladım. Gerçekten çok zor. Yani, yani hapishanede çıldırmak, dellenmek, kafanızı, aklınızı kaybetmek çok kolay. Bu kadar kolay.
Turkey consistently ranks at or near the top among nations that imprison journalists for their reporting. Even some of Erdogan's supporters think the government goes too far.
Neden hapis ya? Günahtır. Neden? O zaman demokrasi olmuyor ki. Tabii ki de eleştirecekler. Eleştirirseler bir şeyler kazanırız. Ama öteki türlü tabii ki de bir gazeteci bir insanın şahsına, özeline giriyorsa tamam. Ama yine de hapis cezasına gerek yok. Günah. Onların da çoluk çocuğu var. Onların da bir yaşamı var.
In Turkey's polarized political climate, threats of any kind are not to be ignored.
İyi akşamlar. Ben Fatih Portakal. Türkiye'nin en farklı ana haber bültenine hoş geldiniz sevgili izleyenler. Bugün
Fatih Portakal knows this all too well. For years, he's anchored a highly rated daily news show on Fox Haber TV. His commentaries draw viewers from across the political spectrum.
Gerçekleri söylediğine inandığım için takip ediyorum. Parti karşıtı, AK Parti işte düşmanı falan olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Gerçekleri söylüyor ve ben onun gerçekleri söylediğine büyük bir yüreklilikle söylediğine inanıyorum.
Benim yaptığım burada diğer ana haber bültenlerinden farklı olarak ben konuşuyorum. Benim yaptığım bu. İnsanlar belki de bu hoşlarına gidiyor. Yani çok fazla konuşan bir insanın olmadığı, çok fazla yazan insan olmadığı bir ülkede ben bu insanların belki de duygularına tercümanlık yapıyorum.
Portakal's opinions have put him in the crosshairs of Turkey's most powerful man. At a 2018 rally, Erdogan aimed a thinly disguised threat at Portakal, whose last name means orange in Turkish.
Birileri çıkmış. Portakal mıdır, mandalina mıdır, narenciye midir, nedir? Sokağa çağırıyor. Sokağa çağırıyor. Haddini bil, haddini. Bilmezsen haddini, bu millet patlatır enseni.
Erdogan's threat worked.
Onu izleyen 1,5-2 aylık süreç içerisinde tamamen bir fanus hayatı yaşadım. İş, ev, ev, iş. Çünkü toplumun veya bireyin nasıl refleks vereceğini bilemiyorsunuz, kestiremiyorsunuz artık. Yani çılgınca bir hareket yapabilir, belki hiçbir şey yapmayabilir. Sadece kendinizi biraz daha koruma altına alıyorsunuz. Yapması gereken aslında oydu ve onu yaptı.
But not all journalists have a large audience like Portakal's to protect them. Before she worked in a bookstore, Zozan Butun reported on politics for an internet news company. In 2017, she was arrested in a government raid and jailed for a week without being told of the charges against her.
Zor bir süreçti aslında. Alan küçücük bir alan var, rahatsız yataklar var. Zaten yaz ayı olduğu için çok sıcaktı. Yatağa yatıyordunuz, kalktığınız zaman yatak işte sırt bölgeniz, kolunuz o yatağa yapışmış bir şekilde kalkıyordu ve çektiğiniz an zaten vücut yanmaya başlıyordu. Şöyle ufak ufak kızarıklıklar oluyordu.
Zozan endured her time in jail by singing Kurdish folk songs. Authorities ultimately charged her with spreading terrorist propaganda without supplying evidence of her having ties to a terrorist group. It led her to make a difficult decision.
Şimdi şunu fark ettim. Hiçbir şey yapmamama rağmen gözaltına alınıp 7 gün kaldıysam, eğer ben bir şey yaparsam bayağı cezaevi yatacağımın farkındaydım. Bu ülkede gazeteciliğin yapılamayacağını anladım. Yapılsa bile belli başlı noktalarda taraf tutmam gerektiğini de farkındaydım. Bu tarafı da ben kabul etmek istemedim ve gazetecilik yapmamaya karar verdim.
Today, Zozan's building a career as a singer of traditional Kurdish songs. Her way of keeping the culture alive. She performs in local clubs and has a large social media following, including many outside Turkey.
Çünkü ben müziğin her zaman birleştirici ve iyileştirici olma yönüne inandım. Kendimi çok rahat bir şekilde, en net ve dokunaklı bir şekilde anlattığım tek alan aslında müzik.
Yet while Zozan's free to sing, she's still confined. 3 years after her arrest, the court has not decided her case. She's banned from leaving the country, keeping her from accepting offers to perform in Europe.
Bu benim çok zoruma gitmişti zaten. Ve bir şey oluyor, gidemiyorsun. Sadece ülke sınırları içerisinde dolaştırılan bir açık cezaevi gibi düşünüyorum. Bu da aslında kısmi esaret oluyor. Evet, bu Türkiye'den, işte İstanbul'dan Van'a gidebiliyorum veya İstanbul'dan başka bir şehre gidebiliyorum ama Türkiye'den çıkıp bambaşka bir ülkeye gidemiyorum. Biraz böyle aslında bir zincir var, o zincir sadece ülke sınırları içerisine kadar genişletilmiş. Onun dışına gittiğin zaman o oradan seni tutup çekiyor. Gel sen buraya, gidemezsin.
Zozan's future is in limbo, just like Ece Temelkoran's. After being fired from her job at Haberturk for criticizing Erdogan, Ece remained in Turkey. But during the 2016 post-coup purges, she left, choosing self-exile in Croatia to the constant fear of living in Istanbul.
When I came to Zagreb, I made a decision to freeze my emotions because losing a home is like nothing else. It disorients you in a way.
Away from family and friends, locked outside of Turkey, Ece's life is a mirror image of Zozan's.
Oppressive regimes imprison you in several ways. They imprison some people and they cannot, go out of the actual prison. But then they create another bigger prison in the country that you cannot leave the country. And I am kind of imprisoned outside Turkey and I cannot go back to my home country.
Turkey's media landscape grows increasingly dark. Some journalists have fled to the internet and social media, the last open spaces for public debate and free speech. But the digital realm may not be a haven for long. The Erdogan government has tightened internet censorship, passing a new law that controls social media with fines and the removal of content it considers offensive. It also requires social media companies to maintain offices and store user data inside Turkey, which raises privacy concerns. The scope of the law is unprecedented.
Everyone knows about the struggle for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey, but the magnitude of the problems we have here is not known by many. Over 243,000 websites are currently blocked from Turkey, and over 150,000 news articles or URL addresses are currently blocked. Over 12,000 blocking decisions are issued every year, and over 1,500 Twitter accounts are blocked from Turkey. This is the country we live in.
What's to become of a nation whose government prosecutes those who speak out? Those who ask questions and refuse to remain silent. Press freedom is enshrined in Turkey's constitution, though there have always been limits. In the nation's history, civil and military leaders have exploited those limits, punishing journalists for allegedly endangering national security or for supporting terrorism. The Erdogan government has taken it to the extreme, seeking to curtail free speech and outlaw opposing views. Now the question is not only whether freedom of the press will survive in Turkey, but whether the country's democracy itself will survive.
مثلا هكا أزل العراقي ما بان بلكي حالة انتحار بلكي مخو انتحار كربا.
This is Stuttgart, an industrial city in southwest Germany, a manufacturing hub. The city is home to companies that made Germany famous for its engineering excellence. People say it's the German way of living and thinking. We are here today to see how Germany has put that expertise into practice, not in technology, but in changing lives of a few.
We took only those that couldn't be helped there. If they were in a good condition or if their family structure was intact, of course, we said then stay there. We only took the most severe cases.
It's a chilly morning, and at the metro station, we are waiting for Lamia Bashar. Lamia is a Yazidi girl whose life changed in August 2014, the day Islamic State militants reached Kocho village in the province of Sinjar.
What the fate of these Yazidi women and children have been, but to have ISIS actually admit...
Lamia had just finished middle school when Islamic State militants threatened to kill everyone unless they converted to Islam. Islamic State was targeting Yazidis in an effort to purge Iraq of all non-Islamic influences. Yazidis are a Kurdish-speaking religious minority with their own faith. We already know of Lamia. She is one of the group of Kocho girls who were taken captive by Islamic State.
One girl.
In August 2017, we produced a short feature on missing girls. With the help of watercolor paintings, our small story was named The Last Dance of Kocho and Its Missing Girls.
Escaping in March.
After seeing our story, Yazidi activist and humanitarian Mirza Dinai called us to say that he knew where the girls were. And he said Lamia was here in Germany. Dinai is something of a Lamia in person is so intense that I cannot focus my camera when she first appears with her brother Wad and friends from Sinjar. She's tiny, beautiful, and mature for her age. Life has tested her more than many of her peers.
The girls knew they were going to be sold as sex slaves.
Lamia just had face surgery. She's ready to talk to us, but only after a week of rest.
So total, how many girls you said? 1,100 women and children were in...
We used the time to find other missing girls in southwest Germany. Mirza Dinai started a program called Airbridge Iraq, a humanitarian organization to bring Iraqi children and terror victims to Germany. With his help, the Home Ministry of German state of Baden-Württemberg brought more than 1,100 survivors to Germany in the hope of giving them a better life. Some of the IS victim girls from Kocho came to Germany through this program. During our 9-day journey, we meet many girls and families. Each story sounds more horrific than the one before. Salwa Khalaf was just 16 when she was captured by IS militants, also known as Daesh. She remembers exactly.
حتى ساعة هشتي سبي أزان فستيب ومن زاني تشبويا شكينا حسياب ومشي مع إنه ساعة سي شرطة سبيكر وساعة سي داعشاتن هابين بو دنيا قرم بو العراقي خلق السر خانيوان تنفي مسر خاني تنفستيبون ساعة سي بشيف أزبيجم مامي أو تلفونا بابي مقربون قود بون شرة إجبر أمل شنقال دابون بداية شر الشنقال نبو القندادة دس فيكر وان تلفونا بابي مقربو قود بون شر الفيدري داكو بابي مزاني بس نقود نما ساعة هشتي سبي نوم راب ساعة هشتي سبي كم بخو حسيان بتلفونك بخو حسيان كوري خالي تلفون كر قود كاهم تشتكن أم تشكينا حسياب ونجي هكا سراب مسر خو بجا قصرامة موسى دي طابق بوقلك أبلندبو أسراب موسى مال شارع نيري شارع تجي خلق بو خلق بيا بازدان هريكي بدرك إذا بازدا متشك في منتكر يعني شو ما الدنيا قاعدة منزاني أو أبدا لحياتها ما بو أو
Only Salwa can define what is normal for her now. Salwa now lives in Freiburg, a beautiful city in southwest Germany. Seeing her confidence in her new life, one might think she has left the past behind, but when she talks about it, it is still so fresh.
ما تقول أم درك إذا ناتش نشبر حاجات ما دبل مشتوك يوم دركتن أم تشون أم قشت نتجاوان أم بداية دركتن بيش مرجعنا هي لان أم دركة من سيطرة داني بون نتي لان خالق دركها في مشكلة إشبر فيكي قال لك هات نقرتن يعني أز خوص هي كم إشبر فيكي صعب نقرتن إشبر ريد قرتن ونتي لان دركها من تقول من يبكي ده شنو نزعل شيء جا مجبور من شون رياكا دور درب بن ما شون رياكا ديبر أم قشت نتجاو يعني مقاشتنا لوفا بيشي قال لك يا خبصه بو ترمبي لك الشارع ده خراب بو او بخنا خراب بو بس نزل جينارة كيما بو او شكي سني بو وساكر بو ترمبي سكنا بو دا ترمبي دي نكار بنتر باسفن ام قاشتنا ويدر وساكنين تالي رد ازبيش من داعش بو نزان مسيبو نبتني بيا هاتن سلاحو اول دسيوان دبون قوتن قداون.
The same day, IS militants took Salwa to Mosul. About 500 girls were gathered in a big hall. After 15 days, she finally understood what was going on. IS militants were coming to buy girls and take them. Almost at the same time, Salina Haji Bashar was being captured with other girls in the small village of Kocho. Salina knew everyone who went to Kocho's school.
معمول نبدأ بابي خامل نبدأ دي برايت خامل نبدأ دي كرمامت خوا كريت خالد خام همول نبدأ دي تنقندي دي همو مديتين.
Salina and other girls were watching from the windows. They saw IS militants take several carloads of men to the pool.
وداعش السر حاودي ساكني بو سلاحات خوا فهمو. وبشتين ما حساس لا حاكر ما هما قوتين ما غزلامات كوجن.
Within moments, hundreds of brothers, fathers, uncles, husband with a camera, and the others were around.
پشتوا یکی گوته دا سه جارا بان کر گو الله اکبر همال پیرا سه جارا گو الله اکبر و درا وی دیساوی که گوتی الله اکبر گو ارمی مخالف فرحتايل برده خست او تلقى الوان دان بسر مدك هاتن تلقى كل من نكهت جارة بري تلقى كل من نكهت بو بشتيكا خلاص كرين بشتيكا تلقى ليدان هاتشي حسوا وجي هاد بازاني بانا هيجي ساغا وويكا قوت يدا اويكا امر داي قوت ارمي تات بوار وريكا ديل سري ويدا ودهار ويجيل من نادا بشتيكا چيغاكيش باما دور كهتن ويتشوبانا فاني ركي قمسة لكي رساسي المبو go yaki gota wi go hay irasasi go namriya go isaga nizam mukhalafan nizat shlos ditim go isaga ايش دور تلقاك بردامه يعني انها ترى انها ما تلقى مخاهرنا لفان جوان كزي مريما انها تبامه.
While Khudair was still figuring out that he was alive and wondering how to escape, the girls at the nearby school were terrified, not knowing what was going to happen to them. IS militants picked all the girls who did not have children and took them to a park.
هم سادو هناك كاتك داري خصنا حديقة دربة إد بيزارو قلتنا بنتزوجينا داري خصناش دربة هتا ساعد دهي بشيبل نفوي حديقة دابون وباسانينا باسيد مازن النفرة ددوجي عنينا مكرنيدا برنا موسل كاتشك برن كنا مالا موسل داسي طبقة مازن بو برن كرنيدا هنا كاتشك دي زدي دابو او جكو ما قلت تشلون كنا بالدا كو وسا قلتين شيخي وان اميري وان تيانيف ماكو مات فروشيا هرياكو يا فروشيا ياكو هرياكي ياكي دي دا هادي ابيو.
Salwa was captured with a different group from Salina. Each girl had her own fate.
أمسيكا تقول أم أني نبعج أم بقير أنا بعج يعني بشتي إش بيصد كتشكي تقريبا صد كتشكما إديها مكرين شخورة عمو برين الويدر مروجة كمان ودي ساعات ديان كتكاب كرن أو يقال باما بو جيلان باتشس خلقات العزير بو اشترساخو كشت الباما رايد استيخو قد كرن جيلان مقابلي من نارو نشتيبو وبري جيلان جي خرابي مقوت هفالاخو مقوت جيلان طبيعية هفالا مقوت قو أم هموت وسانا قو يكيش ما هاجي خلينا قو يعني في حالي دكيش ما هاجي خو هيا.
Salwa learned that Jilan's sisters had an idea that she could commit suicide, but they didn't stop her.
وزبيجم يعني نحلبو ما بخو يعني قالك جارة ما محاولة كر أسخبو كشم يعني لهنك ظروف هذا بس كشت النحلة هكاش هكا خشكيت ويقودبان اشبر فيكي جيلان شوية حمامي دا منتهي لا أخو بكشي ولحظة كش اتهرب سحمة ريبو وقت جيلان وكشتي بشتي جيلان قالك يديجي محاولة كرن الباما انهيار الباما تشيبو يعني اشتر ام تعبين بانصدروشا هموكي بس كابوس بو ترس دليما همو قاعدة بو كان قدورا كيشمت هرجار تاعتن هناك تكرين وهرجارة قاعدة كدبان هريكيش خشكا كوبي بربون هريكيش هفالة كوبي بربون والنزاني كان قدورا وانا ام همو اللي بيا دورا خبون قالك جارة ام التحبين ما تقولك ها خزيبين مشخورة ببن بس مش في حالي خلاص كن ام تحبين منابين بتربي تشتي ببين ما بدس هيك تذكرتن بدس وزاد السي ماشي خو تذكرن الدارة الدارة دس ماشي خو تذكرن بورامات كيشان يا بشتي جيلان هنا جدي محاولة كنو خو بكوشن
This is another Jilan. She's 16 now, so she was a child when she was captured 4 years back. Jilan speaks out for probably the first time, and her story is horrific. But for that, we will have to reach Tübingen, a university town in south of Germany. Talking to Dakhil, I have a chance to visit Lamia's room and see her picture gallery.
Sakharov.
I do not speak Kurdish, but Lamia makes things clear.
Das ist in Italien. Das ist Vater.
Okay.
Bruder. Brother.
Okay. Who?
Kadri.
Oh, girl Kadri.
Und Almas.
So where is Kadri?
Hier.
Okay, she's in Germany now?
No, das ist ein Bomb.
Oh, bomb, she died?
Yes.
Oh.
Und Almas.
Oh, Almas.
Yes.
She was with you, right?
Yes.
She died?
Yes.
Okay.
Und Vater.
Mother, yeah.
Und Mother.
Where is your mother here?
Nee.
Where? Where is she?
Yes.
Kidnapped?
Yes.
Not yet back?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Sister. Salina.
Oh, Salina, yeah.
Wahrheit.
Ah.
Yes. Und das ist mein Freund.
Okay.
Yes. Und das ist ich.
You?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Und das ist she.
Who?
Ich.
Oh, you?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Das ist Katrin.
Kadri, okay.
Und das ist Almas.
Almas.
Yes. Und das ist mein Haus.
Oh, in Rukocho?
Yes. Das ist Dalal. Und das ist Samia. Und das ist Hamdia. Und das ist ich.
Meanwhile, Salina is telling my colleague Dakhil Shammo how she tried to stop the militants from taking Lamia away from her.
Amman am penju haft shnif garten azulam yabunu hado khushkin ma avinu navinmu kash mama mamun kun jedibu ambaran karna basa ke saat penji sabahi shmugusil ambaran faruna suri ambarna raqai او زلامي هكلام يا اختار كري كوس تنا اختارنا كوس تافيرانا از هشتم الوردة كلك محاولة بيكريام وشومل بيو رالي نابو بره لام ياجي نفس عمد كرو كوس ناچم يا خوشكا خرابي پور گرتنو کرنا ترم بيلو داري کرتن.
Salina stayed at the same place for 2 days. One evening at 8 p.m., when she was alone at home, she decided to run away.
از هاتشوم دور نيف ساعتش مالي دور كتم كان ما مالا كده كاميرا بدري حوشي بابو از ديبو شهر بنا مال از ديبو زاني زبكي فرحي دا چويمه هاتن الدري مال كده ما مال كي قيامي تا دنيا وتعديل ماكل از دامي قولني دا قوال باما از برم ورابونا برم ديسا كان ما مالكا ديدا ديسا وي أبو أحمدي از سه روزالوی مالی دبون کچکا کدیش کندیم نتی دبون آوی ناری وانبو تنهایی جل برداشت نهاتی از او 4 روزالوی مالی دبون و دیس عملوی ساعت 8 صبحی ما باز ده حرازی بردیری بو و هر دو عیالی دوان نفستی بو کان نپی مادا بسلاحه کان نپی مادا و کرنا قوتا خود کرنا پی ما باز دم نساکنین ما شکایت خواه آویتن ما گورا آویتن دستمال ما آویتن ما خواه همو بتشتی راش کربو ما بعدم چون الجسر کی ساکنی تلقا سر مرا بردانم نساکنی ما خو هر دو خال جسر وار کرد هم چون لالی جسری دیوا در کرد لن گودست و رو و وچه ما همو شکست و خراب و خوین بو هم چون آلی دی جسر و در کرد.
IS militants were watching them. They were captured again and put in jail for 9 days in Khaim.
ياكي خليجي سعودي بو قال لك تعذب هبالا مكر زيادة تعدل ويدريدا بيكر قال لك يعني اغتصاب كرو برحمة مهدومة لنهاش ليدان لاشي وهمو كرا كيبال هشين كر قال لك تعذب بيكر او داستو لنقرويش تعندبون بربو حمامي قال لك تعذب بيكر ومحاولات كل بالخوادة بس جار بينا بويدا شداندو رابويدا وتعدا جي بيكر وبشتهن جي آني مچو آني مجلق لي كرم.
Some food kicking. Oh my God. So much. Is dolma?
Yes.
Lamia was captured in the same school at Kocho. She said.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Bunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. On this episode of Red Carpet, we'll feature a Malawian painter's work illustrating the unbreakable bond between music and culture among Africans. An event by Mashoud Creations celebrating Black History Month, and FESPACO opens in Burkina Faso. Let's begin the show. And let's start the show with some highlights of the latest entertainment news from around the world. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has established a crisis team in response to last year's Academy Awards incident in which actor Will Smith went on stage and slapped comedian Chris Rock. This year, the Oscars ceremony is being held on March the 12th, according to Academy CEO Bill Kramer. Queens, New York native Evie Rockwell's debut feature, 1001, took the grand prize for the U.S. dramatic competition at this year's Sundance Film Festival. The film stars Teyana Taylor making her debut as a leading actor. Rockwell's cast Taylor after watching hundreds of tapes for the role of Inez, a young woman who kidnaps her son Terry from the foster system and becomes fiercely dedicated to providing him with a sense of home and identity. That is according to reports. And former film producer Harvey Weinstein was given 16 additional years in prison after a jury convicted him of the rape and sexual assault of an Italian actor and model. Weinstein was earlier sentenced to 23 years in 2020 for a similar conviction in New York. A U.S. judge has handed disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly a 20-year prison term for child pornography and other charges, but he will serve most of it concurrently with the previous sentence. Kelly is already serving a 30-year sentence he received after a Brooklyn jury in a separate federal trial convicted him on racketeering and trafficking charges. R. Kelly's lawyer is appealing both of the singer's federal convictions. The 28th Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou was held recently in the Burkinabe capital. The fight against terrorism was at the center of the speeches presented. We get more from VOA's Yakuba Ouedraogo and Thierry Kouare. The 2023 opening choreography of FESPACO by Serge Aimé Coulibaly was inspired by Martin Luther King's famous phrase, "I have a dream." A dream for a better tomorrow for Burkina Faso and for Africa was represented in a creation built around patriotism and the fight against terrorism.
Well, I heard about the terrorist attack on my way when I was kind of entering the plane. But for some reasons, I'm not bothered at all because, you see, these things happen everywhere in the world, and I believe I'm going to go back home safe.
Competing film productions in different categories address the ongoing security crisis. The Malian Prime Minister Choguel Kokala Maiga was present at the opening of FESPACO alongside his Burkinabe counterpart, and he returned to the idea of a federation between Mali and Burkina Faso.
We have discussed a lot on this issue of the Mali-Burkina Federation with other countries, and what I heard today from men of culture is to say to politicians, carry on, follow your people, don't fail, don't hesitate, don't look back, your people are with you.
The competition divided 170 films into 10 categories. 15 films from 13 countries are battling for the Yenega Gold Stallion, the most coveted trophy. The closing is scheduled for March the 4th. Malawian visual artist Tapiwa Mlinga is one of the 5 African artists whose work is being highlighted on the cover of notebooks printed by Africa No Filter, a Kenya-based art organization. Mlinga was among the over 100 artists from across Africa who participated in the competition to provide artwork and provided an interpretation for the theme celebrating Africa's creative power. Red Carpet caught up with her in Lilongwe to talk about her work. The painting that won Tapiwa Mlinga a top 5 spot is an illustration depicting the unbreakable bond between music and culture among Africans. The 26-year-old visual artist says that success came as a surprise but has inspired her to aim high.
So I did about the music, because music actually has been part of African culture for like a while. You go to any ceremonies like funerals, weddings, there's always music to it. So I created that piece. I posted about it. People loved it. It is a good sort. I think that was my expensive painting. So when I submitted to it, when I submitted to African No Filter, They actually loved it.
The Africa No Filter is an arts organization with branches in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. And each year, the organization comes up with themed competitions on paintings aimed to empower visual artists in Africa with the aim of changing the narratives within and about the continent.
I'm excited in a way that people actually now they're recognizing my work and my name is out there, and people, when they say it's T, people actually know me. That's exciting for business part. Also, it's scary in a way that now people expect more from me. I don't know how much they want from me and how much I can deliver to them. So now it's really, really scary. But I promise to do my best. Yeah, I hope it works out.
Mlinga's success comes 2 years after she went into arts, a new career she started after working as a social worker. She has been collaborating with several professional local artists, including the country's renowned pencil artist, Henry Buddha.
Yeah, she's a very good artist, very good artist. Like the way she come up with the concepts, like the concepts are very nice, and how she mixes the paint, it's very nice as well. She knows how to mix the paint, how to put it out there.
Mlinga markets her work through several social media platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp. But her success is not short of challenges, including the rise in prices of painting materials on the market.
Get me a pencil. And another challenge that I have is most people actually here in Malawi, they take art as a white people hobby. So if you post about it, just like, yeah, okay, it's nice. But for them to appreciate it and actually buy or actually keep it, it's really a struggle. I think right now they are coming into place, but then still we have a larger number of people that they shy away from getting involved in art.
But challenges aside, Mlinga is pushing hard to explore international markets.
As an artist, I need to be in the platforms whereas I can go outside the country. Yeah, there's a Mexico art show, like it's a wide art show. There is a Texas art show. I need to be in those spaces. That'll be like, that's my goal.
And now to New York City. For decades, Mashoud Creations has been a cultural force in the New York fashion scene, displaying unique designs that blend African heritage with contemporary styles. In celebration of Black History Month, Mashoud opened its doors to highlighting emerging Black creatives, designers, and entrepreneurs. VOA's Kali Abdu has more.
Fashion designer Moshood Afariogun, a Nigerian immigrant from Lagos, opened his first store in Fort Greene in 1994. Over the course of 27 years, the name Moshood has become synonymous with Brooklyn streetwear. At his latest store, an event curated by multidisciplinary artist Folu Ogunyeye, is a tribute to Black creativity.
So right now we are at Moshood Official, which is a Nigerian designer he's sat over there. I don't know if you can see him from here, but he is a legendary designer whose designs have been worn by so many superstars. I can just list off some names: Stevie Wonder, Erykah Badu, Lawrence Fishburne. Like, we actually have them all along the walls of the store here. You can see the history of this place. And the whole point of this is because this is the final weekend of Black History Month, I wanted to organize a demonstration of what Black history really means.
Vendors from all over are presenting their products, from clothing and jewelry to handmade ceramics and art.
I have a clothesline called Triple G's, and that stands for God gets the glory. God gets the glory. It's more for men to feel the royalty, or women to feel when they put on the clothes, they feel like royalty, remind them back in our ancestor days, so we was being kings and queens.
Among the many talented artists featured at the event was Uzo Njoku, a Nigerian American whose colorful work was on display.
So she creates these beautiful prints like this that you can frame and put in your room. She also goes out of her way and puts all her beautiful paintings onto wearable tote bags, like little phone wallets like these. think just one of the more unique things that she does is really just she'll take a piece of clothing or a handkerchief that you see in her art, and she actually makes it come true and an actual product that people can wear.
Eliza, an attendant at the event, appreciated Uzo Njoku's work.
So I started looking at her work online and just loved it. So I got the same bag, have gotten so many compliments on it, and knew that she'd also be doing a pop-up here, and wanted to come see the artists, local artists who were, and like designers who were showing.
Attendees had the opportunity to experience products from an alkaline chef and also a health and wellness resources center.
We are a resource center that allows people to now come in and not only learn the matters of health and wellness, but actually experience in the products and samples that's here for the community to heal.
I'm an alkaline vegan chef, so I educate about smoothies, liquid foods. If you see here, we have sea moss, a lot of liquid foods, soursop, Green Life Tonic. It's all about our liquid foods. Our liquid food is as important as our solid. So I educate about that as well. And also I sell sound vibration music. You know, when we talk about health, we talk about the mind, body, and spirit. From the sound to what we eat to what we do, our liberty. So this event alone is a wellness because we have everybody tapping into the abundance that surrounds us, and it's all about the abundance that's within us and all around us.
Kali Abdu, VOA News, Brooklyn, New York.
And now to sports news. On car-free days, Rwandan officials are converting roads in the capital Kigali into mini courts after introducing street tennis to the country.
On a road that might usually be bustling with traffic, Eric Muhowenimana is playing tennis. More specifically, street tennis, a game introduced in Rwanda last year. On car-free days, local authorities in the capital Kigali turn thoroughfares into mini courts.
At the beginning, it was very complicated to us because we didn't know much about rules of playing, but we caught up now, and now we're familiar with it.
The introduction of the sport was inspired by a partnership with the government of Barbados, following a visit to the East African country in November. Rwandan sports officials say the game is very affordable and can be played by anyone, provided they have the space. Smaller courts mean players need quick reflexes. Muhowenimana says it can get tiring, but that it's easy to ask a teammate to take over. Plus, he says, it's great fun.
Thank you so much for watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vonganye. For more entertainment news, be sure to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Also, don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Black entrepreneurs face significant challenges when starting and growing businesses. Many have a hard time accessing the resources they need due to what they say is discrimination and sometimes bias. However, some successful business Black entrepreneurs have found ways to overcome these obstacles. The Black Startup Series is a new documentary series about successful Black-owned business founders in America. It is produced by Ethiopian-American filmmaker Net Araya, who is currently screening the series to audiences in colleges around the country. He joined me to talk about the series and the importance of financial literacy in Black communities. Let's take a look.
Well, Jackson, I'm ready to showcase a new film and financial literacy tour called the Black Startup Series. And it's a 3-part documentary series that spotlights startup stories of successful Black-owned business founders. And the goal with this project is to be able to really shed some clarity around entrepreneurship and financial education within our global Black community.
Especially among the Black community.
Absolutely.
How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yes, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
I mean, I've had you on the show a couple of times, starting way back in 2019. Right. And then 2020, we caught up again, but this time we were in lockdown at the beginning of the pandemic.
Right.
You had a new venture going on. How was it starting a business during the pandemic?
It was interesting because essentially I was supposed to be a passive investor for a brick and mortar coffee business, but we changed our brick and mortar to a click and order business model where we turned Ground Zero into a supplying company.
Your company was called Ground Zero.
Ground Zero Coffee, East African coffee company focused on community impact through social impact. And that's what we did. We just started delivering coffee, quality coffee at people's convenience to their doorsteps. And it transitioned into being a big supply company where we supply Walmart now. We're in the Walmart marketplace to different hotels, coffee shops, and now it's able to fund and fuel a lot of my community-based initiatives.
In 2019, when we first connected, you had a documentary you were working on. Why don't you remind our listeners what that was about?
Yeah, we go way back, Jackson. When I first started in 2019 with that new documentary, it was focused on mental health within our global Black community and ways that we can be able to destigmatize mental health and be a little more comfortable talking about the silent issues that often go on inside all of us. So I went through a lot of opportunities where I was touring, sharing the film, increasing conversation awareness around mental health, and it led me now to a new project where we're now focused on entrepreneurship within our global Black community.
Right, and we'll get to that, but then you started your coffee business. We went through the pandemic. It's almost 2.5 years now. How are things looking for you?
It's amazing. The coffee business now funds and fuels the community-based initiatives, and one of them is happening right now.
Right. How did your work as an entrepreneur inform this project you're working on right now?
Yeah, so as a filmmaker and entrepreneur, I've been blessed to have the opportunity to travel the world. So I've been to places like Ethiopia, Senegal, all over the Middle East, and I've seen that there is a surplus of talent within our global Black community, but also a scarce of access to opportunity. So as we all know, access is the cornerstone of power, and I've noticed that talent is universal, but the access to opportunity is not. So now with this documentary, we're providing access to diverse number of stories of representation that we all can see ourselves in.
So the documentary series, 3 parts, right? It tells the stories of Black entrepreneurs, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the things that you want people to learn from? What is the message, the overarching message in this series?
Yeah, I want to help aspiring entrepreneurs become successful business owners. That's one aspect. And then I also want to be able to shed light and awareness about some amazing Black-owned businesses and connect them with investors. Something interesting that I came across during my studies is that $83 trillion is invested in venture capital and private equity, but only less than 1.3% is invested in women and people of color. Total.
Less than
1.3%
wow.
is invested in women and people of color.
That's a very small figure.
Right.
So how do we increase that?
That's what we're here to talk about, and those are the major questions I'm wrestling with. So the goal is, with this Film and Financial Literacy Tour, to focus on ways that we can make opportunities and capital more accessible within our global Black community and make entrepreneurship more attainable. So these are the type of conversations that's listed in the documentary that we want to spark within our community.
So what is the gap? Why is there less money going towards Black entrepreneurs? Is it because they don't know how to access these resources? Is it because the owners of these resources are not willing to invest in these Black businesses?
You know, it's important that we focus on Black-owned business, not as charity, but as lucrative business opportunities for investors to really invest and grow significant profit. So I think there's an educational, there's a bit of educational gap within Black-owned businesses because I don't think we have the access to education resources as we need to. We're good at starting business because I think we're very entrepreneurial at spirit, but scaling has its own different challenges, right? And scaling requires a significant amount of knowledge base and resources in order to kind of improve the business and bring awareness to investors for them to really identify opportunities that really can profit.
And in this series, you feature some entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs. What did they tell you is the thing that made them get ahead of the game?
Black persistence, at its core. I met so many people within this documentary, and they were telling me their story of how persistent they were and consistent they were in being able to attain great business success. So these individuals were people that were very curious, that were relentlessly resourceful, and they really were able to really overcome so many challenges to get to where they are. And they have been on Vogue. They've been in New York Times. These people were in the Met Gala. Doing some incredible things. So I'm really inspired and excited for the world to see it.
Did you see yourself in some of their stories?
I did. Even my story with Ground Zero Coffee and being able to really relate to their story of being persistent, especially when you hear no's all the time. And I tell people all the time that, one yes can change the trajectory of your life. But the question is, how many no's are you willing to go through to get to that one yes that will change your life? And these people are people that are relentless to get to that one yes.
They've gotten so many no's, but that one yes has been the thing that has actually given them access to...
Absolutely. And most importantly, they said yes to themselves. They were able to see the greatness in themselves before they were able to amount to great things.
I like
and that's what I want the film, that's what I want a lot of people to see within the film, that these are amazing people and you can see yourself in them, but it's important that we say yes to ourselves, our own ideas, our own entrepreneurship business concepts, and really step out and make it happen.
Aside from access to resources, what would you say is the thing or some of the factors that impede Black entrepreneurship?
One of them, I think, is just access to education, because I think it's important for us within the ideation stage of business development to not just think about just starting a business to start a business, but really think about incrementally scaling or eventually looking at ways for the business could be acquired or going IPO. A lot of these have gatekeepers, and it's important that we understand that how we can get access to the information early within the ideation stage of business development so that we can be a little more strategic and sustainable as a business and community.
And who are you targeting with it? Is it the people that, is it people in the Black community? Is it the people who are the resource holders?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit of both, right? Because it takes a partnership, right? I heard that, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together, right? Yes. So I think it requires investors, a community of investors, startup founders, and different people, professionals, to really get together and really look at ways to really elevate business and community.
Tell us some of these people, some of the stories of the people that you feature in these stories.
Well, the first one is Paola Mate. She's a Haitian-American entrepreneur that came from Haiti to America, and she was based in New Jersey, then moved to New York. She was managing many different restaurants and decided she wanted to launch her own luxury head wrap brand. And from there now she's been able to transition to Austin. She has a storefront, beautiful store, and she does so many different things. She does workshops for young Black women, like head wrap workshops, and she's doing some exciting things. Another one is Kobla Tate, CEO and co-founder of Break the Box, which is a home ownership empowerment program helping Black professionals get into home ownership. And then the last person is JP, and JP has his own company called JP's Pancake Company. He launched the first gourmet pancake food truck in Austin, Texas. Wow. So these are stellar, successful entrepreneurs in 3 different industries that are dominating the game right now.
What are some of the tips that you can give, financial literacy tips, so financial tips to people who have aspirations to be entrepreneurs?
I think one of the first things that I've learned that's helped me within my financial literacy journey was to see my life as a business and to understand that you are the CEO of your life. And the way you manage your life is the way you'll manage your business. So if you understand how to really manage and budget, and I think budget has its own negative connotation within our community because we think it's full of restrictions and self-deprivation, but it's not about self-deprivation. It's about self-awareness. So because at the end of the day, you put your money where your values are. Right? And where your values are is where you're going to go in life. So I think having a budget and looking at where you get your income, where you get your expenses, where you spend your money on, really is very telling of kind of like the relationship that you have with finances. So I think creating a budget, having a good mindset about a budget, it doesn't have to be restrictive, it can actually be empowering. Second thing I would say, financial discipline. What good is financial literacy if you don't have financial discipline, right? So financial discipline is important, right? We need to really be disciplined, and if you need
You can't just keep spending and spending.
You can't keep spending, right? And with that, garner some accountability, you know? Get with people that are around the same level, or a bit ahead of you, so that you can be able to get a network. And we all know that, your network is your net worth. So I think accountability, financial discipline, and creating a budget, understanding that you need to manage your life first before you start managing business, I think that's a huge tip.
What is the first step to being an entrepreneur? Is it having an idea? Is it acquiring the resources to start the business? Is it a self-belief? Where does one gain that confidence to say, let me do this, I want to do this?
Yeah, I've heard long ago, and I was actually reading this in a book. To start a business, it takes more courage than knowledge. To scale a business takes more knowledge than courage. So I think for entrepreneurs, it starts with our creativity. It starts with our entrepreneurial spirit. It starts with us being able to see a need, a void, and being willing to step in within that gap to really super serve our audience. So I think that's the huge step. Having that courage and understanding that you're going to fail, but your altitude of success is actually dependent on your relationship with failure. So if you have a healthy relationship with failure and you can understand that it's not about being perfect, it's just about being willing.
Failing is okay.
Failing is okay.
Nigerian artist Malik Afebwa is using artificial intelligence to reimagine elderly African people who he says are often marginalized, strutting on the catwalk. Here is more.
White-haired men and women strut down the catwalk in the latest fashions. But this is not real life. These hyper-realistic images have been created using artificial intelligence by a Nigerian artist. Malik Afebwa was first inspired to reimagine the roles of elderly African people after his mother fell ill.
I wanted to see them in a different space. And what inspired that was my personal relationship with my mom as well. So I wanted to see, always, imagine the elderly people in a place that is not either in a sad space or in a suppressed state.
The artist and filmmaker says the work is a response to the marginalization of many elderly African people in society, especially in the fashion world.
Their history speaks a lot for us that we need to learn from to know where we're going to. So why don't we tap into that? So that love for that, to find out more about them is always me trying to tap into that space. So for me trying to tap into that space already, I like to explore in terms of what are they missing out on, what's going on in society, and how can they be inclusive.
Afebwa's images, which form his Elder series, have been widely shared on social media. As well as the catwalk, they also feature settings ranging from the beach to the boxing gym, as he seeks to showcase a brighter side of getting old.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer-lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs. The average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the establishment of a $150 million lithium-ion battery, the chief component of EVs, manufacturing and processing factory already reportedly putting up its plant in Nasarawa State. The question is, why are the Nigerian car purchasing middle class not enthusiastically ramping up the purchase of EVs with all the enumerated techno-productivity, environmental, pricing, and local lithium battery conferring exchange generation advantages? Joining us virtually to probe into the question is the Director General of National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu division of Lagos State, Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's never too late to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over. And globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain. And we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and for Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle will have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle has only auto traction that power the vehicle. Then with the battery. So the number of parts you have to change at interval regularly are very, very limited. So you can drive the maintenance cost by almost 70%. Reduce it by 70%. So also the fueling part of it. The cost of fuel is going up. And with electric vehicle, when you compare the cost of charging, that is the cost of energy, and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS, you know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically. And that's enough advantage or enough benefits that we attract motorists to patronize or migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We are also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc,
yes.
You know, with you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. Just that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you. Yeah. Let me go back to the DG, and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those, in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC, I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program say, in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC, intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major component in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is, if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the component, the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding result by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisans, the fresh graduates, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we will get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that will be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupation Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness, as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, there's probably less than 8 weeks, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. I just happen to have an interest in entrepreneurship generally. So I came to Nigeria, met with the U.S. consulate, U.S. ambassadors, all those people. They taught us a lot about Nigeria. At that point, I started realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. I'm not, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. But when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there. Corruption issue is there. But at the end of the day, look, I was educated here. And I tell people that at the end of the day, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000.
From medical school?
From medical school. And my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. Again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You're going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing. And all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part, and I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks at a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that. And then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the U.S. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this because you used to be one of the worst. So again.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you because I really want to give this a human context and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
All those ifs and but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yes, thank you for that question because it's something that we know we are addressing it because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, you will notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standards that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. With that one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigerians. So we will start that in the next few weeks, and Nigerians will know more about what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are about to do again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being and why Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
So I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I don't want to forget to say this, without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. I think it's important to say that so that people can hear. Without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here.
So
because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment.
Yes.
Conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They're the ones that have pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys...
You have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. We don't know that they are ready for EV. It was at that point they literally called us up and said, look, guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was $50 or 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of environmental, the cost of
smart
the ease,
technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the
yeah.
ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, oh, there's no charging. You know, Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you
What year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, it took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. I escaped it because somehow, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the car, and we were all excited to see to test drive this thing. But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time, the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV, but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you have a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because they want to expose them to global standards. So they're still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative. Journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes. So again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting there thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception or the reality of public power utility. Most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
DG, okay.
That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the Eshobes. And holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill. It consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans. All these people we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by first of all developing the curriculum, because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you discussed with Doctor. Doctor was trained as a medical doctor, but today is now playing a major role in production of electric vehicle in Nigeria. The same way, because of the interest and because of expertise he has acquired outside the classroom. The same way we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the four walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that developed the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together, and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example. And with diagnostic machine, I was in one state recently, and when they were talking to us, one of them mentioned that we have been able to move them from analog to digital mechanics. So the same way we are going to do in EV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where you left it, you've moved past, the anxiety, the initial anxiety level. Now,
yes. So just picking up from where, so those anxieties that you had about charging, those are normal. It actually has a name. It's called range anxiety, because you are worried, where am I going to charge? I have 400 kilometers, but 400 kilometers is a lot. It's a lot. So
one way 400 kilometers will take you to Asas.
Yes, actually, I'll throw out some data shortly to make people really understand what 400 kilometers is. But having said that, what has happened is every concern that I see people having, I've lived through this. I can relate to it, and I understand, how these are very legitimate concerns. But the good thing is that people also need to take comfort in the fact that these are problems that other people have gone through, and people have actually walked their way through solving this. For example, charging. I have a charger at home. It costs, let me just throw out some numbers. If I were an Uber driver and I have our smallest product, for 4 hours you get 300 kilometers on that car. It costs 2,500 naira to charge that car. If you have the same vehicle in internal combustion car, 10 to 12,000 naira to fuel
per day.
Now, and you are not going to finish that, because when we've been here on the ground collecting data for going on 3.5 years now, Uber drivers don't even drive 200 kilometers. So you will not even finish that charge. Not only that, if you have a car that has a 300 kilometer range and you are in Lagos, you are not going to charge but more than once a week, guaranteed. I don't charge more than once a week if I'm within town. So it's remarkable It really
If you're
relieves.
you mean if you're doing inner city driving?
Yeah, because don't forget that the entire, everywhere we go to in Lagos is about 22 by 24 kilometers. It fits in a box of 22 by 24. We don't drive a lot. We're just spending all our time in hold up. In Abuja, they drive a little bit more, but it's not a whole lot. So, yeah, people need to, but again, these concerns are valid, and our job is to actually make people understand, yes, your concern is valid, but now look at it this way. We have to educate the public, which is why we need the media. We have to partner with the media very tightly to educate the public and make them understand, because the truth is that the gas station is at home mostly, not where it's just, you have to just look at it a little bit different.
You don't have to go and be queuing.
No, you don't have to. And again, people talk about cost. Let me throw out some numbers to you. This is not a commercial. We just want to talk about EVs. So, an electric charger comes with, if by the time the EV is anywhere upwards of $25,000-ish, it will come with its own charger 100%. Even if it were lower than that, and I'm just throwing out a number, a charger that you would put at home, you can easily get for $300-400. And
you charge your vehicle at home?
Yes, the charger itself. And we have trained technicians that will install it for you. So some of the lower vehicles, the more affordable vehicles, may not come with a charger, but you can easily have a charger by us installed for you at home. It's not expensive. Not only that, what we have done as a company is we have actually provided a charging platform. We have already signed contracts. This is not a commercial. People can find out there are malls already in Lagos where we have banks of chargers. So that if you are a rideshare driver and you don't have a home where you can install a charger, you don't have steady power at home, well, you can park your car, charge it for 4 hours, and you can park it at 8 p.m. at night. By 12 midnight, your car is charged, and you are ready for your next day's work. 2,500 naira versus 20. Because if you are using a mid-size, it will be 20,000 a day. So,
a sport utility vehicle?
Yeah, yeah, much more. So, our story is not just about an EV. Our story is very much about jobs. Because don't forget that a lot of the rideshare drivers quit because they can't afford to pay 10,000 naira a day. They quit driving because, how do I know that? Part of our testing, we even started using our own cars for the drivers.
Ride-share or ride-hailing?
Ride-hailing, the same thing. Ride-share, ride-hailing. It's the difference between American English and...
Okay, because ride-share, what we understand ride-share to be in this part of the world is that we live in the same neighborhood.
And then we share. Yes.
We go in the same direction.
Yes, but
we
to
don't
us,
really want to be wasting this thing.
To us, it's just the same thing. The same difference between boot and bonnet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
English.
But English is just English. Yes. But on a more serious note, we find out that these drivers benefit. It is about jobs. It is about making a living. It is about a guy who is spending so much on a vehicle that the vehicle itself, he cannot afford it. Now, by the time you give him a piece of equipment that the cost of maintenance is 50 to 60% less. And I tell people, look, I cannot compete with a Tokunbo car. But where I beat the Tokunbo car is this. Before your Tokunbo car reaches your hand from the port, you are spending money. Because that car has already spent 200,000 miles somewhere. You're already spending money on it.
To be honest with you, I was shocked about 2 weeks ago when I saw the advertisement gallery of one of the local EV assemblers. And I saw a sports utility vehicle. A typical sports utility vehicle that if you're looking at it, ostensibly, it speaks to the design, the look and feel of a Japanese or North American sports utility vehicle, assembled in Lagos, and the cost is about half of an average Japanese personal utility vehicle that goes for, say, 50 million naira.
Yes.
And I was thinking, so can you cheap buy? Honestly, I was
well, you'll be surprised. So one of the things, actually, one of the hardest parts we had to figure out was how do we get these cars affordable to even come and do this in Nigeria. That was very difficult. We had to use my contacts, my partner's contacts, because he does manufacture cars in the United States, to find the right vehicle at the right price. And when we were coming, we had specific vehicles we wanted to compete against. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
But given the paranoia that is now pervading Europe, because I was reading an article in the Economics magazine about 2-3 months ago, and Europe is alarmed now that EVs from a particular country are literally sweeping out, and they come with the best of smart technologies, Internet of Things technologies, like, you may even forget your smartphone at home, and the vehicle will serve as your smartphone, will make you run your office businesses, will make you run things at home. Maybe you forgot to put off the cooker. Let me go back to the DG for his epilogue. Mr. DG, we just have, as the person that personifies the standards for vehicular objects in Nigeria, the person that personifies the institution that also sets standard for how young Nigerians are trained to become specialists, auto maintenance technicians and engineers. How would you want to sign out from this show today? We know we're looking forward to many other opportunities for you when we have issues relating to automotive standards. But how would you want to sign out today, sir?
I want to sign out by assuring Nigeria that Rome was not built in a day. Just as Dr. Falaye mentioned, we have to start from somewhere. And with what we have on ground, we can really even scale faster than some of these developed worlds when it comes to EV adoption. First thing, we have to first of all disabuse people's minds, because by providing the right information to people, because there is this knowledge gap. A lot of Nigerians, just as you said in the beginning, did not know or still don't know that you can actually charge an EV car at home, because it depends on the size of the battery. Some of the car you can use AC or alternative currents to charge, just like the way you charge your phone. The same way you can charge your vehicle at home. And if you want to use fast charger, some of the assembler of EV, some of them have fast charging devices, which you can still use outside. I was at a place one day, and I was there with electric vehicle, with EV vehicle, and a top person that you would think to know about electric vehicle was Marvel. I was asking, am I sure this is real electric vehicle? And I said, yes. I have to take him around, explain everything before he could believe that truly we could put electric vehicle on Nigerian road. So this is first thing we need to address. Bridge the knowledge gap. Let Nigeria know this is possible. Despite the fact that we have power challenges, but we know, despite the power challenge, we still charge our phone. We still use electricity at home. We still use electricity in our offices. The same can be done here. Again, on building the infrastructure, we know that some of the reason why the adoption is slow in Nigeria is the non-availability of infrastructure. And we know once someone have to start it. And that's why we are happy with SAGLEF for starting it, and many others that have done a lot in pushing for adoption of EV. Because some people will say, oh, if I bring in infrastructure, we don't have the vehicle. And the people that want to buy the vehicle will say, I want to buy the vehicle, but there's no infrastructure. That means we have to start either by providing the vehicle, then investor will come and invest in infrastructure. Or we first of all start with infrastructure. But what we are doing is that we are building gradually, and that is a very good thing. Again,
Thank you very much.
He has mentioned something about cost. We know, I'm assuring Nigerians, the cost of ownership, the cost of owning an electric vehicle is far, far cheaper compared to cost of owning an ICE. Because we are only looking at cost of acquisition. We are not talking about cost of maintenance. We are not talking about cost of powering it. But when you bring the three together, acquisition cost, cost of maintaining it, and cost of powering it daily, you will realize that electric vehicle is far, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Thank you so much. We look forward to engaging you some other times, especially when it comes to enlightening our motoring public. Thank you. Doc, I really want to use this opportunity, your signing off opportunity, to let you speak to the Nigerian diaspora. I've got friends who make sure, and as an ex-diasporian returnee like you, I've got friends who make sure that their parents sleep in, they make sure that their parents don't sleep in darkness every day. They make sure that they have a car for mommy and daddy that should take them around. Many of them actually have cars parked in Nigeria, and many of them are not even aware that they are returnees like you, assembling electric vehicles in Nigeria. Because I know if many of them were to be aware that the assembly vehicle there are EV assembly plants in Nigeria, you know what? I don't want mommy to go and be queuing when there is a fuel shortage, or daddy to go and be queuing when there. So what do you want to, looking at your camera?
So what I want to tell the diaspora is that Nigeria that you see today is a totally different country. Okay, when I left, there was virtually no middle class. There's actually a bigger middle class in Nigeria. Going back to mommy and daddy, believe me, you do not want mommy and daddy to drive a car that is going to give them problem, and the mechanic is going to, be their best friend. The solution is to give them actually an EV, because now you're solving that reliability problem, and you're also solving the power problem, and then you're also solving the sending driver to go and drive, to go and queue in the gas station. But more importantly, I want to put your mind, as Bola and I were saying before the program, there is an actual investment opportunity for diasporans, because we all have cousins who need help and they reach out to us. But there is now an opportunity to invest in the renewable industry, and specifically electric cars, because now somebody can actually make a living using an electric car in ride hailing, using an electric car in mobility, using an electric car in mass transport. There are employment opportunities, but it goes back to that old saying of teach people how to fish rather than not giving them fish.
Feed them for a meal.
Yes.
Teach a man how to fish,
yes,
and you feed him for the rest of his
exactly.
life. Thank you very much, Doc. It's quite wonderful having you here. Maybe because I'm an automotive person with one eye. This is where we'll be wrapping it up for today. I am Bola Oba.
has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
African governments wrestle with rising food prices, gas shortages, and other challenges in many parts of the continent. Community members and private charities are working harder than ever to help the poor and the vulnerable. On this week's episode of Our Voices, we hear how African women help to curb hunger and malnutrition in African societies. Hello, I'm Oriani Tangishaka, and here with me are my co-hosts, Semenyesha Koye and Ginny Niwa. Hello, ladies. Interesting stories about how communities, people in their communities can or are helping each other in this time of food shortages. I mean, it's going on around the world, but maybe specifically in our communities on the continent. What can be done?
Well, as you earlier, as you pointed out in the beginning, community organizations, local or international NGOs, they play a big role in assisting many communities, especially in countries, for example, Ethiopia, where there is a lot of conflict, natural disaster, climate change driven displacement. They have a very crucial role. I remember, for example, not only, by the way, in conflict, even in areas where development has not reached, these communities help bring development and access to basic needs in these communities. And I remember, for example, a recent program I did on this association. It's called Dumbari Leshiharar Lejuch. They provide access to education, access to clean water to eastern part of the country. Members of the association are based here. They do fundraising and they send the money to the representatives in Ethiopia, and they help dig wells and provide school materials. And I talked to one of the beneficiary schools, and they said 250 students in the school were able to go there because of the help they were getting from this association. Wow. So not only that, in the northern part of Ethiopia, where there is an active conflict going on, providing food, providing clean water, providing sanitary products and shelter, these organizations play a big role.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even in sub-Saharan, you have the Congo, where people rely more on NGOs than they can rely on the government. So, it's a big country with different issues. You have the conflicts on the east where, over there is disastrous, and, the NGOs is the savior almost. And then you have the life in the city where the land are scarce. So there's even so many, the population is so high that now they're dealing with, having to have access to land and to, food. So
that makes sense. Exactly. But one point we have to make also is that NGOs don't solve, or these organizations don't solve all kinds of problems, right? But in their capacity, they can help reach tens, hundreds of thousands of people.
That's why I always say the capacity that we have in the diaspora needs to kick in, because people have to give back to their communities after they have come to very developed countries. And so I think the diaspora has a big role to play when there's disasters that happen and causing malnutrition, food shortages and things like that. So I think the diaspora has a very big role to play. Well, the United Nations World Food Program, which was established in 1963, says that the world right now is dealing with the worst global crisis in modern history. From the eruption of new conflicts and the escalating impacts of the climate crisis to soaring food and fuel costs, millions of people are being driven closer to starvation each day. The organization says conflict, displacement, and extreme weathers are main reasons of the crisis. 26 million people are facing severe hunger in the DRC, with 15.8 million people in the Sudan, and another 7.7 million people in South Sudan. In the Tigray region, Afar and Amhara region of Ethiopia, 5.5 million people are facing severe hunger due to armed conflicts. These are figures provided by the United Nations. So on today's program, we are looking at how some communities are stepping up to show us how food shortages is very serious, and their efforts to also inspire others in helping the needy.
That's right. Let's begin in Nigeria, where food banks are forced to cut back on the aid they were providing to people struggling to survive amid the country's worst cost of living crisis in decades. Angela Ukomadu of Reuters reports.
This warehouse is a crucial lifeline for some Nigerians amid a spiraling cost of living. But the Lagos Food Bank is not immune from the economic crisis. It's been forced to cut back on handouts to residents like Damilola Salami, as supplies from donors have fallen amid soaring inflation.
There's nothing for us to eat. We are hungry. Our children are out of school because of the hike in fees. Now the children are at home and there's no food. They should please have mercy. We are hungry.
Nigeria's economic turmoil has deepened since President Bola Tinubu rolled out bold but unpopular economic reforms after taking office last May. Inflation rose for the 14th straight month in February to above 30%, a new 28-year high. Last month, 7 people were killed in a crush at a Lagos food distribution center. Lagos Food Bank founder Michael Sumbola said his facility's major donor had cut supplies by 93%, citing the high cost of food.
But what is our capacity? What can we do?
He said they've had to reduce the number of people they can help.
Now we do only women. Now from age of 50 and you must so a lot of indices that have really cut down the number for us to be able to meet the capacity that we can do per time.
The food bank has also dialed back on quantities. It now provides families with enough supplies for a few days at a time, when once the parcels would have lasted 2 weeks. No Hunger Initiatives, a food bank serving mostly internally displaced people in the capital, Abuja, faces similar problems. A senior official there said the number of people seeking handouts had tripled since May 2023.
Thanks, Angela Komodu of Reuters, for that report. Now, Yedza Sama of Madagascar Food Bank Partnership Development Manager is here to tell us how private charities work together with local communities to offer some relief to people in dire need. She joins us from Antananarivo. Welcome, Yedza. Thank you so much for being with us.
Really, thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah. So yes, let's start by giving a general view of what it's like in Madagascar. What is the food insecurity like?
Okay, so in Madagascar, food insecurity is a significant cause driven by multiple factors. But the country faces natural disaster such as cyclones and droughts every year. And this climate disaster devastates crops and infrastructure, particularly in the south of Madagascar. So the Banque Alimentaire de Madagascar work particularly in the south, where over 1.5 million people are affected every year by severe drought.
Well, we know that Madagascar is an island. How are you working to combat food shortages caused by interruptions in food supply around the world?
Okay, so actually the Banque Alimentaire de Madagascar is a food bank which works specifically in rural areas, specifically in the south of Madagascar. And due to this climate change that I've talking about a few minutes ago, we try to work and combat, this food insecurity by working closely by where the foods are. So the foods are normally with smallholder farmers. So we try to work closely with smallholder farmers to trying to capture surplus of products from them, and then redistribute the surplus in those in needs.
Right. So, working closely with these farmers, what are some key lessons learned from your work or to other upcoming charity organizations during this time?
So what we have learned with working with smallholder farmers is we are facing with many challenges because normally with these smallholder farmers we are supposed to capture the surplus of production from them, but most of the time they are also becoming our beneficiaries. So we need to have many strategy. So actually we are trying to make in place kind of strategy. For the waste loss. That means we are trying to put in place food transformation, and then with this food transformation, we can stock the foods and then redistribute when the foods when we are a lack of foods for our beneficiaries. But
maybe a follow-up to what you are explaining. As you said, the small farmers can also be of beneficiaries, and the surplus might not even be enough to distribute to everybody. So are there any other donations you get from other areas, maybe international organizations?
Actually, we work with an international donator named Sushi Foundation, and we get from them every year around 120 tons of rice, but rice isn't enough. So due to the fact that our areas of intervention is really far from everything, far from supermarket, far from everything, I mean, because it's in a really rural area. So we're working with financial donors. So with the finance that, with the grant that financial donor give to the Banque Alimentaire, we try to purchase sometimes when there is a lack of surplus of production in our area of intervention.
Well, thank you so much, Yadza. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you for that important insight. We're going to take a quick break now, and we're going to come back. We will continue this conversation discussing with Yadza from the Food Alimentaire of Madagascar. We will hear more on the efforts of what can be done to assist those in need during these tough global food shortages. Make sure you stay with us. In the meantime, as usual, we ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platforms. At VOA Africa, we are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Don't go anywhere.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You are tuned into Our Voices. We are looking at ways some communities on the continent are trying to manage the current food crisis. With us is Yeza from Madagascar's Food Bank, who is joining us from the capital, Antananarivo. Thank you so much, Yeza. So Madagascar, we mentioned earlier, is vulnerable to climate change impacts. And so in addition to the food bank, in addition to collecting surplus and redistributing that, do you also help to improve outputs of agricultural products with small-scale farmers, or maybe to increase productivity and efficiency?
Okay, so as I told before, we work closely in collaboration with smallholder farmers, collect surplus products that due to isolation didn't meet the market and would otherwise rot. But we have also a program with the women farmers, and in the country where access to lands is really challenging, we establish type of well, so different type of well in a field, divided in two plots for women, and for those women we provided training in vegetables gardening, tools and seeds, so they can improve their living standards, and also help the food bank by instilling the value of giving as around 30% or 40% of their harvest go to our hot meal school canteen programs. So for us, it's a kind of woman empowerment, but also go to through the resilience program.
Yadza, do you see a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of food security and insecurity on the continent, or maybe specifically in Madagascar? What do you project in the near future? Are things looking worse coming up, or are they getting better?
So normally we are getting better. So compared to 2 or 3 years ago, the continent will getting better, but due to climate change, we cannot totally rely on. So normally, as I told before, we are facing every year from cyclone. So in the area where we intervene, there are two kinds of climate change, the cyclone and the floods, but also the droughts every year. But compare with the situation for 2 years ago, the situation is a little bit better. But totally to say that it will be good or better, we cannot rely totally on.
Absolutely, but it's good to hear that it's getting better. Let's hear what some people in Nairobi say are the issues with food shortage and what can be done about it. We have George Ganga, Stefan Mukiri, Zablon Katomo, Abdi Kipkirui in Your Voices segment.
My thinking, I think we have this social security fund that the government normally give the elderly. The government should be able to remit that fund on time and to each and every homestead where the elderly live without fail. Also, I think the money is too little. I don't know whether they used to give 2,000 per month. I think by the economic status per now, 2,000 is very little. Yeah. Another thing, I think they should come up with a medical scheme where these people should go to the hospital. Certain age of them should go to the hospital and get treatment without paying any shillings.
I think rather than the old people, rather than like waiting to be old so that you can be given the money, you should at least, as the young generation, young people, we should be saving from as early as now, so that when you're at that age where you cannot work for to keep up like with food and all, you'll not need to be helped because you'll have started saving from when you're younger. So when you're old, you're okay and you're sorted. I think that will help.
I want to appreciate what the government is currently doing, because there is a plan for the elderly people where the government has enrolled the elderly persons to a scheme that they give them some amount on a monthly basis, which is transmitted through some bank. And that is a good thing that the government is doing.
To start a program of which mainly they keep them something to upkeep themselves. Because now as youths, whom we call ourselves a productive group, now you see we are jobless and there is nothing we'll take back home to keep them. So the government should take care of them by giving them something small, like 3,000 monthly, for them to be able to sustain themselves.
Thank you so much for the Nairobi residents. Yeza, let me come back to you. What do you say about the impact of such a food bank or other charity activities have in the local food system?
So I think not only in Madagascar, but around the world, the food bank play a crucial role to address the food insecurity, but to address also the food waste globally. So in the world, I mean, about a third of all food producer is today waste. So the food banks in general is a way to, how to say that, to face for this food insecurity all over the world.
Yeah,
I lose my...
Yeah, it's very tough.
That's it.
Well, everyday African women on the continent and in the diaspora are doing extraordinary things, and we highlight their contribution in our Women to Watch segment. Yeza, stay with us as we watch this particular one.
Twenty-four-year-old Deborah Mbali runs Maimba Mbande Edari home
in a rural area of Malawi's capital, Lilongwe, hosting 85 elderly people, many from surrounding areas. They include 35 men and 50 women between the ages of 70 and 100.
We provide food for them, we clothe them, we give them basic needs that are needed in the life of an elderly person. And also, we take care of their medical bills.
The elderly people here take part in various activities to keep themselves physically fit and try to live life free from worries. Mbale started the foundation in 2020 as a social media platform, interviewing successful women and posting the interviews on Facebook. However, Mbale changed focus in 2022 after noticing the suffering elderly people in Malawi go through.
Elderly people are abused every day. They are stoned, they are killed, some they are burnt because of accusations of witchcraft.
Various local media here have long reported incidents of mob attacks and killings of elderly people suspected of practicing witchcraft. Government statistics show that witchcraft-related attacks and killings targeting elderly persons went up from 21 cases in 2022 to 29 last year. Among the targets was 89-year-old Biniwel Chabwira, whose children and relatives attacked him last year for allegedly having a hand in the death of his grandson.
When I tried to run away, some people grabbed me by the arms and legs, while others were beating me up on my head. I was severely bruised. One of my children produced a machete to cut my throat.
Chabwera was rescued by members of the community policing in his village. They took him to nearby police station where he was kept for 2 weeks before the Maimbambande charity offered to accommodate him.
I am very comfortable and happy here. Food is available, and without my Bambande, I could have died by now with hunger. And if I were home, people would have killed me over baseless accusations.
Besides providing food, the charity has constructed a house for neglected elderly people lacking decent houses, like Nastima Chikadwara, who is 81 years of age.
I'm now sleeping on the mattress. She built me a house powered by solar electricity. I'm so proud now, but the only problem I face is lack of food.
The charity, however, also welcomes elderly people who stay in their homes but come by to eat breakfast and lunch at the institution. In the meantime, the charity is planning a fundraising dinner on May 31 to raise money for the comfort and happiness of the neglected elderly females. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Lilongwe, Malawi.
Awesome, Bale. That's such an inspiring story of her. We were just sitting here saying, oh, I can do that, I can do that. Yedza, you know, this is an example of what you're doing, what someone else is doing in Malawi, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing on the continent to try to alleviate distress from the most vulnerable, and we really appreciate you being with us today.
Yeah, really appreciate too. So can I come back a little bit in the role that charitable organization or food banks do, especially I think in agricultural system, because as I told you before, our food bank is situated in rural areas. So for us, food banks and charitable organization, as I said before, play a crucial role in ensuring agricultural stability by, as we do, capturing the surplus produce from farmers' organization. But I can say also that additionally by addressing food insecurity and promoting sustainable agriculture, food banks and other charitable organizations can also contribute to the overall stability and resilience of agricultural communities. Because, you know, our program help to stabilize the local food systems in our area, support also the farmers in improving their practice. And the most important, we are making a link with the market.
Yes.
So with the link to the market, we try to create an economic opportunities to these farmers.
I concur, definitely concur. Thank you so much, Yeza Matsmak, for joining us from Antananarivo. We'll have to end the conversation here. This is the end of our show. Thanks to our guest, Yeza Samat from Madagascar Food Bank. Be sure to watch our voices on our VOA website at voaafrica.com, where you can catch up on the latest episode on the world's top news stories. On behalf of my co-host and editor and production team, and everyone here at our Voice of America, thanks for tuning in. Until next time, cheers.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello, welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather. Town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know,
I'm not
okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. There was one day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower.
Yes.
To pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself. Are you?
Where's that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction. Yeah. But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes, not formally. Sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, "Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss."
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right. Let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains, and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, where did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere, and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings, a 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Butemeta.
Yeah.
You understand? Why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision. Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contract. Everyone has responsibility. We should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment there is a housing deficit, a very serious one across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, residential buildings are either put up by corporations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it facilitates land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we will.
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee, and then if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that. And then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days there used to be the City and Guilds exams.
Yes.
For craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building to see that craftsmen are properly trained. Because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. So and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, everybody, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house will do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. We don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well, do them quick. I've had a governor say that we are doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done. And you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. What they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor. So if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria, but we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system. The industry, it has a respiratory system. The recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned on how is it going to grow, just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. Which type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, you know, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Puts up in size.
Yes.
And he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down. I said, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review.
Yes.
So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system.
Yes.
And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, and then after some years, people have gone.
Yes.
They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place, it will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that is not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability so that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island, that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect a parking lot for its patrons because people's cars were being towed on the streets. But it was government's responsibility in the first instance to provide parking opportunities or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to public, to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local
further.
parlance they call them Korokwe.
Yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles, all congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. And then I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony Ayinde & Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony Ayinde & Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the farm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished spending. You know, I had made up my mind the day I was given that endorsement. I made up my mind that the worst that will ever happen is that they will close down the business. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks. Risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation.
Yeah.
There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations.
Yes.
And why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who's younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I will remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
the risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge.
Yes.
Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people would have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into...
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource. You know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana India and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, as a young man. He was drunk, Joshua was full of strength, David, look at how he was a game changer when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him. So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we're looking for change, we should be looking for the people whose blood is still hot. They are damning the consequences. I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye, my colleague, made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about. As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement. So I have to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy. But you can now channel that energy. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school not to be stupid. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But that's really not the right age to now be showing as a leader. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process.
Yeah.
And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down, and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you
an institute.
If I can't show you 5 younger people.
Yes.
That will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership.
Yeah.
There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership.
Yeah.
I've gone to 25 states, and I spend 3 days, and I'm off to another place, and I'm off to another place. You know, one of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Yes. Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. You know, when parents are talking to their children, and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house?
Yes.
It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us.
Yes.
We went through processes.
Yes.
I remind them of when the car broke down.
Yes.
And we had to push.
Yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that. And that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, her father. I was shocked. So this child is looking at me. So that means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want.
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true. I said, but people are not practicing them out there. And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic. No child of mine would do that. Yeah. But they see other people do these things
and they wonder
every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at the initial stage that who is doing Ayinde when you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God. And then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. Once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different. As you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, the on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
You know, I remember when we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food. That Gari and Ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor, I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service.
Yes.
And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for.
Yeah.
And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project, one day I received a phone call. It was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
so you became APC.
Courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very much.
As President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes taking off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I am
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Today promises to be a wonderful day, and I do hope that you're going to find it really, really pleasurable wherever you find yourself. I hope that the rains will not be so bad this morning that it will disrupt activities as it does some days. But so far, it's a bright and beautiful morning where I am. I don't know where, how it is where you are right now. Today on the show, we'll be looking at security. Tinubu, that is the president, directs heads of security forces to crack down on oil thieves. Remember that we lose up to more than 400,000 barrels per day, according to the NSA and the NMPCL. And that is a lot of money to Nigeria. That is a lot of loss to Nigeria. We also are going to be looking at the fact that the police has arrested the crypto billionaire B-Lord over fraud terrorism links. Those will be our hot topics for this morning. Of course, we're going to be looking at the papers. What are the headlines that made it to the front pages of our national dailies? And then we'll have top trending issues that caught our attention in the past 24 hours. Also, we're going to just take a breather right away and look at the quote of the day and set our minds on the right path. Once again, good morning and welcome. In health, there is freedom. Health is the first of all liberties. In health, there is freedom. Health is the first of all liberties. That is according to Henry Frederick Amiel. Very important. We cannot overemphasize this. Health is the most important thing in your life, because if you don't have the health, every other thing cannot be added onto you. Imagine you being a billionaire, but you cannot even eat because you have some ailments that you cannot eat. But you have all the money. You could buy all the kind of meat that you want. You can buy all the kind of grains that you want. You can buy anything that you want, but yet you cannot eat. There's some people who are like that. So much money, but they don't have the health to spend the money. That's how it is. So whenever you find yourself still alive, make sure that you give your body the best And that means regular checkups, that means knowing what you eat, that means knowing what you do, that means changing your habit for the better. And the best time to start that is now. Your health is the most paramount. Like they say, health is wealth. No matter how wealthy you might be, if you're not healthy enough, then you're not even as wealthy as the man who has little and still has health, optimal health of mind and body. So do your best all the time to take care of yourself. In Nigeria especially, we don't really think about taking care of our health. We want to wait to that time when we cannot talk anymore, or we've fainted, we've slumped, we've one thing or the other, that we cannot carry ourselves to the hospital. That is when we go to the hospital, being taken by others to the hospital. We shouldn't always wait this way. Remember, if you have a car, every once in a while you have to change the oil. Every once in a while you have to put in fuel. Every once in a while you have to take it to the mechanic to do some maintenance, especially when you go on a very long journey. That's the same thing, and even more with our bodies. There's also the wear and tear of your body. That's why we grow old. So you are not the same way you were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or 10 years ago, or like some of us who have reached the half a century mark. You're not the same as you used to be in your 20s. So you need to constantly watch what you eat, what you do, what you even say, and what you think, because whether you like it or not, it's not just about the physical things. The things of the mind are also very important, so you take care of that. Your health is the most paramount, and like they say in the quote, it is the first of all liberties. So if you say you are a human being with freedom to express yourself and do every other thing that you can do, make sure that you have that health to be able to express yourself in the best possible way and be the best version of yourself. We'll move on to the top trending issues for this morning. The Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, allocated 427.7 million naira to 4,277 Batch B Stream 1 NYSC members and donated 100 million naira to NYSC and support staff. Sanwo-Olu announced plans to approve 5 billion naira for the construction of a permanent orientation camp. The governor promised automatic employment into the civil service for 100 corps members after their service year. He emphasized the importance of discipline, perseverance, and teamwork learned during the orientation, encouraging corps members to contribute positively to local communities and foster national unity. I like this a lot. I know that a lot of people will say, why didn't it happen in my time? Because the Alawi may not have been enough in your time, and right now they're earning more than you used to earn maybe 10 years ago, and then there is this 100,000 that is coming to the corps members. I applaud the governor of Lagos State, and you've done well. We do hope that it's not just going to be for this batch and this stream. It's going to be for every other corps member that comes to Lagos. And now there will be a clamor for coppers to be sent to Lagos State, because everybody will be hoping to get that severance allowance, so to speak, of 100,000 naira. So whatever made the governor to do this, we applaud him. We hope that he's going to continue in that stead and make sure that every other corps member is, given something to go home with, as it were. But I also would like to call on all the relevant stakeholders to make sure that NYSC is not just what how to serve your country for 1 year and that is the end. Some of these people, that is the year they have to cut their business teeth, as it were. So beyond just giving them primary assignments, beyond just letting them serve wherever they're serving, whether it's in a broadcast outfit like mine, or they are going to serve in a school, or they are going to serve in a company or anywhere, those who can those who have the spirit of entrepreneurship should be encouraged in one way or the other to start something or to learn a trade beyond what they're doing as their primary assignment. We've seen people who during NYSC learned how to make hair. Some of them learned how to make bags and shoes. Some of them learned how to do one thing or the other. In the country that we find ourselves right now, your little salary may not be enough to take you to the next 30 days. if you don't have a side hustle. And you can have a lot of side hustles that may not necessarily take you away from the work that you are doing. So imagine yourself making handbags with fabric. You may not need to use the time that you're supposed to be at work to do whatever you're doing. You're supposed to be at work for 8 hours. The rest of the time, you could use maybe 2 hours, 3 hours to make a bag, one bag, and it will sell for a lot of money. Some people do that. I'm just using that as an example. There are things that you can do after work hours and still find time to rest. So let these people who want to be productive beyond NYSC years be encouraged to do one thing or the other. That will give them leverage, as it were, because now we see that a lot of people do not want to even wait for white-collar jobs. But when they don't have the requisite skills, which they should have learned at the time that they were either in the university or during their NYSC, maybe because university days or school days, you might not have time. You have assignments, you have temp paper, you have a lot of things to do. You may not have the time. But for that 1 year that you're going to serve your country, we do hope that something will be done so that you can learn a trade, you can learn something a little bit different from what your primary assignment will be teaching you. In fact, even marketing, online marketing and all that, things as little as that could be things that you could learn. So there should be workshops, there should be other things apart from just coming to meet every month or every week at the council headquarters and say, these are youth corps members that we need to know that they are still here, they're still serving. People have to travel from a lot of places to come to the headquarters. Things that could have been done online, you need that person to be there and physically do it, and the stress that they go through. So they could have been using all those 3 hours, 4 hours that they spend at the secretariat most times to just do this clearance and all that, to learn something really productive for themselves, because, you know, times are hard, and when there are desperate times, desperate measures have to be put in place to make sure that we all survive. Okay, so I hope the government will look into this so that by now that the governor has promised the 100,000, some of them would have just used it to put into one small business or the other while they await the white-collar job that may not even come for the next 5 to 10 years. That's the reality on ground right now. Okay, local government autonomy. 13 states rush to hold council polls. That's our next top trending issue. 13 states have scheduled local government elections following a Supreme Court ruling prohibiting federal allocation to councils administered by caretaker committees. The Supreme Court declared it unconstitutional for state governors to manage local government funds, emphasizing the importance of democratically elected councils. Upcoming elections dates include October 19 for Kaduna and Kogi, August 19 for Bauchi, and various dates for other states like Rivers, Benue, and Enugu. Ondo State has postponed its council election due to non-compliance with guidelines by political parties. At least something good has come out of this pronouncement by the Supreme Court that local governments should be autonomous. Now every governor is rushing to do an election into councils. Before now, a lot of governors ruled for the entire tenure and had no local government chairman. They had caretaker committee chairman and all that. So now this law has made them sit up because they know they cannot get this money and spend it the way they were spending it before this time. I know so many states have set up committees to look into this autonomy, how they are going to navigate the waters and make sure that the local governments are autonomous, and possibly if something will still go into their pocket a little bit, maybe there's a percentage that will come to the state government. I don't know how that is, but every state is being proactive and trying to make sure that it is seamless, this transition into the autonomy of local government, which, by the way, should have been there all this while anyway. But I know the Oyo State governor has done something like that, and so many other governors formed committees that will advise on how to transit into this new era where the local government will have their own funds. So a lot of people have said that they are afraid that these people, this law may not work because these people who are voted into office are the boys, so to speak, of the governor. But a lot of times it's like he who pays the piper dictates the tune. That's how the governors were ruling over these people. So everybody was listening to them. Even if you were chosen by a governor who has no right over your money, there's a way you will behave a little bit differently from how you will be chosen by the governor and he gives you the money the way he thinks you need. There's going to be a lot of difference. We remember at one point, I think in Ogun State, a local government chairman came up to say that the governor does not give them the money that is due for local government at all. He just gives them pittance and then takes the rest and does what he feels is good enough for them, and it may not be what the Constitution says, and this was wrong. We were listening to hear how that was going to pan out. At the end of the day, we heard that the local government chairman was impeached. The Nigerian word is impeached, but he was removed from office because every other local government chairman ganged up against him, the councillors ganged up against him, and all that. That was the news that we heard. So everybody was quieted down. But there are a lot of people like him who, because of this autonomy, will say, okay, you know what, I am in charge of this local government, so let me do what I need to do for my people. And nobody else will come and say, okay, because you have done this, let's remove you, because they know that you hold the four aces, as they say. You are going to dictate what happens in that local government. You are the signatory to the account and everything, so you will have more power to administer your local government without having to be attached to the apron strings of the governor, whoever that is, and whatever state that might be. So I applaud the Supreme Court, I applaud the federal government of Nigeria, led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. If nothing has been gotten right, this has been gotten right. We hope that the constitutional amendment and every other thing, the T's and the I's that need to be crossed and dotted will be done, so that it's not just a mere pronouncement, because there are so many pronouncements in Nigeria that there is no willpower to implement. We hope this one will be implemented by everybody concerned. And the next top trending, probably the last, is that Prophet Bisi Olujobi has urged President Bola Tinubu to address the economic hardship in Nigeria, warning that continued suffering could lead to public unrest. He predicted that many government officials, including governors and lawmakers, might face public anger, possibly being stoned before December 2024. Olujobi advised Central Bank Governor Yemi Cardoso to avoid actions that led to the predecessor's troubles and warned of occult practices in the entertainment industry. The prophet also cautioned against actions that could destabilize Ghana ahead of their upcoming election, advising political parties and citizens to maintain peace. All these things that have been said, you do not even need to be a prophet before you can say these things. When the prices of goods are going up and up, the inflation is about 34-point-something%, general inflation, but the food inflation is above 40%, and you know what that means. If you don't have food in your belly, then there's a problem. My people say it is the one that is in the belly that carries the one that is in the head. So you cannot reason well, you cannot even think straight if you're very, very hungry, and something needs to be done. And we've always maintained on this program that these stopgap measures may not be the right things to do, because if you're going to give, let's say, rice to a community, and you're giving 5 bags of rice to a community, who will get it? And you'll find that the money that will be spent to get that rice will be so much that it could even make a 2-3 kilometer road that will help farmers transport their goods from the villages to the market. So why not spend that money on the road? Why not spend that money on maybe what the community needs, is street lights, so that they will not sleep very early. They can trade for a longer time and make more money. Maybe what they want is a borehole because they don't have water. Ask them. It is what the community wants that you should do for them most of the time, because sometimes they may not know that much. But most of the time the community knows what they want and asks the people. That's why it is called democracy, government of the people, by the people and for the people. Let the people have a say of what you are going to do. For instance, the present administration removed fuel subsidy. Nobody cares whether it was not budgeted for in the last budget before the previous administration left, because we've been having supplementary budgets, we've been having some money coming in for things that were not in the budget that was handed over to the present administration. So if this present administration wanted it, they could have continued with it. But let's say it was a good thing that it did. When there was fuel subsidy, it meant that everything, transportation and so many other things tied to fuel was cheap, relatively cheap, below 200 in most cases. That was how we were buying it. Now it has gone up, which means even people who were doing philanthropy cannot do philanthropy anymore. People who didn't have what to eat now have gone worse, and so many other things are going wrong. That is something that an entire community benefited from. So if you choose one thing, you're giving rise to that community. Who will get it and who will not get it? Now we've been given 12,000 bags of rice. Is it 12,000 or 1,200 bags of rice per state for us to enjoy. The smallest state is more than 2 million people. So let's say 1,200 bags divided by 2 million. And this is 25 kg, not 50 kg. So an average family of Nigeria has 4 people. An average family has 4. 2 children and the wife and the husband, or mother and father. So 4 people. A 25 kg bag, how long will it take? So, you know, there should be, even though we are talking about measures that are immediate, there are some measures that are immediate but are better than just giving palliatives as it is. In the history of Nigeria, we've seen that palliatives don't work. So let's look the other way. If we need to suffer 1 more month or 2 more months and everything is settled, Nigerians will be happier. But just let us know and let us trust you enough that inside the next 2 months we're going to have a better lease of life. Because if that trust is not there, then whatever government says, we will not believe it. Everybody will just try to take whatever they can at this time and then go and die. Like the woman in the scripture who said that the little food that we have, we're going to eat, me and my child, and then afterwards we die. That's what a lot of people are saying in Nigeria. But we need not get to that point, because when we are over hungry, you know what can happen. That is not a threat, that's a reality, and everybody is saying it. Let us try to be proactive and make sure that all of us are better for it. Well, that's that about top trending issues. We'll take a breather, look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be looking at the papers. Stay with us.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about 3 things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. it's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, the same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hand. It's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't chew chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their life.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible, even services you might not think of like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and thank you, especially to those closest to you. Smile at the cashier, the bank teller, the security man, your co-worker, even if he or she doesn't smile back. Hold the door for the person behind you, and if someone holds the door for you, remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. It is important to step outside to take your call because it's not fun to hear your conversation when we're trapped behind you in a line. Give people a pass. Cranky salesperson, nasty driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Thanks for staying with us. It's time now to go to the press. Let's look at the headlines that made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. And this morning, we are going to begin with the Business NG. By the way, we're hoping to be joined later by our guests who will help us x-ray some of these headlines and help us make sense of them. We just want to hear his thoughts about some of the headlines. In the meantime, while we wait, we'll just take these headlines and hope that it's going to trigger something in you to make sure that you go read these papers and find out what is happening in your community, in your country. We're beginning with the Business NG this morning. Business NG leads with the story, Economic Reform. Nigeria receives a $751.88 million loan from World Bank. Another loan coming to Nigeria, $751.88 million loan from World Bank. Banking stocks boost NGX, investors gain 59 billion naira is just closely it's just close to the headline that we just previously read. And at the top corner of that newspaper, by the way, the one about the banking stocks boost NGX is on page 7. And top left-hand corner, IBB Babangida was held hostage by those who helped overthrow Buhari. Oshoba was the one who has made that revelation. You can read that on page 11 of the Business NG. We also have Trump's effect, high dollar demand push Naira to lowest level since March 15. That is on page 5. You might want to check what the current exchange rate is because of maybe what happened in America. See how what happens in America affects us here in Nigeria. I wonder why that keeps happening. Presidency spends 16.06 billion naira on foreign trips amid economic challenges. So we keep seeing these stories, and that's why so many people are talking in the politically, people are complaining, physically everywhere, in every aspect of Nigeria, people are complaining, and then the presidency is spending 16.06 billion naira on foreign trips amid economic challenges. We hear stories like the country doesn't have that much money to have ambassadors in this country, so that's why some ambassadors have not been appointed. That's what the presidency said not too long ago. But this money is being spent on travels. What business does the president have to be going from place to place? I keep asking this. I don't know how it works anyway. I've not been a president before. But if you can have ambassadors in these countries, do you need to always be in that country to say one or two things? How many times will Biden come here to look for investors to go to America? How many times will Xi Jinping come here to look for investors to go to China? How many times will Zelensky come here? Zelensky, who is even at war, is giving us grains to eat, to feed us, because we're starving in Nigeria, but they're fighting a war and they can still have grains. How many times have we seen the Russian President Putin come to Nigeria to scout for potential investors and all that? Anything that needs to be done is done by maybe the Secretary of State of the United States or the ambassador to Nigeria or something. Not the president, except in very, very critical moments. How many times has the president of America even come here? Not just for anything else, but just come here for whatever kind of visit. How many times? We know them in history. There may not be more than 3 times that the American president has come here. And then our president will keep going to other countries just to look for investors to come. Don't we have economists that can talk intelligently and woo these people to come to Nigeria and all? But anyway, here we are, 16.06 billion naira that could have been used for something else was used for foreign trips in the face of the kind of economy that we're facing right now. Court denies Emefiele's request to travel abroad for medical and other reasons. So they say if he's sick, if he's not well, there's no evidence also that whatever is his problem cannot be solved in Nigeria. And just digressing a little bit from the main story, is a court case like Emefiele could be something so urgent that you You cannot enter into that plane and take 7 hours ride to London or anywhere else that you need that medical attention. Or maybe you're going to India. You need at least some palliative medicine in Nigeria. And while you are still fit, while you're still in power, while you're still able, do something about our health sector, do something about our education sector, do something about any sector of our economy in Nigeria, because tomorrow you or your descendants might need that. So that's not like a prophecy or anything, it's just the reality. Now you can do something about it. If the Central Bank of Nigeria governor, the former Central Bank of Nigeria's governor, Emefiele, knew that there would be a time like this, he might need medical attention, sophisticated medical attention, if you may, then maybe with all the money he had, he would have built a hospital himself. Even if he names it that it's his own hospital, financed it, and put everything in place in his village even, so that whenever something happens, he could always go there. But he didn't do that, and I'm not sure he thought it will ever get to this point. He always thought that he could always go abroad, he and his family, and get all the attention that he needed. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that he was the worst man on earth and all that. I don't even know if what he's being accused of is true or false. Until he's proven guilty and sent to jail, then he's still innocent. But I'm just saying that whenever you can, do your best to make sure that in case you need those services, you can be proud to just walk into whatever facility and say, yes, this is my sweat, let me enjoy it. Okay, so inflation crisis, CBN holds emergency meeting. MPS meeting is going to be held not too long from now, and we're going to find out what the new interest rates possibly are going to be, because that's what people watch out for when we have NPS meetings. Yellow fever cases rise in Nigeria, and this is really worrisome. This is not COVID. Yeah, this is not COVID. Yes, we know that. COVID had global effects. COVID had global attention. But yellow fever might just be our problem, and it is killing a lot of people. So we should be careful. Cholera also has taken a lot of lives within the first 6 months of this year. That's taken a lot of lives. But maybe it's underreported, or if it is even reported, people are not taking it seriously because we are not hearing America talking about it, Russia talking about it and all that. In the 36 states of the Federation, these ailments are ravishing the states. At least 32 states of the Federation have reported cases of cholera and now yellow fever. So be mindful of all the things we've been asked to avoid, or the things we've been asked to do by the medical experts. There are so many things that you can just do in the comfort of your homes and may not need to go to a hospital to get help, because just pay attention to, for instance, your hygiene back home. You may be saved from cholera or any other thing that it might come with. It's just like when you're talking about malaria. You may be saved from malaria just by buying nets, which will not cost you anything, or making sure that you clear the bushes around you and make sure there's no stagnant water where you live. As simple as that. Clear the drainages that the mosquitoes might use to breed and all that. So there are things you can do without necessarily getting to that point where you have to go to a hospital to get help. So yellow fever is something that is worrisome, so be careful how you live your life and make sure that you don't come down with this. It's a killer. If you didn't know now. We go to the Punch newspaper. The Punch leads with local government autonomy. 13 states rush to hold council polls. The writer is saying Bauchi fixes local government poll for August 19, Kogi election holds in October 19, Jigawa, Imo, Anambra, Abia, Katsina, Kebbi, Benue set for the exercise. We also know that Rivers State has been talking about the election. I think it's slated for November or something like that. But because of the local government autonomy, the federal government is likely not to give to the states that money that was paid into the joint account, the JSC. So now the governors know that they cannot have their hands on these funds. They are rushing to conduct elections. Yes, we agree that some of these governors, if not all of them, will handpick the people that will become chairmen. But there's only so much you can do if this chairman that you handpick has absolute control over the funds that come to the local government. Before now, they were just given maintenance allowance, as it were. Maybe a whole month, the state will give 5 million to a local government. I know of a local government that was complaining that they get 5 million naira allocation, sometimes less even, from the state. The state tells them that they do everything and the local government doesn't have anything to do. So that will change. Now the governors want elections because the caretaker committees cannot get that money anymore, because the caretaker committees would have been given this money by the state as much as they wanted to give to the caretaker committees. That is changing now. Kudos to the federal government. If you go up the Punch, top left corner, minimum wage, Labour threatens 30-day strike, alleges plan to decentralize talks. You can read that on page 17 of the Punch newspaper. Remember that the federal government said, or the presidency said, that by next week, I think, the new minimum wage will be transmitted to the National Assembly and all that. I do hope that the presidency is not just going to sit down, check a figure that it feels is right, transmit it to the National Assembly and have it passed into law or something without consulting the labor, because we've had a problem of consultation in Nigeria for a very long time. You will hear that after consulting all the relevant stakeholders, we did X, Y, Z. And then after that, these relevant stakeholders will still come and say, you didn't consult us, you did this, you did that, and it's going wrong. And they will say, okay, we're going back to consult. We hope that this time the consultation will be exhausted and everybody will be carried along and something will be done. We don't want strike anymore. And we must say the labor unions have done well by deciding not to go on strike and just wait it out to this moment. They've been patient enough, but there's only so much anybody can take. NNPCL meets military police, okay, to curb oil theft. That is on page 7 of the Punch newspaper. Federal government warns 22 states of 5-day massive flooding. That's on page 28. You better go check if your state is part of that. I'm pretty sure that Lagos State will be a part of the flooding. So whatever you're doing, make sure that you are not one of the causes why we will have flood here. Stop pouring things into drainages, stop doing the things that you are not supposed to do. And then if it is beyond your capacity to do what you need to do and avoid flooding, then be safe. Have a plan B in case your area is flooded. What are you going to do? What needs to be done? What needs to be taken away from there? Where do you have to go to if your area is flooded and you can't stay there anymore? You have to make these plans, because the flooding that comes, you may not even be able to predict the volume of that flooding. Food security, reps invite CDS minister over ungoverned spaces. That is on page 25 of the Punch newspaper. You might want to read up on that. U.S. promises timely delivery of attack helicopters to Nigeria. That is on page 25 as well of the Punch newspaper. Crypto billionaire technopreneur arrested for alleged fraud, terrorism funding. That is on page 4 and 5. I'm sure that is the B-Lord they're talking about. You might want to read up on that. Court declines Emefiele's request for foreign medical trip is on page 7. We move away from the Punch newspaper to the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard newspaper leads with federal government's policies crippling businesses. That's according to NECA, MAN, and NASIMA. NECA lists 6 major problems, those are the writers, problem areas. NLC threatens to shut Nigeria for 30 days over National Assembly's moves to deregulate minimum wage, and 6, NECA's partnership to end slave wage. So try to read up on that, page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. That's where you find that story. We also have IMF downgrades Nigeria's economic growth forecast to 3.1%. Okay. The economists will know what that means to us as a country, what that kind of news means to us. Tinubu orders CDS to end oil theft. That is another story there on the Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu orders CDS to end oil theft. You'll find it on the Vanguard newspaper there. There's a photograph there of the governor of Lagos State and some other people standing. It may not be that relevant to us this morning, but we just want to say it. Lastly, we have Sunday Igboho to armed headers, leave Southwest now. Okay, that's on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. You know, the activist who was on self-exile at some point because he was being wanted by the government of Nigeria. He's back now. I don't know if he's back because he's been given amnesty or he stopped to do what the reason for which the federal government was looking for him. But he's back now. That's the major thing, and we're glad that he's back. But he's giving a marching order to the headers to leave the Southwest. Marching orders to headers, armed headers, that's what he's calling them, armed headers. There might be headers that are not armed, that are genuinely doing what they came here to do, to find pasture for their flock. But there are others that may be armed, and these are maybe people he's suspecting are perpetrating the havoc that we're seeing, where people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, and all that. But it goes beyond what Sunday Igboho might be calling for. Why are we not even talking about ranches now? Why are we still talking about people moving from place to place to find food for their cattle? Why are we still in the Stone Age, as it were? These are things that even smaller countries have moved past. Why can't we have ranches in every state, you know, that will be supported by the government if that's what it needs to be? But if the state says no to ranches, it shouldn't be held, because they might have a different kind of experience with the headers or with whatever it is, and they say no to it. There should be a negotiation, as far as I'm concerned, with the states. Whoever wants to establish a business, you come to the state, get the approval, and you get the guidelines that will help you establish that whatever trade that you're going to do. In this case is livestock trade, where you want to own a ranch. The ranch or keeping cattle is not an exclusive right of a particular ethnic group. An Igbo man could decide to have a ranch and keep cattle in the southeast. A Yoruba man could decide to have a ranch and keep cattle in the southwest, or anywhere in the country as well. So we should be thinking about these things and stop this issue of farmer-header clashes. But according to Nick Agule, there's farmers of different calling. Some are farming livestock, some are farming crops, and then there will always be a problem. And some people, I hate to say, are just using this as an opportunity to create havoc. They may not even be headers, or they may not even be farmers, and they're just creating a havoc and then blaming it, because we know that sometimes it just happens that way. They blame it on the headers, who may be innocent in some cases. I'm not saying they might be hired assassins and all that, and then we're just blaming a particular trade, a particular ethnic group, and all that. A criminal is a criminal. We should stop calling people Fulani headsmen have done this, where the kidnappers, Fulani this and that. We should stop that. Wherever you're coming from, whether Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or anything, anywhere, if you are a criminal, we should call you a criminal and treat you as a criminal. As simple as that. Whether you are a criminal, you are also a header, it doesn't matter. Whether you're a trader and you're also a criminal, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, whether you're a politician and you're a criminal is a criminal. We should call them by their names. Like they say, let's call a spade a spade. We'll take another breather right now. We've been talking for a long time, and we're so sorry that we could not be joined by our guest. There may be some technical issues on his part, but we do hope that you can get a hold of all these papers, or one of them at least, to read up on things that we've talked about that made headlines on some of our national dailies. We'll take that breather now. When we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force, and also it also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
Crude oil theft in the Niger Delta region. NNPCL Limited Managing Director Mele Kyari emphasized the necessity of curbing oil theft for economic stability after a meeting with security officials. Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa committed to eliminating vandalism and criminal activities in the South-South region. Musa and Inspector General of Police Kayode Betokun assured that coordinated efforts will yield results within the next 2 to 3 months. Our guest this morning to talk on this security issue is Mr. Augustine Ega, a security expert. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Nyambu.
Okay.
I'm pleased to be here this morning.
Yeah, my pleasure to connect with you. We've seen the National Security Advisor has said it, and Mele Kyari, the CEO of NNPCL, has also said it, that we lose more than 400,000 barrels of oil a day in Nigeria. And it's worrisome, especially a country that is struggling to make ends meet, a country that is struggling to even have crude oil to give to a local refinery like Dangote, a country that is struggling to even be able to afford this PMS and all that is really worrisome. So first question is, how is it even possible to lose this much oil in a day and not be detected? What are the things that are going wrong or have gone wrong that thieves can have a field day and make away with over 400 barrels of crude a day?
The situation is actually worrisome, but from all indication, such criminality cannot happen without an insider. There must be several handshakes before this can take place, and so from the NNPC itself, there should be questions because they put so many security measures to monitor the pipelines in the past and in the present. And so we begin to wonder what is happening to all the pipelines, even when they can monitor from their control centers. What is happening that they cannot quickly respond to any vandalization at any point. We have the civil defense, we have the Navy, we also have the military sometimes doing all joint operations. And so it must be something of collusion before this can happen. Else, it's such a huge amount that it's not something an individual can compromise. It has taken a lot of people to compromise the system.
Well, that's even more frightening, because if you're talking about oil thieves and you're trying to monitor them on the field where they're stealing this crude, and they're seeing some wellheads here and there every once in a while, they're seeing some ship on the high sea taking more than millions of barrels of crude into the ships and exporting them to countries that we do not even know and all that. We can at least say, okay, deploy 1 or 2 things and make sure that these things stop. What about the inside people that you've just mentioned? How do we go about trying to capture these people who are the inside people that are doing the inside job, like you're saying? Those people that are giving the handshake, that are making it possible for these things to happen. How do we start to fish them out?
Normally, such high level of fraud and criminality is conducted by people with a position of trust. It's not for the common man on the street. So those who are in the position of trust, are those who compromise the system. So if you want to go to a detailed investigation, it should begin from there. And from the fields, also from the field and from the offices, that the corporate head office, and even the people that to know who are those doing this handshake. Because I know those things are not consumed in Nigeria. So who are those foreigners also compromising our own system in Nigeria? So it's an extensive investigation that the Interpol should be involved, both from local to international. They should know who is buying. But this is so long that till now is something that we begin to wonder why this is taking too long. We have this over a decade, and we still see this thing happening.
A decade, you're just being miserly with the years. I'm sure it has gone beyond just a decade. People have been stealing this. The funny thing is that the people who should set up committees to investigate, the people who should commission others to investigate these things, may be the same persons that are involved in this. So how do you think it will work?
It boils down to a matter of integrity of heart. Because when people are no longer loyal to the country they serve, they are not loyal to any system, we begin to see this. Because if we are given a duty of trust, we should be able to deliver, knowing that there are millions of people that depend on this resource to make a living. But whereby we use our position of trust to commit fraud, it's something we cannot. What do? We know that there's hierarchy in all of these processes. From if one part fails, we should know that there should be another big man somewhere that should look downward and do something. And so enforcement should come from above. Those people did not fly to those positions of authority. I believe they have people who elected them into this position or appointed them to be overseers of those resources. So when it fails, I don't think that they should spare them. They should be investigated and a thorough disciplinary action should be taken. That's the way we can move forward. But not when you find these issues happening, you cover it up and you let it go. Even the committees from Senate, the committees from reps that have oversight of this issue, sometimes we don't hear their reports, but we just see that they have a Senate committee for this, Senate committee or House of Rep committee for this. But in the end, I've never seen some actions coming from there. I don't know how they end up. So that's another problem for us. It's something that's very worrisome for us. What are they really representing? Are they representing us? Are they representing the citizens of Nigeria, or are they representing themselves?
Yeah, but let's just give the president the benefit of doubt that he really wants to fight this corruption and catch the oil thieves, because a lot of people would say this is just for show, because almost every critical sector of our economy, he has done a reshufflement, but he has left the NNPCL intact. And that is what a lot of Nigerians feel has the most corruption in Nigeria, because they went years without remitting a kobo into the federal coffers, but they were getting a lot of money and financing, paying people and all that. You work in NNPCL, then you are a big boy or a big girl, but they were not producing anything. They were not doing anything to add to our economy as much as we were expecting them. But he has left that ministry intact and everything about it intact. So some people are saying the president is just doing this for show. But let's give him the benefit of that, as I said. If he wants to do this, can he boycott the human activity and go technological? Can technology help us get out of this? And how far, if it has to?
Yes, I still also believe that the president is doing something. At least from what he has done from CBN, we show that the CBN and this very industry, this sector, they work hand in hand. So I'm very sure that technology will help, because some of those pipelines, they are in remote areas. They pass through very remote places. And so from the tech side and the control point where they monitor, they will always know if there is any vandalization or any tampering of their pipelines. And then, of course, like in the sea, they also have other means that they could reach out, they could respond to any of these activities. I know they can do it. So I think it's not from the system of technology, it's from the individual perspective. That is from the human error, like you said, from the human perspective, that they need to control their attitudes. their misconduct need to be checked. Because if the human factor is not checked, there is no technology will work. Technology is controlled by humans. And so we should start all of this from the human perspective, and the technology will work.
But from your own point of view, is the technology that is supposed to help us fight this oil theft so sophisticated and expensive that Nigeria cannot afford it? Because it looks like it's too expensive for us to afford. So let's better take the small stealing that will not amount to much. Is it so difficult to get this technology that will help us monitor our pipelines and guard against this oil theft?
I think that those technologies are already in place. Nigeria is not that backwards when it comes to this. This is a sector that is very highly regulated sector. And it's a sector that they work with most expatriates. Expatriates are highly involved in this sector. And so they work with one of the most advanced technologies. So the NNPC and this oil sector is not a sector that is redundant. It is not backward in terms of tech. They have one of the advanced and sophisticated tech. If it's not working, like we said, it's the humans that will control the technology, and that's what is happening. It's the reverse engineering is what we are seeing. And so we pray that they will have integrity of heart to do the right thing.
This one might be like a digression a little bit, but not much. You mentioned Interpol once when you started talking, that the Nigerian thieves, permit the word, used to sell this crude to other people from outside the country that buy, and these people should be investigated as well, and Interpol should be involved. I'm just wondering what the functions of the Interpol are, because why I said it was going to be like a digression is that we have someone who is facilitating terrorism in Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, that's what I call it. I don't know what the security experts will call it. Someone like Simon Ekpa is facilitating terrorism in Nigeria in the guise of fighting for Biafra and all that. Till now, Interpol has not been able to do anything about it. Is it because Nigeria is not saying enough, or Interpol cannot carry out functions like that? Because that man should be brought back to Nigeria to face the law and whatever it is that he can face, because he's there financing terrorism, facilitating terrorism in Nigeria, because that's how I call it. Interpol is not able to do anything. Why is that?
On that note, I think they have to work with facts and figures. And they cannot do unless the country is interested in a matter. All of this investigative activity must be funded. It should be funded, and it has to be the interest of that country. And even if the interest of that country is established, what facts and figures do they have concerning this? They can just be, until you have these evidences against him, I mean real evidences. It's just like speculation that he's sponsoring terrorism and all that. I'm not saying I know all about the activities of Sam Ekpa. I don't know all of his activities. But if you must present your case, there should also be facts and figures that you're presenting to the Interpol. This is what we have. This is the direct evidence we have, so that they will use that to work on. They will work on that. And so that's my take on that that issue. They're always there. I think most of the international crimes that Nigeria have been successful. Of course, you won't hear all of that on the news. They have always been working hand in hand with our internal system to get things done that way. So they also have rules of engagement. There are always rules of engagement. And if these rules of engagement don't follow suit, it's like the Interpol, you've not engaged them. So they can't step into other boundaries and begin to do things on their own.
So as it stands now, it could be blamed on the country of not showing enough interest in that case. If not, the Interpol could have been involved enough to bring him back home. That's what you're saying.
Yes, if the country want to bring him back home, they will follow rules. It's in another country, and you must follow rules. You must present your facts before they can help you do that. The resources are always there for them to do it. But what facts? You can see that from our country. We don't know, if you look at it, what are we really pursuing? The Biafra people, they will tell you that They are fighting a certain rule. We have terrorism. We have these people killing Christians in the north, and all of this headsmen thing. And so it's like, whatever the Biafran people are fighting right now, they feel that there's already an internal problem in Nigeria. And of course, when there are problems, there will be agitations from every corner. But if they have leading information, credible intelligence, and that is actionable, I'm sure something will be done. So if Samuel Ekpa will be making noise on the social media, but what are the facts against him?
That's serious, because if they've been complaining all this time and they don't have facts about it, then it's a problem. And that brings us back to prosecuting the foreign bodies that have been buying fuel from us, have been buying crude from us. If the people who are involved in this fraud and all that are the ones that are supposed to produce the evidences, then we're in for it. Because the president is eventually the Minister of Petroleum, and that is his sector. And whatever is happening. But it seems from what you're saying that his hands are tied, because I don't see the president being on his own trying to present the evidences to whether Interpol or anybody that is supposed to investigate these people and bring them to book, if the people that are supposed to help him are in bed with these people that we are calling the thieves. So it's a very dicey situation. So I don't know the way out. What do we start to do right now to gradually edge out these thieves?
Just like the financial sector that Mr. President stepped in, the oil sector is handled by very strong cabals. Across the world, there are cartels. Even those that say you put in that system to go and oversee, as oversight. Along the line, they compromise. Some come with the right intentions, and when they see what is involved in that matter, they compromise. And for over time, we've seen that when that kind of a sector is, it will take integrity of heart for you to keep to your own person, your own values. It's either you are in or you are out. So the president must have an independent mind. He must have a mind that is willing to do good judgment like he has done in CBN. I'm sure if he stand his feet, it will still work. It will work as much as he has done in CBN. So for now, it's the president. We are looking up to the president to take a decisive action.
Yeah, okay. Well, we hope that he is going to succeed in that and take that kind of action. I don't know the ones he has taken, whether they are working or they are not working. That we are being told that they are working, but that is that. We're not seeing the impact that much. But my worry now, before we go, is we've heard that these thieves, the compromise we're talking about, is not just the politicians and all that. We also have even the security people being compromised. A lot of the people who are arrested, people now say that is because they could not settle. And these people also come out to say they've been settling the Navy, the police, the civil defense and all that. So how do we begin to purge these bad eggs from our security bodies? Because if it continues this way, there is nothing, absolutely nothing we can do. If the Navy will be settled for crude to get out of this country, if the civil defense will be settled, the police will be settled and all that, and that means money can buy anything in Nigeria. So how do we begin to purge the force of bad eggs? Is that possible, or we just leave everything to God?
I think Mr. President have already pinpoints those directly in charge of this task force. From now, he directs the head of security forces. So if he has directed the head of security forces, he's telling them, go and clean up your house. You know, it's an indirect way of telling them, your boys are involved in this matter, go and clean up your own house. So we expect the security forces to look inward. The head of security forces, to look inward, to start the purging from their own system and then trace the links. They have intel to everyone doing that criminality. They have the intel to those doing all of those criminality. But I think when there's a directive from Mr. President, it's not, no one can look backward because it's an executive order from Mr. President. So no games this time around. They know the intel, they know the links, and so they should go do the job. starting from their own self.
Okay. We thank God that at least you still have hope. We hope that every other Nigerian will see that hope and think that the security chiefs will do the needful. And we hope that that Mr. President is going to have the political will to hire and fire to make the people sit up very much. Mr. Edgar, would like to thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us this morning on the program.
My pleasure, Nyambu.
Okay, we've been talking with Mr. Augustine Edgar, a security expert. We're looking at the marching order given by the president to make sure that oil thieves are arrested, as it were, and brought to book so that we can stop losing over 400,000 barrels of crude daily. And that's the official figure. There might be others that we are losing every day, and we hope that this will stop, because Nigeria right now is struggling no matter what we say. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, police arrest crypto billionaire B-Lord over fraud terrorism links. Stay with us.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually, lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because you know, most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
you're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue, you have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness, but like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly. Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into...
Thanks for staying with us. Now, the Nigeria Police Force has arrested Linus Williams, also known as B-Lord, in Abuja on allegations of cryptocurrency fraud, terrorism funding, and aiding internet fraud. Police spokesperson Muyiwa Adejobi confirmed the arrest and mentioned that complaints were lodged against B-Lord's companies, including B-Lord Group, B-Lord Real Estate Limited, B-Lord JetPay Limited, and Billpoint Technology. The Force Criminal Investigation Department, FCID, is investigating the charges, ensuring thorough due diligence to secure cyberspace. Adejobi clarified that the arrest was not due to a petition from Martins Ose, also known as Very Dark Man. To discuss this with us is Mr. Frank Elanya, a senior financial analyst, Tech Cabal. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, and always a pleasure to be on the show.
Please walk us through the process. What happens in this space, this cyberspace where we trade cryptocurrency? Even though it has taken some time, it has come and it's been with us for some time, we still can't even understand how that space works. Help us understand it this morning, sir.
Okay, cryptocurrency is by way of explanation, is virtual money, money that you transact across the internet. All right, you have a need maybe to send money to somebody, and that person is not, or just like you do your money transfers, but this time around for cryptocurrencies you use the blockchain. Okay, and the blockchain it is open. It is not controlled by a central body. It is not controlled by this by the CBN or the central bank of any.
We seem to have lost the audio of Mr. Elanya. Can you hear me, Mr. Elanya?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. We lost your audio at some point. You said the central bank of any country doesn't control the cryptocurrency.
Control.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So it is basically individuals, with their computers approving transactions on a chain-to-chain basis. So that way, it makes it more. It is said to be more transparent. Why? Because everybody can see what goes on that internet, and it is also documented. This transaction happened, So, but then, because of the fact that it is done online, and because of the fact that anybody can actually do it, it's made it open and also susceptible for people who don't have the best interest of the public to make use of it, and also to take advantage of other people, to create all manner of projects on the internet, on the blockchain. And that way, people who are not suspecting any thing happening have been taken advantage of over a period of time. Nigeria currently has some laws around that. The 2015 cybercrime law, which prescribes a 5-year sentence for 5 years imprisonment for people who are found guilty of being involved in cyber fraud and other related offenses. 2015 is such a long time, to have a law and not be able to review it. but then it was then repackaged into the Cybercrime Act of 2015. And there's been clamor that that 2015 Act should be reviewed and should be upgraded. I think a lot of people have had issues with the 5-year sentence. Some people think it's not deterrent enough. The penalties are not deterrent enough. Well, aside from that, one of the issues that we have had with this Cybercrime Act is implementation. Before cases get to the EFCC, what we're now trying to do is to contain it. But at the preventive level, not so much is being done, to implement all the provisions of that act. And so you have a lot of young people who are taking advantage of the inactivity in terms of implementation. But there are other issues also that make people very, or that make it attractive for young people to go online. Poverty is at the center of that. When you have a growing poor population and that are unemployed, that don't have anything to do. And then also when you have, of course, you've got the videos and all of that, as well as the vicious wealth that tends to portray that making money quickly without having to work for it is...
Yeah, but Mr. Elanya, can you hear me? Mr. Elanya? Can you hear me, Frank? Can you hear me? Okay, we seem to have lost the audio of...
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. We lost your audio. But before we start making excuses for the youths who engage in it, that poverty and all that, the reason they are in it is because they feel they cannot be caught. That's more or less the reason, because not everybody is bold enough to go and rob a bank because of poverty, but a lot of people are bold enough to go into that space and commit fraud. Now, apart from the sentences that have been given, that were given, and people are asking for bigger one or more stiff penalties and all that, how is it that other countries, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I think some other countries have some sort of regulation that can hold these people and some kind of monitoring so that they cannot use this to commit the kind of fraud that they are committing in Nigeria. If that is correct, how are they able to do it and we cannot do it in Nigeria? Frank, can you hear me? He may be able to hear me, but I can't hear him if he's talking to me now. I can't hear you if you're talking to me now. Maybe there's an adjustment you need to make. But we've been talking with Frank Elanya, a senior financial analyst, Tech Cabal. We're looking at the fact that a very influential entrepreneur has been arrested on allegations of fraud, internet fraud as it is, and all these companies are under watch right now. They are alleged to have been carrying out this fraud and then sponsoring terrorism and all that. So we were trying to get into the mind of someone who knows to tell us about how that space works, and that's why we're talking with Frank Elanya. Frank, can you hear me now? Okay. So he's been accused of fraud. He has been accused of financing terrorism, but we still don't understand much about this. Why is it so difficult to regulate that sector? And if other countries are able to regulate the sector and monitor what is happening there so that this kind of crimes, at least not to the magnitude that we see in Nigeria most of the time, then why is it not possible for us to monitor this? If it needs to go back to the laws and everything that we need to do before we can catch these thieves, why not we do them? We were trying to get that from Frank when we lost his audio, and we hope that he can rejoin us later. But what we are really talking about is that the federal government, was it the federal government, they have said that they have arrested this man, B. Lord, as they are calling him. The Nigeria Police Force arrested Linus Williams, also known as B. Lord, in Abuja on allegations of cryptocurrency fraud, terrorism, and terrorism funding, and aiding internet fraud. Police spokesperson Muyiwa Adejobi confirmed the arrest and mentioned that complaints were lodged against B. Lord's companies, including B. Lord Group, B. Lord Real Estate Limited, B. Lord JetPay Limited, and Billpoint Technology. The Force Criminal Investigation Department, FCID, is investigating the charges, ensuring through due diligence or thorough due diligence to secure cyberspace. Adejobi clarified that the arrest was not due to a petition from Martins Ose, also known as Very Dark Man. We don't really care where the accusation came from, so long as there's credible intelligence, there's credible evidence that he has been doing this, then go ahead and prosecute him. Whether it's from Very Dark Man or Very Fair Man, Nigerians don't really care. Wherever it is, whoever is the whistleblower has done the nation good, if truly what he is being accused of is true. So just go ahead, prosecute him, and maybe find out some other people who are doing this and bring them to book. That's what Nigerians want to know. They don't want to know the source of the information that you got. We don't want to know who the whistleblower was. We don't want to know all those ones. We just want to know that you have credible information. You've gone ahead to prosecute the person. He faces the music as he should, and he's not the only one, so that we don't say it's a witch hunt, because a lot of other people, I'm sure, if this is true, that he's being accused of, a lot of people will be revealed as well. So go after them as well. But this is someone who has so many companies, and I just keep wondering why people with so much wealth will still go into fraudulent activities. Or is it the fraudulent activities that made them wealthy, or the wealth made them so bored that they had to go into other activities that will give them the excitement? I don't understand why these things have to happen this way. Sometimes you see people who are armed robbers, or they are cultists of one kind or the other, committing terrible and heinous crimes here and there, and you find out that their background is comfortable. It's not just because they are poor. So I just keep wondering, why does this happen all the time? So someone with at least, how many companies did I mention? Maybe 5 or so, is still into fraud? I don't understand. Is it, well, let me not say too much, because we don't know whether he's innocent or he's guilty. But there are people like that. He may be innocent, and there are other people who should not find problems, should not have problems in this life, as it were, but they are still into some petty thievery or fraudulent activities and all that. And we just wonder why this always happens this way. Nigerians will say, this life, no balance at all. But it's unfortunate we lost the audio of Frank Elanya, who joined us, and we're talking on this issue. We hope that we will address this. We will find more information about what has been happening, or what is happening now that B. Lord has been arrested. How much evidence do they have? How soon are they going to charge him to court? How soon is he going to face the music or be freed if he's not guilty of whatever he has been accused of? We don't want a rigmarole where we go up and down, injunctions here, injunctions there, reprimand, he's put in jail today, he stays 3 months, they come for bail, they give outrageous amount of money for him to make bail. He may make bail or he may not make bail. Before we know it is 10 years, and then he's declared innocent. We don't want that anymore. That's why we've been talking about the judicial system and the need for that sector to be as clean as possible, and for administration of justice to be as swift as possible. Well, eventually, since we could not reconnect with Frank Elanya, Senior Financial Analyst at Tech Cabal, this is where we are going to wrap up. We've been talking so much today. We're hoping that you're going to have a swell midweek today, and the rest of the week will be very, very interesting and good for you. I would like to thank you for being a part of our program today on behalf of the entire team that made up the Breakfast crew. Until we meet again, same time tomorrow, that is from 7 to 9. My name is Nyam Guru Agaji. Stay blessed.
highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to do mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms, like we didn't learn media terms, like even courts, we don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms, I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand, and when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And then like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what little associations here, like student associations, would now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
Hello and thanks for joining us on the news in brief. I am Nyamgul Agaji. The Kano State House of Assembly on Tuesday passed a bill to establish 3 second-class emirates. Under the new legislation, the 3 new second-class emirates will operate under the jurisdiction of the existing first-class Kano Emirate. This is coming about 2 months after the Assembly had repealed the Kano Emirate Law 2019 and reenacted Kano Emirate Law 2024, thereby dissolving 4 emirates in the state, reverting to the initial single Kano Emirate. According to the new legislation, Rano Emirate will cover Rano, Bunkure, and Kibia. Karaye Emirate will include the regions of Karaye and Rogo, while the third Gaya Emirate will encompass Gaya, Ajingi, and Albasu. Deputy Speaker of the House, Honorable Mohammed Bello Butu revealed that the establishment of the new emirates was aimed at enhancing administrative efficiency and promoting cultural representation across the state in line with the historical antecedents of the state.
There should be Karaye, second-class emir, which will consist Karaye and Rogo. There should also be Gaya, which will consist Gaya, Ajingi, and Albasu. At the same time, there is Rano, which will also consist of Rano, Kibia, and Bunkure. All the procedures, as I mentioned, if you can recall very well, I said after following all the procedures, at the last, the emir will be appointed by the governor's recommendation of the Commissioner of Local Government and Efficiency Affairs. That's what the law says.
The Victor Okojumbo-led River State House of Assembly has denounced resolutions by the Martins Amawale-led faction of the Assembly. Okojumbo made the announcement on Tuesday on the floor of the House, stating that Amawale and 24 others have no legal capacity or moral grounds to pass such a resolution that prohibits the governor from spending state funds. He recalled that Amawale and 24 other members had defected from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to the All Progressives Congress, APC, on December 11, 2023, and their seats were subsequently declared vacant by the Edison Ehie-led Assembly by virtue of Section 109, subsection 1, G and 2. Okojumbo also said that consequent on the constitutional provisions and the declaration of their seats vacant, the only recognized 10th Assembly is the one led by him. He called on members of the public to disregard the activities of Amawale and 24 others and urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to expedite action in conducting a by-election to fill their seats.
The recognized 10th River State House of Assembly is the one led by Right Honorable Victor Okojumbo. I once again call on the Independent National Electoral Commission to expedite preparations towards the conduct of by-elections to fill the vacant seats created by the River State House of Assembly by the defection of Martins Amehule and 24.
A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, in Maitama has declined an application by former Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, asking permission to travel to the United Kingdom for a medical checkup. Justice Hamza Muazu, in a ruling on Tuesday, held among others that Emefiele failed to supply sufficient materials to show that the medical trip was essential and unavoidable. Justice Muazu found that while Emefiele claimed there was an invitation for him to travel to the UK for medical attention, he failed to tender a copy of the said invitation in court. The judge also found that Emefiele did not show that his ailment could not be attended to in the country. Also, a federal high court in Abuja on Tuesday issued a bench warrant for the arrest of Dr. Ibrahim Ihizoje, the medical director at the health facility of Kuje Correctional Center. The warrant was issued over alleged refusal to produce the medical report of Tigran Gambarian, the detained executive of Binance Holding Limited. Justice Emeka Nwite gave the order following an application by Gambarian's lawyer, Mark Modi. Recall that Gambarian was whisked into the Court 9 of the high-rise building housing the court on in a wheelchair earlier in the morning. Gambarian, alongside the cryptocurrency firm, is facing a money laundering charge preferred against them by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Justice Nwite had, on July 5, ordered the management of the Nigerian Correctional Service to release the medical certificate of Gambarian on or before July 16. After listening to council submissions, Justice Nwite said it was unfortunate that a government institution would be treating a court order with levity. He also ordered that Gambaryan be taken to the Nizamiye Hospital for Medicare for 24 hours at any time of his choice, but under full security surveillance. The judge adjourned the matter until October 11 and October 18 for continuation of trial. The Nigerian Senate has once again been thrown into a state of mourning following the death of House of Representatives member Honorable Ekene Adams. The Red Chamber adjourned plenary until Wednesday in honor of the late lawmaker who died on July 16. Adams represented Chikun Kajuru Federal Constituency, Kaduna State, in the House of Representatives before his death. Senate resolution followed the adoption of a motion of adjournment moved by Senate Leader Okoyemi Bamidele and seconded by Minority Leader Abba Moro. President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, said adjournment was in line with the tradition of National Assembly to pay last respects to colleagues who passed on. Akpabio also condoled with the House of Representatives family of the deceased lawmaker, constituents, government, and people of Kaduna over the death of the lawmaker.
It's invited to observe a minute silence in his honor. Please accept, Your Excellency, Senate President, distinguished senators, the assurances of my highest consideration. This is signed by Chinedu Akubweze, Clerk of the Senate. So here, I would like to apologize to our dear children from the Faculty of Finance and Banking of Imo State University, that because of this tragedy, the Senate will not continue proceedings today. So if you are around up till tomorrow, you are welcome to observe the Senate proceedings tomorrow or at any time convenient to you. I wish you joining mercies.
Until his death, the lawmaker chaired House Committee on Sports. Adams' death marks the second loss of the House of Representatives in just 1 week. President Bola Tinubu has written to the Nigerian Senate seeking for screening and subsequent confirmation of Jobson Ewalefo as Director General of the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC. Reading the President's letter of nomination, the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, forwarded the appeal to the Senate Committee on Trade and Investment for further legislative work. Akpabio asked the committee to report back to plenary in the next 1 week.
I am pleased to present for confirmation by the Senate the appointment of Jobson Ewalefo as Director General of ICRC. While it is my hope that the Senate will consider and confirm the nominee in its usual expeditious manner, please accept, distinguished Senate President and distinguished senators, the assurances of my highest consideration and personal regards. Yours sincerely, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief, Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is referred to the Senate Committee on Trade and Investment to revert to the Senate in 1 week.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced a cash gift of 100,000 naira for each departing NYSC corps member in Lagos. He also pledged 100 million to support NYSC staff. The governor made this announcement during his address as the special guest of honor at the NYSC passing out parade and closing ceremony for the 2024 batch B Stream 1 corps members held at the NYSC orientation camp in Yanopaja, Lagos. Additionally, Governor Sanwo-Olu pledged 5 billion naira towards constructing a permanent site for the National Youth Service Corps orientation camp in the state.
For this batch, we have 4,254. And so with all sense of responsibility, and because you've been very hardworking, each and every one of you will go home with 100,000 naira. will be available into your account by next week, and your directors will credit your account.
Nigerian religious organizations are speaking out about severe environmental impacts of climate change. At a recent interfaith seminar hosted by the All Africa Conference of Churches Program and Africa Faith Actors Network for Climate Justice, faith leaders emphasized the need for collaborative action to address climate change's destructive effects on ecosystems and human life. Archbishop Musa Philibus stressed that decisive steps are necessary to prevent climate change's harmful impact.
We want to develop a very concrete agenda from here, a very simple one. Of course, collaborating with the government is very critical. We are only complementing what the government is doing. We see our role as religious leaders as very important because we are working with people at the grassroots, and we have a specific responsibility to bring to the grassroots the efforts that are done at various levels so that adherents of our two religious bodies are very conscious of the impacts of climate change and what they can do even at their own levels to mitigate and to adapt to this very serious issue that is affecting us all.
In her presentation, Dr. May Ohajinwa explained how the activities of man in his quest for scientific breakthroughs for the development of mankind has led to the many human challenges mankind is confronted with today.
The health of the earth affects humans. How we can get diseases because as a result of pollution, if you pollute the environment, it's going to come back to us. If you overmine, take a lot of resources from the environment without replacing it, we won't have the ones for the future generations. So we are raising the awareness today to make people to be conscious of the fact that this environment or this earth needs to be nurtured. It's the Mother Earth. It has sustained us. It gives us water, air, forest, anything we need. So if you don't take care of it, it will not be able to keep sustaining us for the next generation. So you see, like today, we are losing some animals because we're not taking care of the environment. We are affecting their habitats. So you see there's animals dying. People are hunting them for bushmeat, which you're not supposed to.
A representative from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security discussed the impact of climate change on agricultural production and the need to adopt a more eco-friendly mindset. Participants pledged to collaborate and work towards ensuring a safe and livable environment.
We encourage the use of technology as well that will promote the conservation of our soil. We encourage our farmers, especially the smallholders farmers, to avoid the use of synthetic manure, which is we commonly call it inorganic fertilizer. We encourage you to plant one or two things, like if you can use a polythene bag or even all the cement bag to cultivate yam and other crops. That will enhance food security in the country.
I'm so interested in working with the youth as well to create awareness and let them know that climate change is a very devastating factor if we don't look into it and stop it for the nearest future and the next generation to come. We tend to work with people from different levels, sectors, to let them know that these preventions or interventions have to take place.
And there's a prophetic hadith that says that all should be merciful to any kind of creature, be it animal, be it plant, they're all creatures of God. And I've been a kind of stalwarts or vicegerents of Allah on earth. We have responsibility towards seeing the success of this earth, and in order for us to make sure that the generation to come, you can benefit from what has been conserved or preserved by their predecessors.
As the world marks the 2024 World Youth Skills Day, the Michael Imodu National Institute for Labor Studies, MINILS, says it is crucial to equip the youths with necessary skills to foster a culture of peace, nurturing responsible global citizens to build a more just and inclusive, sustainable future for all. The head of the Entrepreneurship Development Unit of the Institute, Ajayi Adeyemi Razak, disclosed this during a press conference to commemorate the day, noting that there's need to unite in recognizing the potential of young people as agents of peace.
That it is crucial to equip the youth with the necessary skills for fostering a culture of peace, nurturing responsible global citizens, and promoting sustainable development to build a more just, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. Secondly, on World Youth Skill Day, let us all unite in recognizing the potential of young people as agents of peace and commit to providing them with the skills and opportunity to address the challenges and contribute to a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future.
Razak also maintained that the Labour Institute, through its Entrepreneurship Development Department, in collaboration with other relevant agencies, had trained about 2,000 youths on various skills acquisition in line with the 8-point agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration.
Inclusive program in line with other member nations to celebrate the remarkable day through sensitizing stakeholders on the need to skill up the youth.
The World Youth Skills Day event was declared by the United Nations General Assembly in 2014, the Federal Capital Territory, to ensure improvement in their standard of living. This pledge was made by the newly elected executive, who are charged to run the affairs of the organization at the Maitama district of the FCT. Earlier, the members of the group in the FCT, before the emergence of the newly elected executive, were assured that the organization will continue to impact positively on the lives of Nigerians, irrespective of their status in the society. The group, during the last Children's Day celebration, donated books and writing materials to indigent students to schools in Suleja, Niger State, and also donated blood to the Garki Hospital, Maitama, and the Federal Medical Center in FCT as part of its corporate social responsibility to Nigerians. Please stay with us as we now take a commercial break. We'll be back for the rest of the news.
My name is Ade Jokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Thanks for staying with us. We move now to other parts of Africa. Rwandan President Paul Kagame was gearing up on Tuesday for a fourth term in office after winning a thundering 99.15% of the vote in an election where only 2 challengers were allowed to run against him. The outcome of Monday's poll was never in doubt, with Kagame ruling the small African nation with an iron fist as a de facto leader, then president for 3 decades. Partial results issued by the Election Commission 7 hours after polls closed showed that Kagame had won 99.15% of the vote, even more than the 98.79% he got in the last poll 7 years ago. Democratic Green Party candidate Frank Ebenezer could only muster 0.53% and independent Philip Mpayimana 0.33%. according to the results issued, with 79% of the ballots counted. In an address from the headquarters of the ruling Rwanda Patriotic Front, RPF, the 66-year-old thanked Rwandans for giving him another 5 years in office. Outside Africa, at least 17 persons lost their lives and 34 others were injured in a tragic accident on Tuesday when a bus overturned on a highway linking the capital Kabul to the northern regions of Afghanistan. The incident was confirmed by Mustafa Hashemi, the Director of Information and Culture of Baghlan Province. The victims of the accident included 12 men, 2 women and 3 children, highlighting the severe impact on families and the local community. The crash underscored the perilous state of Afghanistan's roadway, which suffered from decades of neglect and conflict. The latest incident followed a similar tragic event in March when 21 people were killed and 38 injured in Helmand province after a bus collided with an oil tanker and a motorbike. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has issued a notice of a monetary policy meeting to decide on measures to tackle the country's rising inflation and economic hardship. The Apex Bank, in a notice released by its website or on its website on Tuesday, said that July's meeting is scheduled for Monday to Tuesday next week. This would be the bank's 296th MPC and fourth since the appointment of the Governor Olayemi Kadoso in September 2023. Recall that the MPC had continued to tighten measures which saw the country's interest rise to 26.25% in May from 18.75% in May 2023. The CBN had insisted on an interest rate hike despite a call by stakeholders within the financial sector for a break. This notice comes as the country's headline and food inflation rose for the 19th time to 34.19% and 40.87% respectively in June 2024. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socio-economic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
The first quarter of 2024 has seen a notable increase in fraud and forgery within Nigeria's payment system, particularly in point-of-sale transactions. Now, according to the Fraud and Forgeries Report in Nigerian banks for the first quarter of this year by the Financial Institutions Training Center, FITC, POS fraud cases surged by 31.12% during this period. In the fourth quarter of last year, there were 2,683 reported cases of fraud associated with POS terminals, but this number rose to 3,518 cases by the first quarter of this year, making up 30.6% of the total fraud cases recorded in the quarter. Now, despite the rise in fraud cases, the amount of money involved in POS fraud decreased by 37.74% to 376.59 million naira, and the amount lost to POS fraud also saw a significant decline of 68.34% to 4.63 million naira on a quarterly basis. While the increase in financial losses may indicate improved detection and prevention measures, the overall increase in fraud cases emphasizes the need for continued vigilance. Now, on the show today, we will be focusing on the importance of staying vigilant as incidents of POS fraud have increased by 31.12% this first quarter of this year due to the proliferation of terminals. Welcome to Business Insight. I am Justin Akadonye, your host. All right, before we get into the discussion proper, let's take this report by AMBAN. The Nigerian National Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria, AMBAN, has announced an upcoming crackdown on illegal and unauthorized point-of-sale terminal operations. Now, this signals a departure from the norm, according to AMBAN's national president, Sharafuddin Fasasiatonda, who shared this information during the launch of the agent's joint task force, which was established to oversee POS activities and curb fraudulent practices. Let's take details now.
No letter of authorization.
Due to the escalating insecurity in the country, point-of-sale terminal operators are increasingly facing attacks, leading to fewer residents being included in financial services. A recent government report revealed that terrorists are exploiting fintech platforms, POS terminals, and non-government organizations to transfer funds and carry out fraudulent transactions. In response to public outcry regarding illegal activities involving POS operators and some officers, the Nigeria Police Force recently strengthened its prohibition on using POS terminals and other electronic financial devices in formations nationwide.
In the year 2022, FinTech broke that record as the largest industry that attracted the largest dollars.
As involved stakeholders, the Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents of Nigeria, AMBAN, is actively working with security agents to clean up the industry through a national joint task force.
Our experience in most of the bandit-prone areas are that they are also using agents for their transactions.
The association addresses gray areas among its members and takes a strong stance on removing dishonest individuals from the system to safeguard customers' funds and support legitimate operators.
So if you check, you see we have compiled the CBN regulation on agency banking. So we have distributed that. Then part of our agenda is to work with the police, the civil defense, the EFCC, the CBN, the necessary agencies, including the National Rotation Agency, to make sure that we carry the message to the necessary quarters and make sure that we sanitize the industry. If you listen to what Mr. President said during the time he made the remark, he talked about informing agents and educating them. So that is the need for the CIBN certification project that is ongoing. Then he equally talked about collaboration with all the necessary agencies which I have mentioned.
And when it comes to the area of fraudulent and sharp practices with POS agents and some of these mobile money agents, we quickly respond by doing a preliminary investigation that now takes us into the thorough investigation that makes us to nip these criminals in the bud, bring them to book, and also hand them over to appropriate and authorized agency of government who now deals with them, prosecute them through the laws, and eventually maybe get conviction for them. And it's also an opportunity for us to stamp out financial and economic crimes out of our community.
After the inauguration, the task force begins working diligently at the Balinde bus stop. They conduct an on-the-spot inspection to confirm the adherence of POS operators in the vicinity. Sharafuddin Fasa Siatonda is a national president of AMBAN. He expresses concern over the extent of violations.
And we are here with the security agents, and out of the spot check that we have done, none of them actually has anything compliance in line with CBN regulations. And a lot of them, they don't even have letter of authorization from their financial institutions. And we can also see that they are operating not under a conducive atmosphere. No physical location are stipulated by banking regulation, agent banking regulation. And we are here not to enforce, we are here to start awareness.
He explains the next steps while also discussing methods to achieve successful financial inclusion.
We have referred them to go and read about agency banking regulations of the Central Bank of Nigeria and go and look at requirement to be an agent and under which environment should an agent be operating. Look at them now, they don't have logbook, no record.
AMBAN is encouraging its members to view security as a joint effort, advising them to take a more active role and report dishonest and fraudulent individuals operating in the system. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos. All right, now the surge in point-of-sale fraud can be directly linked to the widespread adoption of these terminals by both merchants and consumers. As a cash-driven Nigerian economy, the convenience and efficiency of POS transactions have made them a popular choice. However, this increased usage has also made POS systems a prime target for fraudsters seeking to exploit vulnerabilities in the system. I have Estate Surveyor and Public Affairs Analyst Mustafa Ewinla joining me now more for discussion on this matter. Good morning to you, Mustafa. Thanks for joining us on this discourse. All right. You will agree with me that financial inclusion has actually deepened over time since the lockdown. What did you call it again? That was
COVID-19.
COVID-19. Yes. Since then, Nigerians really started, finding ways to be included and all that, and there was a proliferation of POS transactions. Even till now, most Nigerians actually go to buy money, in quotes, to one transaction or the other. But then, the reports we're getting is really not a savory one because just this quarter, first quarter in 2024, there were reports of about a surge of about 31.12%. What's your opinion, really?
Okay, thank you. So I think this is a very critical topic. That's because it has to do with money. And generally, I think POS terminals became more popular during the time of COVID. At the time where Nigerians couldn't go out and couldn't really have access to the banking halls. So, but it's very sad and unfortunate to see the increased amount of fraud cases with POS terminals lately. As at the first quarter of this year, we had a total amount of about 3,500 fraud cases associated with POS terminals. And if you hear one of the reporters who just spoke now, a lot of these POS terminals are not registered. According to the CBN and the NEFF, which is the Nigerian Electronic Fraud Forum, which is a ham working with CBN to ensure that that area is, regulated. There are only about from the first quarter of this year, there are only about 4.9 million registered POS terminals. But I put it to you that we have well over 10 million POS terminals all over the country right now. That out of that 10 million, 4.9 are registered, the others are not registered. And that's evident from what the other speakers spoke about just now and from the reports. So I think it is very important that the CBN, the NEFF, and also AMBAM, the Association of Mobile Money and Banking Agent, also tries to do a lot to sanitize that sector. I know that a lot of the process involved in getting these POS terminals, I think you have to register with some of the agents. We have quite a number of them. You register, you fund the account. When you fund the account, you apply for the POS, then within 48 hours or thereabouts, it's delivered to you.
Yes.
But I think that the process involved in getting this POS terminal should be more stringent. We are in the world, in Nigeria today, we have BVN, we have NIN. A lot of these businesses are small-scale businesses. You see a tomato seller by the roadside these days have POS. And instead of using that POS to just transact based on the tomato he or she is selling, she starts to do money exchange where people come to withdraw. She becomes a bank on her own. And so I think, so a lot of people are using those POS terminals for all the wrong reasons. And that's why the fraud cases are very alarming.
Okay, let me butt in here because I have had the opportunity to speak with Amban, maybe the bank agents and the money points, the OPAs and the PAMPAs of this world. But oftentimes, they are supposed to use for merchant transactions, just to buy and sell and exchange of cash. But over time now, they now do, all that stuff is
banking transactions.
Payment and so how do we get this right? Because over time they said they have started a joint task force and they did like a storm in the Balinde market, and but just this year alone, the number is increasing compared to what we have last year. Is it like the sensitization is not enough, or that these are fraudsters have gotten wiser?
So whether you like it or not, as technology is advancing, fraudsters are also trying to devise means of survival too. So the technology is moving forward. Fraudsters are also thinking, day in, day out on how to, cheat the system. So if you see the spate of increase in the rate of fraudulent transactions with POS, you understand that the CBN and the NEFF and even AMBAM also, even our security agencies need to be at the top of their game to make sure that these things are tracked down. Now, in recent times, CBN is trying to come up with a feature on POS terminals where they can detect fraudulent transactions. So I think they are finalizing that process within now and the next couple of months. Okay. It's already in the pipeline. So if you want to do certain transactions on POS terminals, there are certain limits where you'll be required certain informations to like a KYC to ensure that the person carrying out that transaction is the actual owner of that ATM card or the funds in that account. So if you're not able to answer, for example, I think there should be a limit to the amount of transactions you can do on the POS terminal. But these days, I don't think there's any limit yet, because I remember one time I had to travel out of the country and I bought my ticket from a POS agent just by the roadside. She bought my ticket for me from a POS. So you understand? So I imagine what kind of the volume of transactions they are able to do. So I think first of all, they need to be regulated and a lot of awareness and enforcement needs to happen. Then also there needs to be limit to the amount of transactions you can do. So, but if that is done, so in around April this year, the CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission, issued out a memo to say that all POS terminals must be registered. And I think the deadline is September this year.
Yes,
so as a POS vendor, your business must be duly registered. So if that is done, it's going to be very easy to trace fraudulent transactions. But a lot of them right now are not registered, and that's why they're just doing what they like.
I think the issue is the regulation, because right now the case is actually in court, so I don't want to get so into it because of sub judice. But the issue is that Amban is claiming that most of these POS agents or operators have already registered. They are not really businessmen per se. Some of them, they are sub-agents of this bank agent, and indeed, and of course, those agents should ordinarily have the details. So asking them to re-register is like a double registration. But then let's talk about KYC. We cannot really emphasize that enough. Know your customers. Even the banks are very big on KYC when you want to open accounts. But you find out that most times the issue is that you go to random locations, you see a POS with no physical location. They cannot really be traced. Some of them, they have registered with these bank agents and at a particular location, but they don't stay in their locations. They are just like almost everywhere. Each place you just go POS, as if it's like they are selling essential commodities. But what do we begin to do? How do we ensure that these KYC protocols are actually met, and so that we can trace these people to where we can get them? Because there have been cases of security indictment in the northern part of the country, how POS operators have actually worked with these bandits, to collect ransom. So what do we need to do about this KYC to get to nip it in the bud?
So naturally, I think KYC is a fundamental process for any business and also any bank customer. If you want to open a bank account now, the bank will require a lot of information from you.
Yes, it should.
To your BVN, to your NIN, to your
address
home address, to your utility bills. So I think those things need to, follow through thoroughly. Before you give anybody any POS terminal, the banking agent, like the money point and all that, they must definitely have the person's profile. So if any fraud is, perpetrated, it's easy for them to go back to that agent and say, so person, carried out a fraud, and the merchant it shows that the merchant or the whatever belongs to your organization. So it's easy, but in a case where thorough KYC is not carried out, then it's very difficult to monitor cases of fraud. Whether you like it or not, for me, I cannot remember the last time I went into a banking hall for a certain transaction. I can't remember.
So they've actually brought more.
So the POS has actually made life more easy. The terminals have made life more easy to, even during the time of Naira scarcity, whether you like it or not, even a time when the bank had no Naira notes to give, the POS were the ones saving many Nigerians. They had cash to give, even though it was at a very high rate. But the most important thing is that they were cash available there. I don't know how they were doing it. So it must have been a synergy from an internal person in the bank giving them cash. But whether you like it or not, they have come to make a lot of things easy. But they just need to be more regulated, and they just need to be more, checked every other time, so they don't take law into their hands. Okay. I had a POS. I did an erroneous transaction some years ago to a wrong account. In the next 5 minutes, the person I sent the money to had already gone to a POS and was already withdrawing the money. I totally sent money to a wrong person from my phone. So the person already withdrew almost $500,000 already from the before I was able to rush to the bank to get her account blocked. So these are issues. So if she had gone to the bank to withdraw that money, perhaps the bank will have asked her certain questions, and any money that enters your bank account, that's why it's easier to go into the banking or to do transactions.
True.
If somebody sends you money into your bank account now, and you go straight into the banking now to transfer the same money to another bank, the bank will ask you to wait.
True.
Because they have to check where the source of the money, because it's too soon.
Yes.
The money came in barely 5 minutes ago. You are already going into the bank within the same 5 minutes. The bank will say no, they have to get certain approvals before they allow you to move that money. But a POS vendor will not have that. They will just collect your POS and swipe it. And that's another thing. So in advanced countries, you can, with a swipe of your card on ATM POS terminals, you can make payments. But there's a limit.
Yes.
There's a limit. In the UK now, if you want to swipe, you can swipe. I think the maximum is £100. If you want to pay anything above £100, you have to impute your PIN, your 4-digit PIN. But in Nigeria, people just get somebody can pick up your ATM now and go to any POS terminal, whether he likes it or not, as long as he has that CCV at the back of the card, it's possible to penetrate into your account. So these are issues. I think that people are losing money every day. Sometimes you wake up, you see certain debit alerts on your phone, you start to ask, who made this withdrawal? And you go to the bank, a lot of stories, you hear that the money was withdrawn in Enugu, you hear that the money was withdrawn in Shoprite, and your ATM is right in your pocket. A lot of times, even when you enter one chance buses, a lot of these cases, just because they have access to your ATM, they are able to access all your account. And so this, I think, a lot of check has to happen with CBN. Our monies have to be secured. Those monies that you see are insured one way or the other. So this kind of security that people have, different banks have, differ. So I think they need to constantly continue to up their technology to guide against these fraudsters. Fraudsters are now also sleeping. They want to, siphon people up their money. So it depends. So it now depends on there was the case of a woman who cried out recently, a certain actress who cried out that certain money was withdrawn from her account, about 3 million, and she didn't issue any withdrawal. I think one way or the other, she escalated and the thing was reversed to her account. So these are issues. So the fraudsters are now also sleeping. They are also trying to be on their game too. So So I think there needs to be a lot of synergy between CBN, Hamban, DSS, Nigerian police, security agencies to ensure that there's no way you cannot totally curb fraud.
No.
Any country in the world there's fraud. You cannot, even in the UK where they have the tightest security, even in America, fraud happens every minute in the banking sector. So, but at least as much as you can reduce it to make, to secure people's money, the better.
Okay, so as we begin to round off now, what about the place of education? As much as you've talked about regulation on the part of the CBN, the DSS, and of course AMBAN, let's talk about the genuine operators, because sometimes some of these operators that help to escalate this fraud or perpetrate this fraud, rather, they are illegal operators. They've not been registered. What about those who are genuine operators who have been registered with their, agents, and sometimes they fall victim too, because we've had cases where people, some unscrupulous customers who just go to them in the guise of wanting to withdraw. They not even defraud the POS operators themselves of their own cash.
So, I think before POS is handed over to a lot of these POS terminals, POS agents, to be very honest, a lot of them are not educated. You find somebody who just feels that, oh, I'm jobless, what can I do? The next thing, he or she picks up POS and sits by one roadside and starts to transact. People will come to you with under the guise of transaction. They will give you, some will even transfer money to you, that they transfer to your account, show you a fake alert, you give them cash, and they vanish. And you will never, that money will never reflect in your account, and they'll show you, in fact, you might even get fake alerts. So that's what I'm saying, that those POS agents needs to be educated properly. And I think that there should be a lot of, like you said, education in terms of how to, if you really want to go into that business, you need to know the proper things to do, proper things to know, how to know fraudulent customers, because I've seen cases of POS vendors who will borrow cash from banks to be given to people, and people will come and dupe them, and they are suicidal. So it's not just a business that, once anything that has to deal with money, it's not just something you can just dabble into and feel that, oh, because you're high-do and you want to start making money one way or the other. You need to understand the business because you're dealing with money.
Okay, so what would your last word on this be as we round off?
So my last word is for CBN and NEFF, the Nigerian Electronic Fraud Forum, and even the police and DSS. There should be a lot of synergy. These are people's money, whether you like it or not. We are not, everything rises and falls on the government. As Nigerians, our own is to, make sure that we do our part, go to work, make money. So put your money in bank, save money. So how that money is secured is not what any Nigerian can do individually. It's the job of the government and the security agencies to ensure that people get value for their money, and their money is secured.
All right, that's as much as we can take. We must say a very big thank you to you, Mustafa Iwinla, for your insights this morning. All right, we couldn't have said it enough. As much as possible, try to be vigilant and try to observe much KYC as possible, and don't just be in a hurry. That's to the POS operator right now. Don't just be in a hurry to just want to dispense cash when you're not certain that that particular money has actually reflected in your account. There are fake alerts everywhere. Just do your own due diligence, and somehow we just hope that we can begin to nip all of these fraudulent issues as much as possible to the barest minimum. That's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being a part of it. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. These suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
There are signs Afghanistan is emerging from the darkness. Recovering from 30 years of war and repression, with a new democracy in place. But the country is still under siege from within. War with Taliban insurgents threatens the nation's security. Corruption reaches into the highest levels of government. Addiction rates rise among women and children. And a booming multi-billion-dollar illegal drug trade continues to thrive.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
At the center of Afghanistan's crisis, a hardy, drought-resistant crop that joins poor farmers with criminals and extremists, while pushing the nation toward the brink of disaster. Under cover of darkness, somewhere along Afghanistan's eastern border with Pakistan, a farmer delivers his opium poppy crop to a local trafficker. Here begins a worldwide illegal narcotics revenue stream, one generating $4 billion a year in Afghanistan. Prior to 2002, opium cultivation was legal and highly profitable for farmers, returning up to 10 times more money per acre than other crops. The source for heroin, poppy became Afghanistan's most lucrative export. And it still is today. Cultivation has been banned since 2002, yet poppy still grows in regions of the country where the central government has little control. The international community, led by the US and Great Britain, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to combat Afghanistan's here in Helmand province. It's not always the criminals who pay the price. The United Nations sees Helmand as the center of the poppy trade, supplying over half the opium in the world. But many farmers here see poppy as a means of survival and eradication by their own government, a harsh punishment. Afghanistan's poppy problem began in 1973 with the overthrow of King Zahir Shah, whose family had ruled the country for 2 centuries. A series of political upheavals followed, orchestrated by the Soviet Union.
First of all, you have to know that the Russians spent 200 years trying to get control of Afghanistan because they wanted Afghanistan as the route to the Indian subcontinent and the sea.
The dreams of empire led the Soviets to invade Afghanistan in December 1979 and begin a brutal 10-year occupation.
افغانان د هغې نه بدې خاطرې لري د وروس د راتګ نه او تر وتو پورې د افغانستان خلک د وروس نه ډېر بدې خاطرې لري.
Throughout the 80s, Afghan fighters known as the Mujahideen battled endlessly to force a Soviet retreat.
موږ صرف خپل د الله په نوم باندې اسلام په نوم موږ د خپلې عقیدې په لحاظ باندې دا جنګ کړی دی. موږ دوی سره کوم دغه نه لرو نو خو دا چې ما درته مخکې ویلي چې دوی زموږ په اسلام باندې تعرض وکړه دا خو داسې تعرض نه و چې دوی یوازې په خاوره وکړو دوی خو زموږ اسلام نه مانه دوی خو موږ باندې هغه خپل سوسیالیستي چې دی که نه منل.
The Mujahideen resistance surprised the world. Soviet troops were forced out of Afghanistan in 1989, leaving a devastated land behind. They also left the country without a generation of leaders to move it forward.
Many of them were executed. They were simply thrown into prison, some were tortured to death. Others were driven into exile to save their
10 years of war left farmland ravaged or abandoned. Irrigation systems, livestock herds, roads, and markets were destroyed. Meanwhile, with few alternatives, desperate farmers turned to opium poppy cultivation for survival.
Before the Soviet invasion, there was really no cultivation or consumption of opium in Afghanistan to any commercial extent. It is only at the beginning of the 80s that Afghanistan started to develop the cultivation and abuse of opium.
The victory over the Soviet Union morphed during the 90s into a civil war among competing Mujahideen factions, each vying for control of the country. Opium became a reliable income-generating crop, not only for farmers, but for the rival forces who needed money to fund their military operations. The Taliban's rise to power in 1996 did not slow opium cultivation.
When the Taliban first appeared in Afghanistan, based on their religion, they took a stand against opium. But as they extended their control into more areas where opium poppy was grown, they found that it was not possible to retain control of the territory while attacking people's livelihoods. So instead, they ruled that while it was forbidden for Muslims to consume opium or to sell it to Muslims, in case of necessity, it was permissible to grow it or trade in it as long as it was not consumed by Muslims.
The Taliban's permissive policy caused annual opium yields to double between 1997 and 2000. Its leaders even used a one-year ban against cultivation to boost worldwide prices on the illegal market.
The Taliban is often credited with wiping out the poppy crop for 2001. That's well reported. What has not been well reported is that Mullah Omar stockpiled 300 tons of opium paste before eliminating the crop. And he was one of the #1 dealers in opium the entire time that he was posing for holy pictures with UN officials talking about the eradication effort.
The US-led ouster of the Taliban in 2001 set the stage for a new democracy which outlawed opium. President Karzai made controlling poppy a top priority.
It destroys our economy. It destroys a good family life in Afghanistan, which is the most important thing to have in any country. And most important of all, drug production and trafficking goes hand in hand with terrorism.
In 2004, under great pressure from the US, President Karzai declared jihad against poppy and promised that in 2 years there won't be any poppy plant left in Afghanistan. Well, obviously, this has not materialized at all. There is more poppy in Afghanistan today than there has been at any point in Afghanistan's history. There is more poppy today in Afghanistan than there has been in the modern history of the drug trade.
That fact was underscored by the United Nations report in August 2007.
Afghanistan produces 92% of the world's illicit opium, so we have virtually a monopoly situation.
A monopoly that many believe makes Afghanistan a narco state.
It is not a narco state, but it does produce a lot of poppies. Afghanistan has the problem of poppies, and Afghanistan has the problem of the fight against terrorism. We're fighting both.
But the fight against poppy is not going well.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
Nor has any country in modern times exported as much narcotics. Getting the product to market starts with the sap from the opium bulb being harvested in the fields. Through a series of steps in secret labs, the sap can be processed into grades of heroin inside the country. Then it's sent out along one of three main trafficking routes: east into Pakistan, south and west into Pakistan and Iran, and north into the Central Asian states and Russia. With hundreds of miles of open frontier borders and thousands of people pouring across checkpoints each day, smuggling narcotics out of Afghanistan, while risky, is big business. The $4 billion Afghan opium generates internally grows to over $40 billion as it travels through the Middle East, across Europe, and into Great Britain. This is more than a money-making criminal enterprise. Intelligence reveals links between Afghan drug lords, traffickers, and Taliban insurgents who are paid to provide protection against government counter-narcotics efforts.
The Taliban has been one of the principal dealers in opium paste and in heroin. And we have seen the insurgency fueled by funding from the trade in drugs.
Estimates suggest as much as 40% of the Taliban's income derives from opium.
You look at a map of Afghanistan and see where the poppy's grown, and you look at a second map of Afghanistan to see where there's insecurity, it's the same map. Where there's poppy, there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity, there's poppy. And so what we're trying to do is adjust the strategy. We focus more on a closer coordinated counterinsurgency, counter-narcotics effort. We have to work more closely with the military to make sure those efforts are well coordinated.
Of Afghanistan's 32 provinces, 4 in the Taliban-controlled south produce 2/3 of the country's poppy crop. Signs of the Taliban are everywhere, like this abandoned compound in Kandahar province, where the plot for 9/11 was hatched. Today, it's a reminder of the tensions that still haunt this region. The U.S. military is in Afghanistan as part of a multinational NATO security force supporting the Karzai government and the Afghan National Army. Their mission is not rooting out drug dealers. Instead, they battle Taliban fighters funded in part by illegal narcotics.
If you do get attacked, it's going to be coming from pretty much anywhere.
U.S. Staff Sergeant Lucas Hearn is stationed here at Zabul Province Forward Observation Base in the south, the front lines where the fight against the Taliban is fiercest.
They'll do small arms attacks on us every once in a while. More often than not, though, we just get mortared from up on these ridge lines.
NATO soldiers aren't the only ones putting their lives on the line. Afghan National Police also provide backup by helping man the rugged hilltop posts overlooking the valley. It's dangerous work, trying to democracy, rid the country of drugs.
Well, the five-pillar plan is a combination of incentives and disincentives, and that's just misery and harm in Afghanistan, around Afghanistan, and then there have to be law enforcement. Poppy is illegal in Afghanistan. People have to know there are consequences to growing it and trafficking in it.
Manual eradication is perhaps the most controversial part of the strategy.
The United Nations says that you need to eradicate about 20% of the poppy in a given area in order to deter planting the next year. The objective is not to lower the number of hectares under cultivation. The objective is to interject risk to the farmer. What keeps them from planting the next year is the fear of eradication.
But eradication can also be risky business for the government. On a dusty plateau in Oruzgan province, a joint U.S.-Afghan team prepares for an eradication in Tiran Kot, a Taliban stronghold.
This afternoon, explain some of your ideas. We agreed with the Dutch to start with, at least, we'd stay 67 west.
The operation has been coordinated with village elders and local government officials who've helped select the fields to be destroyed. General Mohammed Daoud, Deputy Minister of the Interior and a leader in the country's counter-narcotics effort, knows the Taliban threat here.
در بعضی ولسوالی‌های مثل چوره و چارچینو مشکلات امنیتی وجود داره. روزی گذشتم طالبان حمله کردند از پوسته ها دوباره و پوسته امروز پس گرفته شد.
Set for the mission, a convoy heads out, including a group of Americans who'll provide security. But soon, there's trouble.
Taliban. They are Taliban fighting. Yes.
With gunfire on all sides, the eradication team flees to safety, leaving the mission unfinished. And the Taliban still in control.
When forceful eradication takes place, the rural population is still fundamentally dependent on the illicit opium poppy economy. It alienates the population from the government and the peacekeeping forces and pushes it into the hands of the Taliban.
Many agree, including a British member of parliament.
To make meaningful money doing something else. And you won't do that till you've got proper irrigation systems, till you've got decent roads, till you've got access to markets. All these things, they need to happen first. Just to, traipse in and, tractor over someone's fields is not the way to, endear yourself.
There's proof that alternative livelihood programs have worked to replace poppy cultivation. Projects for growing and exporting pomegranates and vegetables have been successful. But the challenge is making them profitable and sustainable for all farmers. Failing this can undermine the effort. Case in point, Nangarhar province near the Pakistan border. As late as 2004, Nangarhar was a top opium producer, second only to Helmand in the Taliban-controlled south. Then the government, with the help of the international community, declared war against poppy in the province.
زه د خپل کلی امنیت ضرورت لرم. افغانستان د
Along with eradication efforts, Cash for Work projects supported by the U.S. provided alternative sources of income for poppy farmers. agricultural aid programs gave farmers an incentive to grow legal crops instead of opium. The result, cultivation in Nangarhar dropped by over 90% in a single year.
2005, Nangarhar saw a 90% decline in cultivation. And this was hailed as a major success of eradication and counter-narcotics policies in Afghanistan. Why was this to grow? And they did so by telling them that alternative livelihoods would come.
In the Shinwari district of Nangarhar province, Elder Dur Jan was one of the tribal leaders who supported the government ban against cultivating opium poppy. He convinced local farmers to stop growing it, based on the promise of alternative livelihood aid, and helped reduce cultivation levels to nearly zero. Himself a farmer, Durjan endured the This year, Durjan must again persuade farmers to refrain from growing poppy. But it's getting harder. Despite complying with the ban, people have seen little help in return. Making matters worse, a prolonged drought has gripped the region, leaving those wanting to believe in Afghanistan's future with a sense of futility.
ما خپل نظر دا دی چې د ورونو ته مخکې ما ویلي چې افغانستان اوس په مثال د مریض دی مریض یو مرض نه وي زموږ یو مرض نه دی موږ کې ټول مرضونه موجود دي لوږه راکې موجود ده بیکاري راکې موجود ده مرستیاوې راکې موجود دي کلینیک نشته مکتبونه هم شاړ دي وطن هم شاړ دی کاریزونه هم وچ دي.
Water for irrigation has been a particular problem in the district. Durjan sees proof of that everywhere. Since poppy plants can survive on rainwater alone and in drought-like conditions, Durjan fears farmers may resume cultivating it out of necessity.
مشکلات خو زمونږ همدغه مشکلات دي چې د خلک د نفس سره لاس په ګریوان دي که یو بوټی کوکنارې کېده هغې باندې یو مشکل راپکېده کوکنار د حکومت په ضد نه کوي او کوکنار د نفس د خاطره کوي چې دوی د دې سره په مشکل اخته دي خو موږ به بیا هم دا کوشش کوو چې زمونږ رعیت زمونږ عام خلک کوکنارو کروندونه ځانونه وساتي ویې نه کوي خو دا چې اوس حکومت خو هم دومره وکولی شي چې د دې خلکو سره خو هم یو څه وکړي او هغه داسې څه نه چې موږ ته دا وړه چې ماته ایښي دي دا اوس 4000 کورونه زه تقسیمولی شم خو دا نه شم تقسیمولی نو که داسې کومکونه موږ سره کوي نه دي کوي.
In 2007, the Shinwari district returned to growing poppy.
The promises of alternative livelihoods never materialized for many. In some circumstances, household income crashed by more than 90%. People lost all productive assets. They were not able to meet basic subsistence. So it was not at all surprising, and in fact, arguably inevitable, that the population went back to cultivating poppy.
Like Durjan, who speak on its behalf.
Many of the tribal leaders who have participated in the eradication campaign have become discredited. The population is alienated from them, they no longer trust them, and this creates key opening for the Taliban to come into the province and to mobilize.
The return of high-yield cultivation to Nangarhar means more business and profits for the traffickers. Six months earlier, The farmer got an advance from the trafficker toward his future poppy crop. Providing credit is standard business practice and helps farmers make it through the winter. It also proves the value of opium, which generally returns 8 to 10 times more per acre than crops like wheat or rice. The trafficker comes from a long line of those who followed in their father's footsteps.
زمونږ دا کاروبار مونږ ته د ډیر پخوانه راپاتې دی یعنې د خپل پلرونو نیکونو نه مونږ ته په دې سره خپل ژوند په مخ بل داسې کاروبار زمونږ دپاره نشته چې مونږ یې دې ځای کې په دې منطقه کې وکړو مونږ دپاره په دې اندازه باندې مونږ ته کم عاید لاسته راشي.
With the average income less than $400 a year, for many, trafficking makes economic sense, despite the risks. The opium's freshness is judged by touch. Soft and putty-like now, it will later dry out and harden in storage, becoming more concentrated.
زمواریم تر اخیره پورې زمواریم چې په پیروي
اړول خاطمه زمونږ په کاروبار باندې اغېزه لري ځکه چې څومره چې هلته کار کمیږي هومره زمونږ دپاره عاید هم کمیږي مونږ خو چېرته د قانون له حکومت د بدیل معاشیات ورکړي یعنې هغو دپاره داسې یو څه برابر کړي چې د دې کوکنارو او د دې اپین نه د هغو حاصل دې کې زیات شي او هغو ته زیاته ګټه پاتې شي نو حتما دې کان په مجبوري کې چې د اپین په ځای باندې بل څه کاروبار یعنې بل کم فصل په خپله ځمکه باندې وکړي او هغې ته توجه وکړي نو خپله قاچاقبر مجبور دی چې اپین چې د کان ونه کړي نو قاچاقبر به یې د کم ځای نه لاسته راوړي.
Yet for the immediate future in Nangarhar, the trafficker's job is secure. (2 a.m. in Badakhshan province, and the anti-narcotics police begin their operation. With the morning light, they arrive in a remote village. They've lost time and possibly the element of surprise. Colonel Amin Ali, head of the provincial anti-drug force, hurries with his team through the village. There's still far to go, and no certainty they'll find what they've come for. But the portable generator is a good sign. And further along the ravine, they find it. A makeshift heroin processing lab with 600 kilograms of opium ready to be processed into 75 kilograms of heroin. Wholesale value in neighboring Iran, $250,000. This time, the lab workers were tipped off and escaped, but not before converting the raw opium into a solid morphine base, the step before refining it further into heroin.
او آب انتقال میتن در این ظرف کلان آب باز میگیرن این بیلرایی را که شما میبینید در این بیلرا این آب جوش میتن بعد از اینکه این آب جوش آمد بعد از او در این آب باز دمو تریاک میندازن.
The opium dissolves into a brown liquid and ultimately becomes the morphine base. It can later be processed into various grades of heroin for smoking or injecting. Given the remote location and the big monies in processing.
The UN Office on Drugs and Crime has estimated in recent years that the farmers are getting from 20 to 30%, and that traffickers, corrupt officials, Taliban, and other participants in it, like people who make heroin out of opium, are getting the remaining 70 or 80%.
70 to 80% of a yearly $4 billion revenue stream is a staggering amount of money. The average per capita income in Afghanistan is under $400 a year. Few legal jobs can match the money earned in the drug trade. But efforts to stop trafficking have begun.
د هوایي ډګر د سرحدي پولیسو او د نورو نهادو ارګانونو په کومک سره بیا هم پولیسو امروز وکولی شول چې دوه کسان چې د افغانستان اوسېدونکي وو غوښتل چې د کمیر د الوتکې په ذریعه دوبۍ ته او د دوبۍ نه وروسته چین ته تقریبا په حدود 12 کیلو هیروین غوښتل.
محترم آقای صاحب عبدالوهاب سدید و آقای صاحب عبدالظاهر سدید در مورد قضیه قاچاق مقدار 11.10 کیلوگرم تریاک با اتهام
Typically, defendants go to trial about 2 months after arrest. But they're not the only ones whose lives hang in the balance. Outside the courtroom, judges
چون مسلک ما پیش ما مقدس است با آن هم ما وظیفه خود همونطور به حساب با مسئولیت و با عشق علاقه انجام میدیم. توقیفیت با مدت 10 سال حبس تنفیذی
caught up in the interdiction campaign.
افغانان ټول په پوي دي له موږ نه واخله تر تاسو پورې له تاسو واخله بیا تر حکومت دولت ریاست جمهوریت پورې ټول په خبر دي. هر هغه کسان چې دوی د قانون تشویقي اوس هم موجود دي په کابل کې موجود دي اعلان کې په وزارتو کې موجود دي په چارواکو کې په پولیسو چارواکو کې یا په وزارتي چارواکو کې دا وجود لري. هم دا اوس هم ستا په پارلمان کې دا غړي دي د افغانستان هغوی دا تشویقي ورکوي خو هغه کسان دي چې هغوی لاسونه اوږده دي لوی قاچاقبران په ظاهرا آزاد ګرځي.
The problem with interdiction, the way it's been carried out, is that it has targeted small traders with little political clout who have not been able to prevent arrests, whereas big traffickers with important connections to the government have been able to avoid interdiction and arrests.
At the end of the day, if you want to have success in Afghanistan or any country in getting a handle on drug trafficking, then it is very important that the cases are built against the management, against the traffickers, against the mid-level and the high-level individuals. Those people, you have to get evidence against them. They have to be arrested. They have to be formally charged in a court of law. They have to be prosecuted, convicted, and put in prison.
One high-level drug lord that was arrested wasn't tried.
The Heroin Transportation Organization, through which he moved heroin from Pakistan and Afghanistan to the U.S. from 1990 through 2005. From 1994 forward, he and his organization used some of the money from the sales of the heroin in the U.S. to support the Taliban in Afghanistan. And in exchange, they received the protection of the Taliban.
Mohammed was sentenced to over 15 years in a U.S. prison, a key judgment to Boyd Johnson.
But I think it does make a difference when you take out a person the stature of Baz Mohammed. You send a message to the people of Afghanistan and to the traffickers themselves that they're not above the law.
Johnson admits that Afghanistan's judicial system has a ways to go.
I think that the corruption in Afghanistan is a significant issue. And it's not going to take a week or even a year. It's going to take a long time.
Corruption is a serious, serious problem. The police are corrupted from time to time. Local government officials are corrupted. Provincial government officials sometimes are corrupted. So it's across the board. Unfortunately, this is becoming all too common in Afghanistan society in general, but it's certainly very much there in drugs.
Newspaper editor Shukriya Barakzai is one of the members of Afghanistan's new parliament, frustrated by the all too common wrongdoing she sees.
چون اگر فساد می‌بینین در اراکین دولتی موجود هست، قاچاق مواد مخدره می‌بینین موجود هست، گریز از حسابدهی موجود هست، گریز از عدالت موجود هست و از پشت میز محکمه خو معلوم داره که یادشم نامشان بگیرین اصلا امرایتم قبول نمیکنن. چطور من میتونم که پس همی توقع رو داشته باشم که خب بیا خیر است بیادر جان هرچی که بود تیر شو اما این دفعه بیا ما تو حساب میکنیم. نه.
Afghanistan has a history of regional warlords controlling parts of the country and people having loyalty to their tribe. Barakzai believes this social and political structure hinders the growth of democracy in the country.
امیدوارم مردم افغانستان هم از این مصلحت‌ها تیر شوند و از خیمه‌های کونه و تنگی که دیگه به درد این ملت و به درد خودشان نمیخوره و نام قوم و زبان و مذهب خود بیرون بکشن، بیاین به عنوان یک کسی که در یک سرزمین زندگی میکنه به یک تصمیم برسه که او تصمیم حاکمیت قانون، رفاه، صلح، ثبات و امنیت باشه. معلوم دار راهی که اگر امی راه 6 ساله خود لااقل ما تعقیب کنیم بریم به
The result is that increasingly, that's in addition to 150,000 people who use opium. Poverty and unemployment are two causes of drug abuse. But in Afghanistan, there's another reason.
During the past quarter century, refugees found themselves in dire conditions. Some of them started to use opium as a way of just forgetting the daily chores and the daily difficulties and tragedies in life.
Drug addiction, unfortunately, has come to Afghanistan, mainly as a consequence of our being refugees in our neighboring countries. It ruins families. It's something that worries me a lot. It's something that we have not yet done much, unfortunately.
Many of the country's addicts picked up their habit elsewhere. In neighboring Pakistan or Iran, where per capita heroin use is the highest in the world. His life reveals a growing trend in a country where domestic drug abuse was once virtually unknown.
کسی که این کار میکنه اون اصلا مسلمان نیست، زاده این خاک نیست.
Escaped from the web of addiction, but flat, grassy plain that stretches hundreds of miles into Russia. In Balkh province, farming and herding still prevail as a way of life. Today, the province is poppy-free, the result of the government's rigorous anti-narcotics campaign. But addiction rates are growing. And it's here where Dr. Mohammed Ehsan Hamra practices, serving some of the most remote parts of the country, where access to medical care is limited. Dr. Ehsan sees many addicts whose abuse resulted from war, displacement, or a society in chaos. However, he also encounters traditional communities where drug addiction is rampant. The UNODC estimates 1/3 of the people in this district, mostly Turkmen, are drug addicted.
بیشتر قوم ترکمن به شکل قبیلوی زندگی میکنن یا و از سالهای بسیار زیاد یا مصروف استعمال مواد مخدر، آن هم به خاطر کاهش دردشان است و عدم دسترسی به خدمات صحی باعث ازی شده که سالهای زیاد این مردم از اوپیوم یا تریاک من حیث دوای ضد درد استفاده کنند و عامل اصلی هم من فکر میکنم که یا کارهای سنگینم مثل قالین بافی و چیزهای دیگه میکنن.
In a traditional village, opium addiction may look different than an urban setting. 50-year-old Najiba, a mother of 5, is a carpet weaver whose rugs are sold in shops in the provincial capital of Mazar-e Sharif, 30 miles away.
تریاک میخوریم.
تریاک خوب میکنه؟
ها کمتر جمع میکنه جانهای
Opium also serves another.
خواهی نمیکنه نکی نکنه کو بیکار آدم تیره ده دست بگیره ده اونجا بگرده بیکار آدم نیست کو دیگه.
از نظر ما یک تراژدی است، یک تراژدی انسانی که یک طفل هیچ گناهی نداره که او معتاد شود، او احتیاط کسب کنه و تجربه که ما در این ساحه دارم و کارهایی که در این ساحه ما کردیم این برای من نشان داده که مادرها و عدم آگاهی از ضرر مواد مخدر یا از ضرر تریاک یا اوپیوم و اونمو هست که طفل که هیچ گناهی نداره و گناهی از این اونمو هست که جامعه فقیری مثل افغانستان، جامعه که سطح آگاهی مردم آنقدر بلند نیست که از ضرر مواد مخدر بفهمند که اولاد خود که بسیار دوست داشتنی می باشند و زندگی راحت داشته باشند، زندگی عاری از مواد مخدر داشته باشند.
Begun in childhood or later to alleviate work-related pain, opium addiction often continues into old age. Reducing worldwide demand is one solution.
If you eradicated every opium poppy in Afghanistan, you would still have drugs on the streets of my constituency and, you know, in small-town America. What we have to do is we have to focus on dealing with demand for drugs and not just seeing it as a question on the supply side.
If you look at any success story in the world on fighting drugs, you have to reduce demand in the countries that have the demand while simultaneously cutting off the supply.
Meanwhile, as the insurgency continues in the country, efforts to curb the drug trade have yet to produce results. A UN assessment for 2008 found opium cultivation at virtually the same levels as the record-breaking harvest in 2007. Welcome news for traffickers in the country.
دکی واړه کچاکبرانی مونږ د طالبان او د حکومت یعنی هغو سره مونږ کوم ارتباط نه لرو نو په دې خاطر باندې مونږ په دې باندې مطمئن یو چې دا کوکنار به تر ډیر وخته پورې زموږ کاروبار به هم د دې کوکنارو تر موجودیت پورې دا هم ادامه پیدا کوي.
There's agreement Afghanistan's illegal drug trade slows the country's progress toward becoming a stable, economically independent democracy. But there's not agreement on how best to deal with the poppy problem or how long it will take.
Putting an end to the opium cultivation in Afghanistan is going to take a very long time. Perhaps 20 years, perhaps 25 years. But we have to start, and we are starting now.
It took almost 30 years for Afghanistan to get into the condition that it's in now. It will take a long time to rebuild the institutions, the trust among people, and the basic functionings of the economy.
I think it's totally wrong to say that we are losing Afghanistan. There's a risk of that. But people who know Afghanistan see there's a lot of hope in that country too. And what we need is perseverance, political will. We need to recognize it's going to take some time to do this, and then we can do it.
de Tir Square is a hub of activity even at night. Along with shops and restaurants, there's also underground business taking place. It's known as one of the neighborhoods where prostitutes and their clients can meet.
همه جای شهر میریم فرقی نمیکنه همه جا مشتری هست.
In Iran's religiously conservative society, prostitution is not only illegal, even discussing it in the media is taboo. But RFERL's Radio Farda was able to interview sex workers from different walks of life, as well as their clients and employers. They spoke openly, using pseudonyms, about a thriving business that often takes place just out of view.
شوهرم میدونه ولی به رو خودش نمیاره برای اینکه بچه‌های اون نیست بچه‌هامو میسپرم دست مادرم برای اینکه خرج بچه‌هامو در بیارم شوهرم نخواد پول اونا رو بده پول خرجیشونو بده فعلا خفه شد.
Studies by independent researchers have found that around 50% of Iranian sex workers are married. Many are university students or still in secondary school. And an Iranian welfare organization found that girls as young as 12 work in the sex trade. But crackdowns by the police are rare, according to Pari, who works as a so-called auntie, arranging business for other women.
کلا مامورا خیلی به پرپاتون نمیپیچن؟
حالا نکنی نه کاری نداره نهایتش اینه که حق حسابشو میگیره ولی نه به من که گیر نداره
چرا؟
حالا نیستم.
If someone is caught, a judge can impose prison time or lashes. And punishment is more likely to be handed to sex workers than to their clients. That allows some clients to take a casual attitude toward paying for sex, even counting it as a routine expense.
الان اگه نرخ امروز بخوام بگم کمترینش 200 تومنه بیشترینش هم دیگه 1 تومن 2 تومن اینا هست. من خودم مثلا شاید ماهی مثلا 2 تومن اینا ولی دوستان هستن که مثلا ماهی 5 تومن قشنگ دونن.
A number of women described the harsh economic pressure that drove them into sex work. Iran is in the midst of its worst financial crisis since the 1980s, driven partly by punitive U.S. sanctions.
اوضاع خرابه ما خیلی خوشمون نمیاد ولی دیگه مجبوریم الان همه چی گرون شده بعد یه جوری خرج زندگیمون رو در بیاریم
دیگه پول بخوام کار نداشته باشم خب دیگه این کار بلدم دیگه
اگه یه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر باشه بازم انجام میدی
اگه کاری پیدا بشه که درآمدش بیشتر بشه قبل از این پیداش کرده بودم.
The economic pressure has only worsened during the coronavirus crisis. Sex workers who can't afford to lose their incomes must add the threat of COVID-19 to the other risks they take.
قضیه تکیه کنم دیگه من هیچ جا باید نباید برم دیگه یعنی دیگه باید گشنگی بمیرم بخوام از مریض بترسم انقدر واقعا نیاز دارم مجبورم برم بخوام خیلی هم رعایت کنم و خیلی.
Some women also spoke about being coerced into sex work, even by family members.
اولین بار من چند بود من 17 سالم بود که به یه پسر پولدار بود به مامانم گفته بود این دختر تو اگه بیاری مثلا من باشه من یه اون موقع نه حالا مثلا 80 تا 150 تومن بود گفتم من 1 میلیون بهت میدم دختر تو بده یه شب پیش من باشه از اون زمان من دیگه واقعا دختر نبودم که هنوزم دیگه ادامه داره دیگه با مامانم با هم میریم ان مامانم جدیدن دیگه یه سالی نمیاد خب منم خیلی حالا نسبت به مامانم خیلی بیشتر طلبه داشتم به قول معروف.
Sex work is shrouded in secrecy in contemporary Iran, but the situation was different before the 1979 Islamic Revolution. One Tehran neighborhood was a legal gray zone. Prostitution was tolerated there. But many women and girls were the victims of trafficking, as one woman explained in this 1966 documentary.
اینا هم که 9 سال 8 سال 10 سال 15 سال دارن اینا را توی جمشید شبا میبرن استفاده میکنن میبرن تو خیابونا میفروشن شبا به راننده ها به مثلا مردمی که میخرن به مردای مثلا عرق و فلان میبرن میفروشن.
In the midst of the upheaval of but that seems impossible in an Islamic theocracy like Iran. The women who try to earn a living this way must do so in the shadows, with all the dangers that entails.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He is an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabor.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions.
Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. So I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny.
Thank you very much. And welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, so you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. The very first class you had to take.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was Dele Olu, a great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olu. That must be Dele Olu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio? Those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, you know. But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So to me, he was the influence.
That was your influence. But your trajectory started from the prison service.
Yeah. Well,
now called correctional service.
Is that what they call it now?
Yes, it's called the correctional service.
Hallelujah.
Now. Yes.
Well, would that correct them? But
Yeah,
anyway,
well.
let's go back to, you know, the idea of being in prisons was accidental.
Okay.
Or correctional center.
No, it was prison service.
Yes, at the time. And so I was living with my sister.
Yeah.
She was the officer in the Nigerian prisons. So she said, look, while you're waiting to go back to school, this was in 1971, come and work with us. I said, okay. So I joined, and I started enjoying myself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yes.
Oh boy, time don't work out. So anyway, along the line, a friend came, Jones Hussein.
Jones Hussein, yes.
Then another friend, Iria Inakimio.
Good.
And another friend, Patrick Oke.
Yes.
And they were all from Radio
Radio
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
There was a place called the Sharp Corner.
Yes.
You know, and
that's in Ikoyi, Obalinde.
yeah, no, on the Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, okay.
Yeah. And they would just come there, they would eat, some of them would drink. I never knew how to drink anyway, so I was like, oh, I wish I could just be like these guys. Then one day, Patrick and Jones said, you have the kind of voice that I think should make a good broadcaster. I said, really? Okay. So come, let's go. So we went to Radio Nigeria.
You had an audition?
No. Patrick Oke with Buma Kaliwo gave me a script to read. And I read, today I would say the email you are getting now. We read letters that took 2 weeks to arrive at the studio.
Exactly.
And maybe another 2 weeks to respond to.
Processed, yes.
You know. And so it was called NBC Mailbag. Patrick was the narrator. I was the voice.
Ooh.
And sometimes Buma, who was the producer,
Yeah,
if there was
would
no other
voice
voice, she would join when there were too many letters. So the feedback mechanism we had was through that process.
That process,
where
yes.
people reacted to what programs they heard, no matter how long it took.
Yes.
But they reacted. And there was always a feedback.
A feedback, yes.
Yeah. So that gave me a leeway, and that was in 74. But in 76, I was sent to apply for a job.
Okay, now.
At Radio Nigeria.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, I was still with Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, yes. And so that's how your radio broadcast life started.
And I went for training in 1977.
That thing about training, in those days, people didn't go on the air as full-fledged broadcasters without training.
Yeah.
But these days, what do we have?
Well, talk about speed and time, you know, because in those days, people looked at perfection, and you have to be ready for the job psychologically and physiologically.
Yes.
And then also, you have to be prepared to be trained, and you have to show that you were trained for the job and ready to operate as a professional.
Sure.
So, as luck will have it, I was trained. After 3 months, I became a junior presentation assistant. Can you imagine? Junior presentation assistant.
Yes.
And then they said you could not go on air. Me, I was ready to go, but they said you could not go on air.
You'll be looking at the microphone like
I'll just
that.
be looking at. And then they now paired me with the likes of Jones Hussein.
Yes. Your
what
friend.
now the Citizens Jones of Max Radio.
Max
today.
Radio, yes.
And I brought him now because of what he did to me.
Yes.
The first baptism of fire I had was when Jones started to read news at midnight. And then 1 minute into it, he said, Sonny, finish the news. He had cut off the mic. Sonny, finish the news. I'm not feeling good. You just have to finish the news. Me, how? I'm not allowed to finish the news. I can't, you're wasting more time.
And this is midnight.
Midnight. So grab. Where did you stop? There. So my voice was so tiny.
Yes, then.
I wasn't sure whether I was hearing myself. I was really scared. And I said, okay.
That was fear.
And I read it.
Yeah.
I read, the sound of my voice was like, probably if Butterfly has a voice,
yeah, that would have been.
Go forget Joan Susan and I'll go forgive him.
But
because I felt like going to the toilet.
Whoa.
I could not go to the toilet.
Yeah.
I had to finish the news. And it wasn't funny for me.
Yes.
I don't know if okay, imagine yourself driving a car and there's traffic.
Yeah.
On, say, the marina. And marina is an open space.
Yes.
And you feel like,
Yeah.
going to the light one in the to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then what do you get?
You can't.
You cannot leave the car because it's moving, it's scrolling.
Yes.
You cannot go anywhere else to do whatever.
You have to do what they say, what they call whole body.
Hey, I was holding body. It was tough.
But then you rose to become one of the main voices on the Radio Nigeria Network News.
Glory to God for that.
For many years.
It was a baptism of fire.
But what was that experience like? The experience of being that voice that people looked forward to hearing.
I didn't know I was.
On the news.
I didn't know I was until they told me. Like you're saying it now.
Yes.
Well, there were times I felt, excuse me, that, okay, am I really the kind of person that would be that voice? I never saw myself as one. Because they were, can you beat Patrick Okey's voice?
No, you couldn't.
So,
yeah.
Or even your voice.
Well.
So I think it was just a stroke of luck for me.
Well, what about the commitment that was required?
All right. Now that you said that,
yes.
Yes.
What about
I was
the
very
commitment?
Committed.
Yes.
I was, and I was also particularly, I saw myself as somebody who had an assignment, and no matter what, I had to do it right. Because I was always told, put your best foot forward. Make the best of what you get, and try and live by it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
The rest is history. Well, historically, you will recall that governments used to change in the Radio Nigeria studio. I, Major General, or I.
That was really
caught.
trapped.
Yes.
And she spent 27 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the Dimka coup. That
anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
And in my own case, they came for me. They said, come and relieve whoever was on duty. And I'll be there for, in fact, there was once I was there from 2 p.m. till the following morning,
yes.
10 or 11 a.m.
No, but let's discuss the psychology of that. What was that like?
It was traumatic.
Yeah.
I had never felt any joy in seeing any man in uniform abusing the privilege of holding the gun, owning power, and then you just take it seize it as you like. That was what I saw. And I wasn't too happy. But then I interacted with them.
Yes.
I did. I had no choice.
Yeah, especially you, a popular newscaster. Go call that man. Where's Sonny? As though they knew you.
Okay, the one that brought in President Ibrahim Babangida.
Yes.
Myself and Tombra Abarowe. And I think, who was it again? Tulufa Toimbo, or thereabout. They asked us to go to NTA to record his voice.
Yes.
And come back to Radio Nigeria to play it back.
Yes.
Okay. So, Tombra was the studio manager. I was the announcer on duty. And Tulu, I think, was senior to us.
Yes.
I'm not sure. And I called Tombra. I said, boy, I won't take this for a broadcaster. It's too fast. In fairness to Babangida, he asked, is this okay? I said, no, sir. Then everybody looked at me.
Who are you? But you were being professional.
But in fairness, the man offered to take it again. He never even met me. He didn't even see who sent it.
Faces and all that.
I don't know who gave me the strength of character, the boldness to say, no, sir. But I did. And he listened.
And he retook it.
He retook it.
It was a better broadcast.
It was better.
Yeah.
And that also gladdened my heart.
Good. That you could speak up where you had to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many people on the radio today, they use words that were taboo for us to use.
NTBB.
Yes. You are a trainer. What can be done?
You said you are a trainer. What can be done? As if I'm the cause of the problem.
Oh, no.
Let them send them to training school, first and foremost.
Yes.
If they send them to school, they will have a chance to see things the way they are done. There will be what is about his psychological state of mind that can tell him, listen, you're talking to people who are more knowledgeable than yourself because you're talking to someone, one person. But that person has a brain.
Yes.
And he can process things.
And he might even be smarter than you. So
in
why
fact,
talk
he's
to him
most
as though
likely
he were
to
not?
be smarter than
Exactly. Exactly. Now, you've had a checkered career in broadcasting. In fact, let me say in media practice. Part of that was a 13-month stint as commissioner in your home state, Edo. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an interesting experience. It's just that I didn't see myself capable of playing politics and being a professional at the same time. I couldn't. And good thing, the governor then, Lucky Benedion, he's a man, I should say, he listens, you know, and I think he just found that, because he came on Sonny Rabo Live, by the way, and from there he made up his mind I was going to be in his cabinet. You know, and I felt honored by it. But after 13 months, it became a bit tough. The day I left was the day Mrs. Stella Basunjo actually came to launch.
Or compare it to?
In the 13 months?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good things should have happened, but they didn't. You know, and I saw a governor who was being twisted to do a lot of things for the politicians rather than for the people. And there's no way anybody can rule like that.
But isn't politics meant to be for to the people's benefit?
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
But do you feel it? Let the people tell you that they are actually getting or gaining the so-called benefits of democracy in the people. I don't see that happening, and I don't think people are really enjoying that. Otherwise, we will not be where we are today. We are going down rather than going up.
That's
and
true.
this going down started a long time ago.
But can you divorce the person from their politics?
Why shouldn't he divorce himself from the politics? Who elected